evening. It is the longest running episodic, whatever this is. There you go. We've uncovered the Burrell. So you guys might be muted, so double check if you are. If you are, you can turn it off, but I just want to make sure, so you can double check on your end. There you go. Perfect.
Can you guys hear me?
Hold on, I'll double check. Try again, Eric.
That's better.
It's a shame. It's all broken. It's terrible. But anyway, so yeah, we apologized for a couple of minutes, but we were trying to solve all the problems of the world, and it took a couple extra minutes. So, we had scheduled a hard stop at 8 o'clock. Unfortunately, it ran a couple of minutes late. It happens. It is what it is. What are you going to do? But we thank you for having some of the comments to start off with. So let's go in here. First one. OPC's Cardboard says, Week 4, no Canada Post, time to reinstate the Pony Express. Actually, I've got a story related, not the Canada Post specifically, but a company that I have maligned in the past and given credit where it's due, did something very good, and I want to give them some credit. I want to give them some praise for that. We'll talk about it in a second.
We're praising today.
We are praising. Where it's warranted, we are praising. And today, extra bonus, we're going to talk about the OPC case. We're going to talk about that completed. Oh, yes. And then on top of else, Eric's going to be very excited about this because he's all about the hashtag scholarship. I'm going to give you all a book report today. I got a book report for you. I have read the memoir of one Mike Kramer, formerly of Pacific Trading Cards. I finished reading that this week, so I have thoughts. I will share some thoughts. Zachary says, hit the like button early and often because Eric is lame. Facts. Paul here says, evening, gents. So does Booby pay for the $1 million deficiency balance on the 79 OPC case as well as the like button? Yes. All the things. Yes. Double yes. All the yeses. Justin, evening all. Looks like we got a late start. Have to solve the problems of the world, man. It takes time. Good evening, name. Eric's favorite commenter of all time. Good evening, Jeff. All right, so let's scroll through here. We want to get through a couple of these comments. So Jeff.
I asked that loser to loan me $75 and he refused.
Which one of all?
What?
Which one of all the people?
The loser. The biggest loser.
Well, according to you, that changes like daily. I assume you mean name, but it could mean literally anyone.
There's only one. He knows who he is. There's only one biggest loser. And
he?
And he didn't. He refused. He refused to spot me $75.
What?
Spot
outrageous.
Yeah.
Spot you.
Spots anybody.
I wasn't going to pay him back. I mean, that's true, but that shouldn't have been part of the thought process. He should have just spotted me the $75.
But are we talking like $75 Canadian or American? Because if it's $75 American, that could be like the gross domestic product of the province.
Yeah, that gets over the threshold.
I said, spot me $75 American. I'll pay you back. He didn't. I don't think he believed me.
That might be the problem. There might be a trust issue there. Paul says, we demand 6 minutes added to the end to make for lateness. Listen, no matter what happens, there will be 6 minutes added. And it will all be paid by Eric. Will pay for it, so it's commercial free.
Yeah.
Ray says, unfortunately, yes, and pertaining to being able to hear you, facts. I'd expect a tardy start from the IRP, but not this. Good evening, all, and Eric. We're just waiting for you, Paul. We're waiting for you to get ready.
How late were we?
Like 5 minutes.
Like 5 minutes?
Yeah.
That's half the IRP.
Yeah. Listen, 5 minutes is like, the beginning of the precursor to the trailers that play before the IRP episodes.
That's right. Yes, exactly.
The trailers don't even start until 5 or 6 minutes in. It's not even a get-go here. Philly Joe, good evening, Carlos and gang. Good evening. So Peachy Case Sells Part 2, the sequel, Electric Boogaloo. That's right. And I was tempted. I got to be honest. Justin here's making the point for it about the hockey card Gong Show. So Bobby did participate in the Gong Show. I was going to introduce him not only as Bobby Burrell of the purveyor of the Garage of Knowledge, but I was going to say hockey card Gong Show contributor. We were going to add it to your different honorariums.
Master class.
Master class. That's right.
Where's Part 2? Has Part 2 come out yet?
No, it's going to come out in January sometime.
Is it really? They're pushing it that far?
Huh? It's like a cliffhanger.
Oh, yeah, that's why we do that, just on purpose. Josh was sitting there going, we're going to wait till January to get Eric. Drive him crazy. Then we'll push it to February. And then it'll be an extended leap year. And then it'll be a little less time. Then we'll push it to March.
And then you only get it as part of the appetizer.
And if you're Patreon, then you get it. If you don't, you don't.
That's right.
All right.
It's got to be a Patreon exclusive. That's the only way. That's how you do it.
It should be, yes.
Paul
Yes.
says, rumor has it Eric is behind the like button to begin with. Why would we loan you $75? I know.
They
That's what I'm
did a
saying.
pretty good job on that video, on that little Vine they did on the interview,
Yeah.
where on Instagram.
Yeah.
Where they brought in the book Hiawatha and all this. It was so funny. They did a great job on that, man. That's some
Look,
great.
the social
production
media.
work.
Look, I have my criticisms of Gong Show, which
Sure.
we've talked about.
We
Not
all-
as many criticisms as you, to be honest, but let's be fair.
Mm.
But I will say, I can give them credit for the social media. We are harsh people, but we are fair people. The social media is on point.
Oh,
The social media is on point.
I give them credit for that because I sat there and
right.
I went, "Damn, that's good.
Yep.
Damn,
It helps
better
with
than
the
my
promotion, man.
better than my, my soliloquy there." OPC.
So name here says he offered $75 worth of Mayo stocks in return. Ugh.
Oh,
tough.
no wonder.
No, that is not true.
Oh.
I
Again,
don't know that's what name
I
says.
had no intention of paying him back,
Mhm.
but he still should have done it.
So you're saying, in addition to being a bad person, you're a deadbeat.
Oh, yes. I mean, there's no question about that.
Okay.
Ah, I see.
But he still should have done it. It was the Canadian thing to do. He should have done it.
So you're saying you're invoking your right as a Canadian protectorate state that you want the rights of a standard Canadian.
Invocation, yes.
Interesting. Carlos says 6 minutes American. I'll get Eric on it. He'll be here all night. He'll be here until Amanda's next podcast episode, which isn't this week. It's actually next week. So I'll just leave Eric here until the next one starts. Yeah, it's bi-weekly. It's bi-weekly. It's every fortnight. Not weekly. It is every fortnight.
I'm not.
Anything good in life is worth waiting for? We are fair indeed. That is right.
We are Marshall.
So, that's right. Let's talk about, we'll talk about the 79 Peachy case. But before I do, since we brought it up already, let me talk about this. So I've had plenty of fun over the years on this channel talking about good old COMC and a lot of different things. But I do want to give credit where it is deserved. And here it is deserved. We already made reference to the Canada Post strike, which continues indefinitely for the rest of time, possibly.
Pretty much.
However,
Probably.
I will say I saw something earlier this week, which I shared with Eric and Brandon, and I hadn't heard anything else about it, but I noticed it myself. I had actually done a COMC shipment a little while back, and it went through its normal process. The timeline originally was operating as normal. It was fine. The problem is by the time it was about to hit shipping, it wasn't as bad as the eBay one that literally would have been delivered that day. That's the worst because it was literally been delivered.
Oh, yeah.
The COMC one still would have taken another couple of weeks normally anyway, so they wouldn't have been ready, but it was stuck in the vortex because basically what I had done is I had said, send it by Express Post. The problem is Express Post, Canada Post, same thing. It's stuck. So they were actually picking it. So they were still in the process of finishing the order, but obviously once the strike started, they can't ship it. That it's stuck, right? At least it's stuck with COMC though. It's in their warehouse and they're ready to ship it, but so it was on standby basically until hopefully it got resolved. But obviously it's continued on and on and on. Well, this week I got a notification that COMC had shipped, and what they did is they provided me a tracking number. They sent it by FedEx.
Wow.
So they actually upgraded my shipping to FedEx without me asking and without charging me any extra. I saw that directly on there.
Wow, that's a big step.
It is, but I want. That's why I say I want to give them credit. I was very impressed, and I checked the tracking number, and it is. I think it's scheduled to show up on Monday. So if I get it on Monday, that'll be a mail day. Awesome, good for them. But today I noticed that I actually got an email here. This is a general email for people. Shipping update for Canadian users. So I want to read you some of this email. So I've been saying before, COMC should communicate these things. It's a good thing to say it out loud. I noticed it because I got the email with the tracking number. But in this case, this is an email, actually a communication to people. So it says,
I'm going to start using COMC from now on.
Maybe.
Because, even though I despise what they do when they, put their COMC over the cards I try to take for my, own purposes. Mm-hmm. But other than that, it's hard to crop out the names. They're smart the way they do that, the little button.
If they put in the effort to scan it, they should probably protect their images. That we don't give them a hard time for that. That's proper.
Nope.
So let me read this communication here. So it just says, we want to share the latest update on labor negotiations between the Canadian Union of Postal Workers and Canada Post and its effect on COMC shipments to and from Canadian customers. So until a deal is ratified, no postal service will be conducted by Canada Post. Previously, packages that were not shipped out by express shipping have been on hold. Now, we'll start to move 95% of customer-paid express post or tracked parcel through alternative carriers, such as FedEx or Chit Chat Select. I did mention to you the Chit Chats.
Okay.
So 5% will continue to be on hold until dispute is resolved, as PO boxes of rural locations can only be serviced by Canada Post, which is true. That's one of the issues that it could present. But economy shipping orders will also remain on hold. But if you did pick any of the accelerated, I picked an Express Post one, so
Yep.
they converted it to FedEx for me. But
Gotcha.
if you're one of those, it'll be either FedEx or Chit Chat Select, which they actually do deliver. They have private carriers they're using, so
Yep.
they can deliver to Canadian. At this time, if you do not want your shipments to be delayed by the strike, we recommend you choose a track shipping option, and we will use alternative carriers to deliver these packages to you. In our last update, we suggested carrier options, so they got FedEx, UPS, Purolator, DHL, or Chit Chat Select. So regardless, though, credit to them. So if somebody actually asks for one of the tracking options, they are, and it's not to a rural location or a PO box,
Yeah.
they will actually upgrade it to one of these services. They've done it on their own dime in my example for sure, and they will actually ship it to you, so it can actually get to you while the strike is ongoing.
There's actually an update. UPS and Purolator are taking no parcels that will be delivered to on Christmas, on or before Christmas. So they're putting that out there right now. So if you want something by Christmas, don't send it through them. Actually, FedEx has been pretty good. I actually got something from Nova Scotia, and it's going to be here on. He shipped it yesterday. And it's going to be here Tuesday. Yeah. So we have but it was only $35 too. It wasn't a big parcel, but I'm just saying, not bad.
Okay, that's not bad. Yeah. So bottom line, I want to give them credit. In this case, they deserve it. That is a good proactive move for the customers that paid for one of the tracking services. In this case, they would have been very truthfully able to say, "Hey, this is literally not our fault. We didn't do anything to cause any of the issues here. The delay isn't on us." But in this case, they finally decided, like, enough is enough. We're going to take some action into it, and they've communicated that action. So kudos to them on that one.
Well, actually, this increases their business dramatically. FedEx,
it's a good move. It's a good move.
UPS, any of the other ones, IC, whatever it is, and Purolator's they're very busy, very very busy. And actually, they're an extension arm of actually Canada Post.
They're owned by Canada Post, yeah.
It's kind of stupid, but it's different unions and what have you. So
yeah, and they make clear they're not going to deliver any of the Canada Post stuff. They'll handle their own business. If you take it to Purolator, that's their stuff. They will take that. I actually had a Purolator parcel came in, although they had a struggle. It was like 3 days for them to try to deliver it to me.
Oh,
and they had one thing, or like a rerouting issue, and the one said like a safety issue. I'm like, you mean the snowflakes that fell on the ground?
Shipped.
It's just here. It was the day that the snow fell, and they're like, and I'm like, so you didn't want to trudge through like that much snow? Like, are you kidding me? Get out of here!
Yeah, safety issue is slipping.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. They salt the ground in this neighborhood. It's fine. You can walk through it. So Paul here says, can you go to the post office and get it yourself? No, you can't.
No.
It's stuck. It's in the warehouse, literally in the warehouse. I would look if that was an option, I would totally do that. Because I could be like, I can prove where I live. This is my package. Here's my tracking number. Give me my shit. Like, it's literally in the warehouse that is closest to me. It is like in that distribution center. It is on the last leg before they deliver it to my door, and it's stuck there.
Yeah, unfortunately, any parcels that even if they come back to tomorrow, or to whatever, Monday, you won't get anything by Christmas. They're going to be millions behind. It'll take them 2 to 3 weeks to even get caught up to any normal point, because we are in Christmas mode, right? So unfortunately, it's not doing anybody any good, and the people aren't liking it, but what are you going to do? You have two different opinions between the management and the union. So and I have a hard time with them making $30 an hour as general laborers, because it's nothing, there's no skill in it, but hey, that's fine. Whatever you guys want to do, that's up to you. But I'm just saying, and somebody who's making $15 an hour, who's slugging whatever, so be it.
Yeah. I will say one thing that I think was kind of interesting, because I was looking into a couple of different, because I've noticed, I mentioned it, I think last week or the week before, I said, I think for the majority of people, they're not going to notice. Like the average rank and file person, unless they have a parcel they need to send, most of us weren't using Canada Post for anything previously for a while.
Who?
99% of people. Most people are not sending letters, and then most people don't actually have to send parcels, Bobby. Most people don't. That's the thing. Like they went and polled, and they're like 80% of people are either barely affected or don't care. They literally like, yeah, whatever, do whatever you need to do. Like, they're not getting letters or parcels.
Well, the hobby's a small place, so there you go.
That's a different conversation. I'm saying we will disproportionately have more parcels than the average human being in Canada. But most people are like, yeah, we didn't know. The only thing we noticed is that we didn't have flyers in our mailbox.
Yeah.
Thank God for that.
Yeah, but that's basically it. The average
It's
person
my
is not
junk mail.
noticing. Yeah, the average person is not noticing because it used to be a lot of companies have gone to like e-billing. So
Sure,
your bill is
of
no
course.
longer there. So that's no longer in the mailbox. You're not sending letters. So that's out for a lot of folks. And the parcels are very specific things. But if you order from Amazon, that's not Canada Post. If you order
Yeah.
from a lot of retailers that are using a courier, Purelator or whoever, that's
Sure.
still being delivered. I
Yep.
literally got a Purelator package today.
I guess with the mail stamps, I'm sitting there going, well, okay, if you've dropped off that much, like, what is it for mailing a letter now? Was it 90
It's a little over
cents?
$1.
Okay, it's a little over $1. If you doubled that, you'd be great. And to mail something for $2 to get to somewhere, it's like, that's cheap. So they could easily double that and move on. And that would actually bring them back to a little bit more, revenue from what they've lost and dropped off, it would bring them back about a third. Yeah. So that would help. And then reduce the price of their shipping on certain items in between this range of,
Specifically within the range that you happen to send packages for? That's something like that?
that 90% of the packages would go through. Yes. Where you're going to
Sure.
have to pay $21 opposed to,
Yeah.
if you ship this knife to Edmonton, you're going to have to pay $16 because it's wider than 20 millimeters. Other than
Yeah.
that, it's nothing, right? So how much? And then if it was like 2 millimeters thinner, it would be $3.
Basically, yeah. It would
So
fit inside of.
who's
it would
doing
fit
the
inside
math
of
here? Like, please let me in there, and I'll actually juggle it all out for you. I'll do the math.
Oh, I'm sure. So here we go. Timeless here is saying, did they ever catch those car thieves that were captured on video at the Dallas car show? Nope.
No,
And,
Hey,
we haven't heard anything from that, have you?
The only thing I heard, I think Sports Car Radio alluded to it, and I think somebody on social media had been posting the idea that the investigation's still ongoing, and we're back to people thinking it's an inside job because of some footage they were looking at. But the thing is, it's vague. I understood what they were trying to get at, but at the same time, it's like that's the only evidence that you had on there is that they were within close proximity of each other. So now you're sitting there like, okay, so the guy who's still running at shows and who's dealing with insurance, stole his own stuff, or people inside of things stole their own stuff.
Really?
Yeah, we're back to that one.
I didn't.
That was that. Some people had that in
It
theory
started
initially.
out that way, but then it went away, and now it's back.
Yeah, and then and now they're like, okay, here you go. It's like, all right,
Uh-huh. That's
yeah,
I could believe that.
yeah. So we're back to that one.
But then there's
So
four
Paul-
guys involved. That's a lot of
Yeah.
you know.
Paul, you're
faces
saying they
there.
had a second video where the dealer went into the bathroom with the thief.
Oh, I didn't see that. See, that's really interesting to me.
Yeah, but it's still kind of but basically that's so what I just read there from Paul, that is the
Yep.
extent of the update.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. Oh, that's kind of cool.
So we'll see. We'll basically, we're on standby. We'll see.
Well,
Did we
when
go
there's
Orlando?
money involved, you never know. I
Yeah.
saw Ocean's 13, 11, 12. Yeah.
There you go. If Bernie Mac was still here, then we'd know what's going on.
I miss him so much. He was such a
Oh.
great actor.
love Bernie Mac.
He was so good. He was that perfect dry humor you loved, so.
So now, Bobby, would you
Yes.
like to talk some 7980 OPC case?
I don't know if I'm qualified.
I think we can manage. We'll figure it out. We'll
I need
figure
your
it out.
help. I need your help.
All right, so here we go. So I'm going to share the screen here. I'll read a couple of things, but as we talk, we'll go through it. So I'll leave a link to the Sports Collector Daily article so that you folks can check it out on your own. But basically, here it is. After the original buyer reneged, so the case ended up selling for $2.52 million. So it's
Is that with the
1.2
juice?
less. That's with the juice, as far as I can tell. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's 1.2 million less than the original. Still 16 boxes, still the original. Here's the image. I threw it up on the thumbnail there just so we have it because we wanted to talk about it. So really what it came down to is it's the same case, sold by Heritage and everything, but obviously a big significant difference in terms of the value. This case had kind of been through the ringer since the original sale is 3.72, and then 2.5 is still a lot of money. It's quite a bit, but it's certainly much
What's
less.
that per box if we divide it out?
So it's what, 16 boxes?
16 boxes divided by
Yeah, so 2.52
million.
So that is.
You're looking at about 3. Oof, is that
It's not.
much?
It's not that much. It's. I'll see if I can
Per
pull it up here.
pack. That's. Ooh, it's like $3,000. What?
I'll use the calculator. We'll use
Please.
some maths. It's 100. So 16 boxes, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So that is 157,500.
Okay, that's cheap.
Yep. So it actually, so remember, we were talking about this. We didn't make any, again, we didn't make any predictions in the second one. I knew it would sell for way less.
We actually did, I think. I think somebody said it was going to go for 3 point or 4 point something.
Oh, in the chat, sure. But I didn't throw a
Yes.
number out there because I have no idea.
No. And I thought it would go up there too. I actually agreed with that. I thought it would go a little higher because,
I
but the
was like
unfortunate
way
part
lower.
was most people were talking that, that case sold for too much. I'm going, who are you? You know, like honestly, this guy's like a nobody. He's sitting, spouting shit, and I'm sitting there going, come on, those boxes.
I just knew whether fair or unfair, the whole it being. I think there's an important factor we have to kind of consider here. The person who's buying it is not necessarily concerned about they will want the prestige, quote unquote, of having a sealed case and all that. But the reality is that the first guy drove it up. And if it was just him and the one guy, which appears was the case,
yes,
then the reality is who's number 3? Number 3 was the important one.
Number
because
3 is
we got rid of the non-payer. Boom.
Yes.
That shot us right all the way back down.
But the other person, the second bidder, was willing to go that high.
Initially, yeah. And then, but in this case, now they had nobody else.
Well,
that's
this is
push
the
it back
second part of the game, right? It's not really, you can't really compare the two because it's a different scenario, really, at this point. I think the boxes at that price, I think the boxes were selling for about 200K. I haven't seen a box sell in a long time for anything really less than that.
I think it was close to that number, yeah. So in reality, so it goes back to what I said earlier.
Yeah.
The fact it was already out there, the novelty of it being the first case, kind of wore out its welcome. So then in reality, it actually sold for less than what the individual boxes would have been on a full case.
Yeah, and like I said before, this box is definitely, any box that you have there is the best box in the hobby. So any of those 16 boxes are the best guaranteed boxes in the hobby. And for people not to realize that, because what you're doing is fighting the agenda of everybody else who has this opinion about, that box that sold for way too much. It's like, whatever. Jordan sells for way too much. What are you kidding? And there's how many PSA 10s of Jordan? Anyways, I'm just saying. We got 2 PSA 10s of Gretzky. How many Jordans? Hundreds.
320.
Yeah,
in that
something
range.
like that. So there we go. If you put it in that perspective, then again, it is hockey, so it's the 4th sport, 5th maybe. At that point, but those are the best boxes. If anybody was smart at $2.5 million, I would break that case up and sell a box every 6-8 months.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance, though. I think one important thing that we always kind of have to point out is that what you said a second ago, hockey is a smaller market.
It is.
The amount of people willing to go into 7 figures in the hockey side of things is a smaller group of people.
True.
And the reality is, while there may be folks that are willing to pay $200,000 per box, there are less folks willing to pay $2.5 million. Even if you could break it up and get your money back, they're not looking at it they're looking I don't want to put up $2.5 million.
So was it a person who's going to keep the box sealed or case sealed or whatever? It is open, but I mean, or are they going to slowly put it out there?
I don't know, Eric. What do you plan to do with it?
What are you doing? Come on, Eric.
Well, like I texted you guys earlier,
Phil bought it. We know.
My wife made me, renege on the initial offer.
You should have gone halvesies with Phil.
And
that was the move. The play was to go halvesies, man.
And it just, Shell said I couldn't do anything anymore, not even halvesies. Now I should have gone halvesies the first time, but I had to back out because I don't really have 3 point something million.
It's 2.5.
Sounds to me like maybe we need to move something more your speed. Maybe you should go halvesies on SP Signature Legends.
Maybe.
I don't know.
More affordable.
Yeah.
Oh, it's way more affordable. Yeah.
Unless it's CT scanned.
Oh, unless it's CT scanned.
Yeah.
Ray here is saying how many Gretzkys can be pulled. I think the number was like 26 or 27. Wasn't it somewhere in that?
Yeah, about 27. There's 1.68 Gretzkys every box. So, and considering those boxes were not searched at all, guaranteed 100%, then you're going to get your 1 to 2 Gretzkys for sure. And
so put it somewhere in between, Ray, between 25 and 30.
And everybody is saying that, the Gretzkys, you're lucky to get like 8 8s and 10 whatever 9s or something like that, and maybe a few 7s, and the possibility of a 10 from a nice case like that is a lot higher than anything else that is out there. Just saying, in comparative.
Oh, sure. But look, I can guarantee you can open it. You're not getting a 10. Not out of the box.
I wish I wrote down the numbers that we came up with, months ago when this first hit, because I think what we were coming up with and discussing over, a couple of weeks really
Thank you,
made
Carlisle.
what?
Carlisle just did the maths there. 26.88. 26.88.
Yeah. It's 27, I said. Yeah.
But if you remember, we actually did some maths and broke it all down and came up with some numbers and how much, how many Gretzky's would be in there. We averaged the grades, and say that they were sevens or whatever, because there's going to be some that are less than sevens and some that are right. And
average is 7,
and
with
there was nowhere
possibility
near
of 8s and 9s. So
nowhere near 3, and we figured what the going rate was for, sevens and a couple of 8s or whatever. And it was nowhere near the 3 point whatever $1 million. I mean, nowhere near it.
It is actually, if you look at the pack price.
And there's nothing else.
Yeah, the key though is you have to break it up like that. If you do
Yes.
the unopened material, you do by boxes or by packs, to your point, that you can do. You can basically get it back in the aggregate, in volume.
Yeah, you can. And
Yeah,
it's
you
sort of
can
like when
space
they
that
do
out.
the arrests when they find 10 pounds of marijuana or heroin or something, and they give you the street price per gram. And that's where they go, we found $15 million worth of, maybe 3 million.
But there's nothing else in that set that's worth anything, really.
There is the checklist. They do get good money. There is the last Gordie Howe. There is
we know about
Bobby Hall.
Right.
Bobby Hall is the last Bobby Hall is there.
Who?
Last Bobby Hall is there too.
Yeah.
Last Bobby Hall. Plus you have Minnesota. Who's the
Neil
defenseman
Broad?
there? Huh?
Oh, sorry, defenseman. Never
Bobby
mind.
Smith.
Bobby Smith, yes. And he's actually in a 10. He gets some respectable money. Actually, any of those cards in a 10 is amazing.
Right, because that's for super super rich. Want to have everything, the whole set in a 10 with the Gretzky in a 10. Yeah, then the whole set's in a 10. Yeah, I get it, but it just the maths don't math at the original number, especially where it's 3.5 million or whatever it was.
My takeaway is that you're questioning the Burrell. I'm already confused. Let me read a couple of these comments.
Doesn't make any sense.
Paul here
Please
says
go
the
that
auction
way.
house offered it to Eric for all his lemon cards, and he said no. That's
No.
true.
No way.
So Carlisle is here saying, I don't think we're seeing all the comments in chat on our end. Make sure, by the way, this is a quick tip. Again, depending on what platform you're using, if you're using TV or something, I don't know what the difference will be. But if you're on desktop or anything, there's live chat, and then there is top chat. Use
And
live
private
chat,
chat,
and it
too.
gives you. Yeah, but I'm saying use live chat because it actually shows all the comments.
Currently, yeah.
Because the top one will pick and choose. I don't know how it decides which ones to show. I can see all of them here, so I think we're okay. But the live chat is the best one to make sure you actually see stuff.
Mine is comments and private chat on the iPhone.
Yeah, and the comments I think is capturing everything. So I think
Yeah,
you're okay.
it's basically, yeah.
Yeah. So here,
But
Orlando
that
was
case
saying,
is, sorry.
go ahead.
No, I was just talking about the case, that case is going to end up in somebody's hands, and whether they're going to sell it or not, it doesn't really matter.
Yep.
To most of us, or to 99.99999% of us.
Sure.
So it doesn't really much matter. It is talking about the big stuff again. We talk about what makes news in the hobby, and it really doesn't even involve us for the most part. The case went a little cheaper than I thought it would go. Not that I'm right or wrong, but I've been a wax collector for 35 years, 40 years. I just see that being the ultimate box. I see that being better than any Jordan box. I see that being better than any other than vintage packs. That's the pinnacle of the hobby at this point. Because how many Jordan boxes are out there? Thousands.
Oh, still a lot. Yeah. They printed tons of that stuff at the time. There's still a lot of it still survived that is still out there, especially from 86.
There was $50 I could buy those back in 98, 99.
And for a while there, they were super cheap.
Oh, yeah.
Orlando was saying, wonder if Geoff will buy and open a box. So I was laughing because so I wanted to make sure I read the comment. I laugh because it's fun what becomes a big thing with folks. Geoff does and says a lot of dumb things. That's kind of his deal. That's what he always does. But I laughed. I didn't watch the original break, but apparently he did a break, I want to say of 1980 tops, maybe. So anyway, he did a break of this box, this vintage box. And in the box, he pulled a Louie Tiant card. Louie Tiant.
Who?
He was a pitcher for the Red Sox, amongst other things. I know Louie Tiant, number one, because actually, number one, I'm a baseball fan, but also my dad actually knew a little bit about Louie Tiant, and my dad's barely a baseball watcher. I just remember him talking about, yeah, I remember Louie Tiant and a couple of things related to that. So I know Louie Tiant. Also, Ferguson Jenkins Foundation would do the autograph signees at the Expo all those years. I would buy occasionally. I usually buy an 8x10 or a baseball because it was for charity anyway. So I'd buy them. I'd be like, and the
We
prices
had some
were
great
very fair.
stars there.
It was very fair prices. Very fair
always,
prices.
always. Yeah, it was for
So-
a good cause.
Yeah, and you were getting Hall of Fame autographs. I was able to get the Ferguson Jenkins himself. I got that one. Yep, that's Louie Tiant.
Yeah,
So
there
we
he
got
is.
that. I was able to get a Andre Dawson autograph. Louis Tiant as
okay.
well. He had
I know
Gaylord
Dawson.
Perry. Gaylord Perry.
I love
That was
Gaylord Perry.
that was another one that was basically there. So there were a lot of great Hall of Famers that you were able to get. Raleigh Fingers. Raleigh Fingers. I got an 8x10 of Raleigh
Love
Fingers.
Raleigh Fingers.
Yep, with the mustache and everything. So the point is, you could get, and by the way, you could get
Goose
these. They were-
Gossage. That's my. That's my.
I'm pretty sure Goose was there. At some
I love
point.
the goose.
The point though is that all of these were very fairly priced. The point, very fairly priced, and it's for charity. It was for a good
20
cause
bucks or something.
Yeah,
like that.
exactly. That's what I mean. Like it was a great cause. I literally have a Louis Tiant baseball just off screen here on my desk.
I have a
So
hockey
I
ball.
know. Yeah, I know who that. So the point is, even though it's before my time, I know Louis Tiant.
It doesn't matter.
But the reason it became a joke, the reason it became a meme, and this is Geoff once again being, is basically what Paul's putting here. He said Louis Taint.
No.
Yes, that's literally what Geoff said.
Oh, really?
Yep. He
Just-
couldn't figure out. He couldn't figure out like it's literally Tiant. Like just reading what the letters say, like should be half the battle for you. All you literally have to do is read what it says.
So Louis was beloved here in Boston Red Sox land, and he just passed away recently. And he was a very, very nice guy. Spoke his mind, had a very sharp sense of humor. Very sarcastic, and just said whatever he wanted to say. And he was from Cuba, I believe, originally. So he had a thick accent.
Yeah.
And freaking hilarious. And it was always good to see him when I had the opportunity. And I'm a little bothered that hearing that.
So Eric, that was the point. So the reason why I wanted to mention it, the reason I was explaining it, I didn't watch the break, so obviously I'm not bothered by it in the sense that it's like he says a lot of dumb things. However, I think it's fair, in the spirit of being fair, for other people to be really irritated with
To
it.
be
It's like,
fair,
yeah, to be fair.
I don't want to say it this time. Go ahead.
I said
Yeah.
it for you. Don't worry.
So the thing is that he is. I understood why they got upset because they'd say like, well, he presents himself as this expert. He's like, no, he's never. If he's ever uttered those words, then let's pull the clip because nobody reasonably thinks he's an expert. Now, mind you, he does have a lot of subscribers and everything. A lot of people just take it as it is. It's very dumb. But it's one of those things where like that's a situation where you do it to yourself. You recorded the video. Now, I kind of put some of the blame on the editors. It's like, well, shouldn't one of you know that he got this one wrong and maybe leave that one on the cutting room floor because it doesn't make the boss man look good. It actually makes because again, if you know anything about the sport, again, I don't hold Louis Tiant in this illustrious thing, but as Carlos says, he's currently on the Classic Era Hall of Fame ballot. So he's actually currently in the news as maybe he could wind up in the Hall of Fame this time around.
Yeah.
So the point is he was a great pitcher in his day.
I'd
He
say-
had a great background. If you're a baseball fan, you know the guy. Go ahead.
Side note, screw them now. All right. They had until the man just died. All right. I mean, he's only been gone a few months. If you weren't going to put him in the Hall of Fame while he was alive and celebrate him, I say screw you. What are you going to do it out of guilt now that he's dead? I hate that crap. And I stand by, whether I like someone or not, I stand by the fact of this drawing someone out for 40 years and whether or not they're a Hall of Famer is a bunch of crap. The Hall of Fames are too big in all the sports. There's too many damn people in them. And when you say a player's name and you don't get at least 90% of the people saying, yep, Hall of Famer, they shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. If there's a discussion and you have to say, well, compared to this person who's already in, his save percentage on rainy days on Sunday, he's actually hot. No, right there, sit and rotate. If you're not putting him in the Hall of Fame when you say, yep, that guy's definitely a Hall of Famer, they shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. That's number one. Two, why in the freaking world are you going to wait until this man's dead? That is a complete slap in the face to him, his family, his fans. That's disgusting. I don't want him. I don't want him in the Hall of Fame now. F you, shove your Hall of Fame up your ass, sports writers and Veterans Committee and all of that crap.
Wow.
I hate when they pull this shit.
Damn.
It really pisses me off. If you didn't think he was a Hall of Famer for the last 40 years that he's been, 40 plus years that he's been retired, where you could have celebrated the man who was a great, great guy, then don't put him in now that he's passed away a few months ago. Screw you.
He's got quite the hard line on this, Bobby. He seems very strong on this.
Screw
so
you.
I got a question, Eric. Based on your logic, though, does it make sense then that they put Ray Bork in the Hall of Fame? He's dead. He was dead on the inside. Does that count?
Ray's a very nice guy. He's shy.
But he's also dead on the inside.
He's not dead on the inside.
Did you when you met him? Did you not see the vacant eyes?
No.
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't look at it. You didn't make eye contact. Did he tell you not to make eye contact?
I make eye contact with Ray. I have many nice conversations with him. He's a very nice guy. He's very shy.
Very good.
And he has a reputation.
He's shy because he's dead on the inside.
No, he's actually quite shy and quiet. And people have this impression that he's kind of an asshole or standoffish or he doesn't want to talk to people. That's not the case at all. Even though he's been in the public eye since he was 18 years old, he is just shy. And
even though he left the mortal coil while still playing for the Boston Bruins.
And he's very
We should applaud this man. He's the first zombie in the Hall of Fame.
Shy for a white guy.
I know. It's crazy.
Yeah. Oh, Ziggy's here. Oh, my God. He did a good video on Sports Card Dad, dissing him a little bit. That was cool.
That's pretty. Isn't that like a weekly segment?
Pretty much, yeah.
Pretty much. I kind of figured, yeah.
But I tended to watch this one opposed to
okay, gotcha.
All
there
right.
you go. So it works for you. So Justin says, I need to buy sour cream and onion chips out of Guild. I think that's right.
Oh, do the Americans know about that? Or
sour cream and onion?
Well, Justin's sort of American. Does that count?
What sort of?
Well, I don't know. Listen, I question sometimes. Justin, I don't think knows where he is most of the time. Does that count?
Depends how many beers he's had.
That's what I'm saying. He may not know. He could be somewhere in the border between Manitoba in the States, and he might not know.
Yeah.
Can we be 100% sure he's not on the border of Manitoba as we speak?
He could be in North Minnesota and still almost be past Canada.
That's what I mean. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a real thing.
I think it is.
Yep. Yeah. Paul says Eric is fired up about the taint. Facts.
Mm-hmm.
I just think the Hall of Fame is bullshit, and just about every Hall of Fame, I think they're bullshit.
Well, hold on, Bobby. This makes me sad. Now, I have to now agree with Eric because I've been saying the Hall of Fame is bullshit for years, well before this.
The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is the worst. There's nothing worse than the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
Look how long it took them to get Rush in there. Come on.
They are the ultimate bunch of bullshitters right there.
You'll change your tune when the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame lets you in for your kazoo stylings.
Pretty much.
So Bob Wuzel says Hall of Fame voters are the worst people in the whole universe, according to Emmanuel. Ooh, Emmanuel, invoking Emmanuel. Eric is you now have Eric's attention.
Don't go there.
I was just gonna say.
It's a very spacey kind of. Anyways.
Yeah. So Bobby, I found out on eBay for science. I found out that they actually have DVDs.
No.
And I was like, I bet there's an address in Massachusetts this shit could get sent to.
Damn, I'd like to do it, but we don't have mail delivery, so.
Damn. Tell us how you really feel, Eric.
I don't want that filth in my house.
It's not filth.
I bet it is something horrible.
You have children. You know filth.
It's science fiction gold, sir. Science fiction gold.
I'm calling shenanigans.
How dare you?
Call it whatever you want.
It's Alien, it's 2001 A Space Odyssey, and Emmanuel in Space. It's a trilogy of great science fiction.
I'm calling shenanigans.
Paul says, are we talking Colorado Avalanche Great Ray Bork? I know. No. And also Zombie Ray Bork. Facts. Mm-hmm. Hit the like and subscribe. There you go.
That would be good. Yeah. Hobby Chance. Look at him. Discuss Iggy's new partnership with Sports Card.
I assumed they'd been in cahoots for the whole time. I just assumed.
Maybe.
So Zach here says, I saw 90 tops. Frank Thomas no name PSA 10 sold for 144K. Pop 1 and golden. Thoughts? Would have guessed higher or lower. So 144,000 is a pretty spicy meatball.
I'd say.
So out of the early 90s, that Frank Thomas, that one is interesting because it's an error, obviously. It's a thing that happened with 90 tops. There's not a ton of them out there. It is a tougher card to pull. 1990 tops also is condition sensitive. So PSA 10, that's pretty good. So you're starting with a rare card, and then you're taking one that already gets beat up condition wise. It doesn't take a lot to get damaged. PSA 10 is impressive. But then the 144,000, though, is a lot of money. Frank Thomas, though, is a Hall of Famer. It's kind of, if you're a Frank Thomas super collector, that's a massive card. I just don't know, 144 grand. That's a tough one. Interesting. I don't know. I would have guessed lower just because that's a lot of money, but I could see it. If you're chasing after Frank Thomas rarities from that time period, that's about as good as it gets.
I am so sick of Frank Thomas right now. Okay.
Why?
I'm going to tell you, and I don't know if this is going on up in Canada or not. I didn't watch enough TV up there when I was there recently, but here, I would say every 10 minutes, there's a commercial on with him promoting this, this snake oil from GNC, to help, older fellers get their youth back. This testosterone pill.
So what you're saying is you ordered a pallet and it's not working for you.
It's not, and I'm very upset.
I can imagine. That sounds like a problem.
I want a personal check from Frank Thomas and Doug Flutie. But I'm telling you,
Doug Flutie is what are you bringing Flutie Flakes into this?
Flutie Flakes and Frank Thomas,
Canadian icon Doug Flutie, sir,
are hawking this snake oil to guys my age to get your testosterone back up so you can lose weight and get in shape and look good. And they end the commercial with every single time he looks at the camera and kind of winks and says, "And fellas, she'll like it too."
So Eric, I think the problem here is that you actually watch television like a peasant. I don't watch television. Like I really don't. And I most of the time it's streaming stuff or even my sports. What's that? Repeat what you said.
I don't think I said anything.
Oh, go ahead. So anyway, so you're watching television like a peasant. I don't watch TV. I watch streaming games and such, but realistically, yeah. And then when it goes to commercial, most of the time I have it muted anyway, so you can literally play that commercial on loop, and I still wouldn't have seen it. Have no idea what you're talking about. But
unpeasant my TV watching then, because I am so. Come on, who else in the chat, especially those in the States, who else has seen the Frank Thomas and Doug Flutie commercials and are completely sick of seeing these damn things? Because they're
during
on
what? By the way, are you seeing this during a television show or a sporting event? What's going on?
everything.
Have you considered just PVRing your life and just fast forwarding through every commercial? It'll change your life. Just throwing it out there. So anyway,
I have Hulu Plus. I can't fast forward through commercials.
You need to start fast forwarding through life. Carlo here says, are we talking about the YouTube Baseball Card Hall of Fame? Maybe. Zach says for science. Always for science, Zach. Science is important. Let me tell you. And good evening, Hobby Champs. But since Bobby already acknowledged your comment, I'll move on. But good evening, Hobby Champs. Says, imagine this year's YouTube Baseball Card Hall of Fame class. Carlos, Sports Card Dad, and Ziggy. I don't know what's going to happen, man. We'll see. I actually think, considering how little effort I intend to put onto this one, I suspect that this time I won't fall off the ballot because it doesn't take much. You just need one vote to be on the ballot. But realistically, it's like, so last year I was on the bubble below the threshold that they came up with. And I was like, we're not going to get a repeat performance of that. It's not going to happen. I think we'll be much further down this time around.
Please don't vote for him, this show, or anything associated with it, please. Thank you.
Well, now you said that. Now everybody's going to vote for me. I'm going to be the first person to have a unanimous. It's going to be literally 100%.
Please don't.
You screwed us over. Nice job. Brett Favre should join Frank Thomas. That'd be amazing. In that situation, I would put it on repeat.
He hasn't. And I think it has to do with the legalities he's going through. Not his,
I think Brett. So Eric, I think the answer to your question is Brett Favre goes, "This shit's too shady for me."
yeah,
I was like, "Wow, damn."
Yeah.
All right,
Right.
whoa. Eric watches MASH reruns on a VHS taped evening at Nick at Night. Listen, and the problem is, even on the taped reruns of MASH, he's still getting this GNC commercial. That's
Yeah.
how bad it is.
I love MASH. Do you know what the name of the song is? The theme song that you hear before every episode?
Unless it's Monster Mash, I don't care.
No, it's everyone knows the theme song of MASH, and it doesn't have any words to it. Well, it does, and if you actually watch the movie that came out before the TV show, the song is sung in the movie, and it's called "Suicide is Painless," and that is the song that you hear as the TV show starts. Every episode.
Suicide is painless, and no one else.
I keep thinking. Eric invoked this, and I keep thinking, like, so is that what Ray Borka listened to before he took himself out?
Actually,
and then he got to the Hall of Fame after, of course, because he's a zombie and he's dead on the inside, as Eric already alluded to.
Not dead on the inside; he's shy.
He's super dead on the inside.
He's just
so Bob Boozle says, "Watch more Lifetime Network. You'll never see Frank Thomas again, yet."
I bet you will, because I'm telling you, at the end, he's like, "And ladies, you'll like it too." And then
I said trivia for MASH. You know that, right?
Really?
Oh yeah.
I didn't hear. I didn't hear what you said, Bobby. What?
I could do trivia for MASH.
Oh, I love MASH, man.
I know every episode. I've seen it 10 times each.
Yep.
We didn't have much to watch in the 80s.
I know. What do you think? I was watching along with you. I know.
You basically flip between that and Dallas.
The original was really the best. That was actually had Donald Sutherland, which I met because I kind of grew up with Kiefer Sutherland, so kind of neat.
Yep.
I got to meet him.
Was awesome.
He introduced me. He goes, "Yeah, that's my dad. He did Eagle Has Landed," and I went, "Whatever." I was in grade 3. What do you want?
Yeah. Well, who cares?
Frank Thomas / Flutie commercial is for Nugenics.
Oh no! Don't say that.
It's horrible, and it's constant.
Like I said, I think your problem is the television situation, man. I think you need to get on the PVR train. Just telling you.
Yeah.
It's constant.
It'll fix your problems. I can't remember the last commercial that is there.
Eugenics is supposed to fix my problems. Supposed to fix all my problems.
So, you got way too many problems.
Did you take the right dosage? Because maybe you just need to double it. Maybe you need 2 pallets.
Take all. It says you get a jug of this stuff, and it does. It comes in a not like a pill bottle. On the commercial, it looks like it comes in a jug, right? And,
you're saying in the commercial, not like so. In my cupboard, it's taking up this much space.
Yeah, right. Well, that too, and I think it says take all the pills.
Really? Is that beside the bottle of adrenochrome there, or what?
I bet you the problem is that you haven't added the accelerant. I happen to know for a fact if you combine, Bobby, trust me, this is science right now. I'm speaking some science.
It is.
If you need an accelerant, so the problem is, so you can have Miracle Whip, you can have mayonnaise actually combines with it, and molecules start intermixing, and that actually increases its potency 1,000-fold.
No. Yeah, you add a couple extra egg yolks in there.
They now have a new product. This incredible fat shredder is like thermofuel or something. I don't know. That they sell at the end of the main commercial, and they said, and now for only this much money, you can get this amazing fat burner thermofuel, and oh my god!
I'm going to see my doctor this afternoon. I'm going to ask him about Ozempic. Yes. Okay.
We've learned a lot today.
Oh,
that's a lot more hashtag science than I thought we would get in the first hour. That's very impressive.
Yeah,
I'm not gonna lie.
We usually wait till second or third hour. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say we got a lot of science in. We're still inside the first hour. I'm really impressed with this.
Yeah.
Blinding with science.
Well done. Well done. So I'm actually gonna wait. I'll wait until the second hour to give my Mike Kramer book report.
Oh yes.
I want to give it a couple. I want to give it a little bit. We're getting there, but not quite yet.
Yeah.
Not quite yet. Not quite. Because I actually I took a couple of notes. I have some thoughts. On the Mike Kramer memoir, and Eric will appreciate this. He'll enjoy it. All I gotta say is get ready. We're gonna be talking some crab fishing. By that I mean I'm going to invoke a lot of crab fishing because he sure does. He sure invokes some crab fishing.
When I think the collecting hobby, I think crab fishing.
As you should.
What?
Hey, who
I'll
doesn't?
explain, Bobby. Bobby, that's a tease. That's
Only
a tease.
if you're in Boston.
Bobby, it's a tease. I'm telling you. I swear to you, there will be crab fishing. I guarantee there will be crab fishing. I promise.
Hey,
I
Bobby,
guarantee it.
check this out. I picked this up today. I'm very excited about it.
I can't see much because the screen is this big.
I don't know exactly what it is. I'm guessing it's a postcard from the late 60s, early 70s.
Let me get rid of the side thing and see if I can get bigger here.
I'll make it.
Oh, there we go. Okay, go ahead.
You pull it out of the plastic so
now I can see it.
Glare a little. I assume this was there's nothing on the back. I assume this is some kind of maybe postcard sold at the Boston Garden or something back in the day.
I would assume it was issued either by the team or individual. And I don't know if it's sold at the gardens there. Yeah, maybe.
But the fact that he has no facial hair, but just the sideburns, I'm thinking it's like 69, 70.
Yep, I would say. He's very young there. His rookie's, 69, so yeah.
67. His rookie card is 67.
Yeah, you would know that better than me.
But anyway, I picked this up.
67. Yeah, that he's got a little bit more hair, so probably 69 is a good guess. Yeah,
but there's nothing on it to tell you anything.
No, that's your general postcard, and a lot of those guys would make their own postcards, and they would mail them out to people signed. You didn't get yours signed, but
well, next time I see him, I'm going to get it signed
because you know people.
Well, yeah, a little, but I mean, he does plenty of signings. So whether I can get it done through connections or whether I go to a show that he's signing at.
Yeah.
But
sure.
But yeah, I'll get that signed at some point. But I was wondering if you maybe knew exactly.
No, there's postcards are, they did team issue postcards, and then a lot of guys who came in maybe a little bit after the team issue postcards, they would do their own thing. My friend Jerry, he's been a postcard collector since 1954. And I said I wanted to do the postcards. He goes, Bobby, you don't want to get into postcards. And I said, really? He goes, yeah, you don't know which ones were issued by the team, by the player, by the thing. It's so hard. I said, okay, I'll leave it. I'll move on, and I'll do an app.
What?
I said I would do an app.
Hypothetically, yeah.
Oh, well, if you ever do, you let me know, okay?
I will. First.
Right. We'll keep you posted. Honestly, we'll keep you posted.
I'll text you right away. Bing, bing,
no,
bing.
I'm not a postcard collector or an expert by any means. I mean zero knowledge on collecting postcards. I know some people, collect all sorts of postcards every time they go traveling or something, right? I usually see postcards with something written on the back.
Well, they typically call those postcards. There's a lot of Montreal Canadian ones. Actually, you asked me about those, the Montreal Canadian ones. Very similar, blank backs, issued through the mid to late 60s. A lot of Montreal Canadians. That's actually just a Boston Bruin one, which you don't see a lot of, to be honest with you. So that might just be a singular.
I don't know. Yeah.
Because a lot of guys come into the league and then they do their own postcards if they're not issuing anything because, he was pretty popular in 69. He was doing all those commercials and, so.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. All right, so I'll touch on this one here briefly. So Elong here, good evening. Sorry if this has already been addressed. I don't see why it would be, but I'll read the question. But how is PSA Canada preparing for any potential tariffs for submissions? So I like this question because
tariffs already.
But here's the thing. I do want to give a little point of order. So a little hashtag scholarship. So two things. Number one, I can't answer that because I'm not PSA Canada. However, what we can do is I can direct you to PSA Canada's website and you can reach out to them further. But also a second thing, and this is important. A tariff is, so do we, just so we're all on the same page, do we know what a tariff is? Do we actually understand what a tariff is?
I do.
It's a tax on traded goods.
Yes.
Tax on imported goods.
On imported goods and services, yes. So it's one of those little things where it's kind of in this gray area because if you're importing something, that's where tariffs can come in. if you're sending something and you paid for a service and are getting it back. So most of the time where somebody does something with PSA Canada, what you're getting charged is you're getting charged taxes.
On the service. Only.
Yeah. Yeah. You're getting
Not
charged
on
on
the
service.
item itself.
Yeah. So very important distinction. Tariffs is not the same as customs.
Yes.
They're not the same things.
Yeah.
You're getting charged customs now. So
Right.
that depends on the declared value of the item and all these things. Tariffs, customs are two different things. So it's not necessarily under more circumstances.
Well, you don't have
tariffs
to pay customs
are
if
relevant.
you're getting something returned as a service. So you're
Exactly.
fine.
That's what I'm getting at, Bobby. So the reason why I'm making a distinction here is like tech. I won't speak for PSA Canada, but I'll just say based on the normal definition of tariffs, their preparation would be like business as usual, because
Basically,
it has nothing to
Nothing's
do
gonna
with them
change, no.
because it's not a tariff
No.
situation.
From what I understand and what I've been reading and paying attention to, the incoming administration is threatening these tariffs on manufactured goods.
Basically,
Not
yeah.
every single thing that goes across the border left and right. It's manufactured goods.
Yeah.
And it's being used as a threat to get some other things done.
Sure enough.
And the chances of it actually happening, I would guess, are actually pretty low. Discussions have already been made. Trudeau's already flown to Florida, had a meeting, flown back in like less than 12 hours. It's about immigration and it's about drugs.
He came to Mar-a-Lago for lunch.
Right.
So
So
he did get the dinner treatment.
the same threat's been put on Mexico for the same reasons. Discussion. This is how you open up negotiations. I don't see tariffs being put on Canada. From what else I'm reading, I think the incoming administration is going to be really good for Canada, especially opening up pipelines, doing business, getting.
I think if they brought the oil sands back, that would be a good thing because then Western Canada can make some money again. And I think they're really pissed off about that.
I don't see these tariffs being a real thing. I think it's a starting point of a threatening negotiation, because that's how the incoming administration deals with things. They don't say please, they just go right to threatening and then back off if you agree. And
I wish that was the way with Canada Post.
Yeah. So I don't think any of that's going to happen, and I also don't think it's going to affect mail. This is manufactured goods is what the threat is all about. So if cars are being built in Canada and being sold in the United States, tariffs. So
I don't think the mail's coming back until the new year. So my opinion.
Well, I think Canada Post doesn't really have there's no urgency for them.
They can't even come to a consensus of halfway there. It's so bad.
Yeah. So it's one of those things.
Postal Service is bankrupt also. So we've been having issues like this for years down here, because as soon as email was invented and the internet and cell phones and texting, and they lost billions and trillions and gazillions and megazillion dollars instantly. So, the U.S. Postal Service is bankrupt also. We got
they're not bankrupt here in Canada. Those were expenditures. And that was the main thing, is they already planned on spending for 5 years. So being $750 million down isn't really down because it was actually an expenditure. So it shouldn't really be called a negative on that regard. But they do want higher wages. I understand that.
I want higher wages.
Everybody wants higher wages. But if you're going to hit trades wages and you are unskilled labor, like honestly, after you leave the post office, what are you going to do?
I'm only concerned with the
surgery. What else?
Listen, all I'm saying, the surgical skills are not to be questioned. The important thing is, the only concern I have is the inflationary effect of the like button, because that's
going to be well affected, because actually our dollar is going down. He's going to pay
like the Bank of Canada.
less.
I'm looking ahead at some forecasts, and it's looking like some major increases coming in 2025.
The new administration specifically talked about like button costs.
How much is that?
Oh, tell us what they said, Eric.
Please.
No more like.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Anyway, so Bob Ozel had a question.
Good luck.
Canada becomes the 51st state. Will Carlos be happy, sad, or mad? I look forward to seceding.
Sure. Secede if you want.
It's worked in the past.
Yeah.
Now, mind you, in fairness, I am also considering the source. And there's a 50-50 chance they'll declare the 51st state, but it will actually be Mexico.
Yes.
Because they didn't read the map the correct way.
Well,
or Uzbekistan. It could also be Uzbekistan.
Yeah, anything's possible. There's some silly people.
If they do Canada, they're going to have to take Montreal separately, and they'll have to take Western Canada separately, and nobody wants Newfoundland, Nova Scotia, and New Brunswick, PEI alone. So I think we're looking at 55 states, because you got none of it too, right?
Oh, well, you got to have the separation, yeah.
Yeah.
It'd actually be kind of hilarious, because that may actually collapse the United States, and that would make me laugh.
I think it would.
Like, it is such a pain. You do not understand the duct tape that is holding this business together.
Red and green.
It's it's one of those things. Like, do you have any idea how many? It would be fun, because then literally Quebec would secede, Ontario would secede, British Columbia would secede.
Oh, yeah.
And then all of a sudden New York is like, we want in on some of that business, and then there'd just be secessions left, right, and center. Like, wait, can we get in on this?
Crazy.
That'd be amazing. That would be like literally the dumbest thing you could do. Is like, you know what? Your best bet is just leave it be.
Then I would
Just
get a gun.
leave it be.
The craziness of the whole thing. I honestly don't know if they were joking or serious. You just don't know anymore. It's just
About what?
My stance is I don't care. They can be complete. I do not believe sincerely that they will be able to screw in a light bulb. So I was like, go ahead, give it a shot. See how it goes for you.
Good luck.
Give it a go.
Yep.
Give it a go. Give it a go,
How
my
many
dude.
Americans would take the screw in a light bulb? I don't know.
About 350 million right now.
Yep.
Yeah. So good luck. Let us know how it turns out.
Lefty Lucy, righty.
Yeah.
Lucy?
Well, look. Right now, it's going to
righty,
depend on which side.
Lucy.
Right now,
You
it's going to
figure
depend on
that
the side
out.
of the
Oh
aisle
my
you're on.
God. How do you guys ever build anything in the United States? It's amazing.
It hasn't happened in decades.
Lots of red tape. Takes a long time.
No wonder
it
your
hasn't happened
bridges
in
are
decades.
falling apart. Like, God damn.
Well, the infrastructure is just horrible. Bridges
It's actually
buildings falling down, roads are in ill
we're
repair.
always in constant construction here because the construction companies get a contract, they get another contract to keep everybody working, another contract, and then they spend 2 days here, 2 days there, and 1 day there. It's like, so every project takes about 6 months, 8 months. You could build a building by the time they do some work on a creek.
Bobby, you're talking. The big dig, I think, went on for 47 years.
I'm still sure it's going on somewhere.
Like, there's a real good chance somebody is still like hammering in a nail somewhere, like right to this very day.
You know that historical fact, and I believe it is a fact that you can look it up. I've read about it in the past that there was a Japanese soldier on a base or something.
Yeah, who thought the war was still on.
And thought the war was still on.
I think it's more than one. I think there's more than one. But go on.
Decades later. Right, and he was still, fighting for Japan, staying at his post. War's been over for a long time, like a decade, and they come across this guy, and he had no idea, right? So that's what's going on with the big dig. Somewhere under Boston, there's like an old man with a shovel, still digging, thinking.
The problem, Eric, is that the old man with the shovel is actually the guy from the Japanese army who has moved to a new cause that is also not ended.
Yeah.
Didn't they make a song of that? Japanese soldier lost in America. No?
No.
Oh,
No.
wrong one.
I think Louie Tiant sung that one. So
Okay.
Paul says, it all comes together. So modern infrastructure projects is why I'm convinced that aliens built the pyramids. Probably.
Well.
Aliens built the pyramids. Aliens who have these amazing ships and then they build something out of fucking stone. Come on, dude.
Paul, it's like Bobby. He didn't write it all the way through. It was illegal aliens.
Oh, sorry.
It was construction folks that came through. It was construction folk that came through Egypt. They're like, "You want us to build a pyramid? Yeah, fine, we'll build a pyramid." And then they left.
Illegal. See, I didn't see that.
That
wasn't there, but I think
slavery.
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, like, done. That is historical fact, sir. Hashtag scholarship. Hashtag scholarship.
Yeah, we need that.
Let it not be questioned. Like, it's all lizard people. Name's right.
Lizard people, I like that. Yeah.
Lizards. Are you guys watching the videos of all the lizards falling out of the trees in Florida this week?
No.
Almost everything in Florida falls out of the trees. Literally, ham falls out of a tree every Thursday. Like, it's normal. Florida man. They're Florida man.
Oh my
Thank God Michelle's there to pick them up.
Yeah, thank goodness.
Jeez. She's not there again, is she?
I don't know.
So these
I would
Florida
just
facts
assume.
are brought to you by AMG Collectibles, the AMG Collectibles YouTube channel. See? Look at that segue. These
Nice.
facts are brought to us by AMG.
You better not be.
I don't think they want to take any credit or blame for what has happened. But nonetheless, here we are. We managed. We succeeded.
It's
We
about
did
the
it.
flow.
Nonetheless, there will be a podcast episode and a live this week. They will be both things. And they will be, so unlike the podcast, which is 5% more mature than this, those will be like 555% more mature because frankly, our standard is dropping every single week out. But this is the longest running episodic, whatever this is. So whatever horrible jokes and insult we get, we'll probably carry over to next week because that's what happens.
This whole thing sucks.
Did you see? Did you see on the show I was on, the Hockey Card Gong Show there?
You on the hockey?
What?
Card?
You were on the Hockey Card Gong Show? Outrageous! Breaking news! Breaking news!
Okay. Yeah, I was there.
Rip.
Any which
That's
way.
about the appropriate amount of enthusiasm. Go on.
Any which way, Phil comes on. He goes, "Oh, you got to get this book by Richard Scott." And I went, "It's got everything that Bobby just went through." And I went, "Like fuck." Like Richard Scott. Here's Richard Scott. He actually, in 2008, I wrote for Canadian Sports Magazine, CSC, Canadian Sports.
Yeah, CSC, yeah.
And I wrote for them, and Richard Scott was actually the editor at that time. So I talked to Richard Scott. I know him very personally anyways.
This was the book I think he wrote on OPC, right?
Yes, he did. He
there was a
the
recent
history
one,
of OPC and cards and something like that. So
That's
you
what
might as well just
yeah.
buy the fucking book and not watch my video any which way, as I got 1,400 anyways.
Okay.
So he says that, like, I don't know what's with Phil. Any which way, he starts talking about that book, and it's everything that I said. No, I told Richard Scott that way back. I said that OPC, this is what he did with the magazine. He's the editor in 2008. In 2009, he did this. I said OPC is really tops. All the packs and everything were produced by OPC, and it was under the license of Tops. So what did Richard Scott do? Like, what did Jesus do? Okay. He actually relisted everything as 54 OPC, 55 OPC, 56 OPC. I went, oh my God. In the guide. So this is Richard Scott, but he did just everything that Bobby did, pretty much. I went deep, guys. I went really deep. Like, people don't even know half the stuff that I was spouting out there. And honestly, if Richard Scott can do that, well, God bless him. Anyways, I'll leave it at that.
So you can look forward to part 2 of Bobby's
part
masterclass
2,
on OPC
yeah.
at some point.
Oh, wait. And then Phil gets into a soliloquy about, Don Cherry and whatever. And then everyone says, what was with that racist thing? I went, oh, my God. Do you have to wreck everything, Phil? I'm glad you got your own show. What's it started already? Yeah, God damn. Any which way. So I don't know what's with Phil, but he's sort of my nemesis or something. I don't know what's going on.
Wow. Okay.
It seems like it. Josh
So
is
is he like a nemesis or is he like a nemesis? Because Eric has a lot of those.
Double
I
pluralize
believe
it.
it's Nemesis.
Nemesis. How do you spell that?
Nemesi?
Nemesi.
Yes.
I like
Messiah.
Nemesi. It's like octopi.
Nemesi. He is your
You can have
Nemesis.
multiple.
Octopi is one, isn't it?
No, octopi is multiple.
Well, oct is 8.
If it's an octopus, is an octopi is one. But in the other phrase, it's pluralized. Octopi being many, right?
Yeah, octopi is many. Yeah, if you pluralize
Yes.
it. Yeah.
Okay. So he's an octopi. Anyways. So
Well,
anyways,
I think we're trying to figure out nemesis or we're trying to figure out nemesi.
we haven't figured that out. We went. to
Listen, he may have a
octopi
lot
after
of. So wait, so we're all on the same page. Does it count if he may have multiple personalities? Does that make him a nemesi?
It actually seems like he does the way he talks. He's like all over the board.
I was gonna say, does
He's
that
a
count?
very motivated person.
Sure.
He wasn't there when I was doing the interview. It was only Bob Louie and Josh. And then he came in after because he had a date or something with a girl or something like that. So he only reviewed it after the fact. And then he goes, look at this book. It did everything that Bobby said right in here. Okay.
Wow.
Damn. I might as well not do part 2. Really.
Hey.
At that
Wait, is part 2 already
why don't we
recorded or
just
is that
why don't we
TBD?
read?
Don't take
have a
that
sit
from
back
me.
And read from Richard Scott's book, and we'll just flip through the pages and see how much.
So Bobby, in all seriousness, for the record, has part 2 been recorded already or is that not done yet?
No, in January I'm going to do it. Yeah.
Oh, so it hasn't been done yet.
No,
wait,
not.
if this war escalates, Eric, part 2 may not happen.
It may not.
Oh, it has to. Don't do this
It's on
to
the
me.
edge.
The Burrell
It's on the
Loud
edge of
Collective
this
War
month.
may go on.
If I get
no,
pushed to
I
the
need
edge,
this.
it's gone.
Bobby, if this situation escalates, I may have to offer my venue to do part 2. Otherwise, the people will never know. I may
You're
just
right.
be like, you know what? Since it can't get done, I'm going to do it myself. The Burrell, as you were.
Well,
Go
he's
on.
going to just sit there and look through that book and see
Richard
how
Scott's
many.
book.
And Richard Scott's a nice enough guy, but he's I seen him at the show, and he said, you're the guy and stuff like that. And I said, you're still a dink in my head, but I didn't say it out loud. But I just said it out loud now. So
I was gonna say, like, Eric, we're not even talking shade anymore.
Well,
we're talking literally like
here's
a nuclear
here's-
winter over here. We got a whole thing going on.
well, Richard Scott lost his job, and then Jeff Morris actually bought the book. Remember, I was talking about Jeff Morris. He still hasn't gotten back to me, which worries me because I know he has some cancer issues. So, anyways, so Richard Scott's there, and I said, Richard, please do not do another cover with Gretzky on it. Please. Because he was Gretzky, because he grew up in that time period. That's his thing, right? And I said, please do not do another Gretzky cover. Just put somebody else on it, please. And then he would write about, like, he would put an article in there too, and he would write about the 79, whatever.
It sounds like a Philly Joe. Like I'm feeling like a confluence of problems right now. Philly Joe
It
is
wasn't
saying,
a
is he from
confluence,
Atlanta
it
and
was
likes ice
actually-
cream cake?
Yeah. Well,
Is it a Venn diagram of Bobby Burrell problems? Like it all comes together in this one individual?
Well, I'm giving you history here. We're going back to 2008, 2009. And then I went to Beckett after that, and then dealing with them was another issue. Anyways, on top of that, it's honestly, I'm surprised those magazines ever came out. When Jeff Morris took over, actually, he was pretty good, but then it went bankrupt in 2010. It just couldn't survive that time period. For Canadian sports cars, wasn't much going on in 2010, 28, 27. It was kind of like, meh. But if it was 2018, 2019, I think it might still be alive today. But regardless,
I would say, so one thing I'll say though, I've still got some back issues and stuff. I haven't had the chance. I want to revisit the series that I did a while back where I went through some magazines. I actually have some Canadian sports car collector magazines.
From what year?
The thing is, I want to say 96, 97, some stuff in that range.
Yeah, I wouldn't be in there. Yeah.
So, but I'll say is that I haven't gone around to it. I have a little time now that we got the holidays, so I want to see. The key though is with those series, I like to actually sit down and make sure I read through it because if there's some interesting things in the articles, I want to talk through them a little bit.
Sure.
Well, CSC actually has some decent articles and a fair number of them, so it's not like a flip through. Beckett was good, but a lot of times you'd be like some of the stuff would just be like nice, pretty pictures, so you could kind of flip through that a lot quicker. The written material was a lot less dense. Some of the CSC articles could get a little bit more involved. So, and they simply had more in there.
It was a good time for discovery at that time. There was one writer in particular. I forget who his name is. Anyways, I contacted him. I sent him one of my books one time, and he really didn't associate much with me. But then again, there was something with him, and I don't even want to get into it. But any which way, it wasn't good. And that's why he got out of writing and what have you like that. I don't even think he's alive today. But he used to write some really good articles.
So he's like Ray Bork, basically.
Sorry?
Hey.
Simon Bork?
So he's like Ray Bork, basically.
Oh, Ray Bork. Okay. Yeah.
Leave Ray alone. What did he do to you?
Ray Bork didn't do anything to me. I'm just reporting the facts. Ray's dead on the inside. What do you want from me?
He's not dead on the inside. He's just shy and quiet. I told you that.
Ray.
So are a lot of the dead, Eric. A lot of dead are real quiet.
It's funny, if we go back to even 2008, 2009, we don't know that much about the hobby at that point. We don't know how many, really what's going on, unless whatever is written in Beckett or CSC at that point.
Pretty
we
much,
were still discovering stuff along the way. Remember, my second book came out in 2006. That rectified a little bit of stuff, but 2015, I really rectified a lot of the misnomers and what have you. But it took that long. Like, everybody thinks the 2000s, oh yeah, everything's modern, everybody knows everything. But no, not so much. Not so much, surprisingly.
I'd argue people still don't know most of the stuff.
Yeah,
the fact that we have to have the same conversation over and over again, even the base, Even the basics haven't come across yet. So anyway,
Will they
Cece
ever?
says, "Good evening, gents. How is Bobby doing? How is Bobby today? He's a little extra spicy
A
today.
little right.
Eric, I'm kind of enjoying. Bobby's on his spicy
I'm just
era right
being
now.
honest. Is all I'm doing.
Uh huh. Look, I'm just saying you're jeopardizing part 2 on Gong Show as we speak.
It doesn't really matter. Who else are they going to get? Really, Richard Scott? Maybe.
Maybe Richard Scott. Look, it sounds to me like Phil is
Wouldn't
pitching
that
for
be a
Richard
great
Scott.
fill-in? Part 2 is by Richard Scott.
Part 2 is Richard Scott. That's right.
Well, from 1968 to 1979, Gretzky's rookie year, OPC and Topps both issued cards. 1989, they stopped issuing cards. They sold the 96 to Nestle's. And thanks, guys. See ya. That would be it.
You know what? I
was on for an hour and 20 minutes explaining from 1886 to 1968. So
I think what this sounds like to me is, I think this sounds to me, and Bobby, you'll appreciate this reference, and I think so will you, Eric.
Okay.
This sounds to me like a situation where if the Richard Scott thing escalates, what may happen here is Gong Show may bring on Richard Scott to try to fill in part 2, which will be not canon. But then we will have to produce part 2 with Bobby. And it'll be, all of a sudden, a James Bond 1983 situation.
Wouldn't that be something?
Do you guys know what happened with James Bond in 1983?
I do.
Yes, Eric, would you want to tell the people? What happened in 1983 with James Bond?
I know!
What happened, Eric?
They decided that they were going to bring back a 200-year-old Sean Connery to play James Bond again, even though Roger Moore was the current James Bond.
Who was also 200 years old, by the way, but go on.
Who was also 257 years old. And they did it outside of the Broccoli studios, and they did it like an independent thing. And so you had 2 James Bonds in 2 different movies in the same year.
Yep. 1983, Never Say Never Again, which is the Sean Connery James Bond, which I believe was a redone version of one of the other ones.
And his
Thunderball
was horrible.
Yeah, I think it was Thunderball. I think it was basically what they kind of redid it and kind of stylized it, and basically that's what it was.
Yeah,
and then at the same time, and then I think in 83, I think the Roger Moore one, I think was Octopussy that year.
Octopussy, I remember that.
Yeah,
one.
So you had 2 Bond movies at the box office technically. Yes. Both actually did pretty well, all things considered. So it was adapted from Thunderball. So I was correct. So actually, but both movies
Thunderball
actually
was a different movie with James Caan.
It was, but the thing is, it was adapted from. Like they took parts of the plot and kind of put together a thing.
Yeah.
But both actually made some money that year in '83.
You know, that was the time that everybody went to movie theaters. You didn't have anything on TV, that you could order or anything like that. You could, but I mean, very little. So you had to go to the theater.
So that's why I figured you guys would appreciate that reference. Sounds to me like we may have a canon, non-canon kind of cross-promotional like kind of battle of the part 2s.
I'm seeing it.
I think so. Part 2 might be interesting.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying. I'm just trying to tell you guys the truth there. If I hold back on stuff, then you don't know anything, right? So I'm just telling you from my history of being in the hobby as a historian for 30 years. I'm just giving you the backstories.
So, Cece, I think to bring it all together, I think to per your question, I think Bobby's being a little spicy. I think Bobby is trying to bring forth the dogs of war. I am a man of peace, but it sounds to me like Bobby is ready. He's mobilizing for war.
Bad?
You're mobilizing for war, Bobby. I see what's happening. It's going to be you and Loud Phil.
You're stocking up.
I'm just telling the truth.
You are buying ammunition by the bulk.
Yeah, right now as we speak, you are right now on the border. Yes. You are on the border of Poland in 1939. Right now, you are on the border.
Just waiting to cross, waiting for your marching orders.
I guess.
Just saying. Just throwing it out there. Look,
yeah, it's interesting.
I've seen this before. I try to be a little bit nice.
Who wants to get Richard Scott's book? It's the history of OPG. I don't think it's through the eyes of OPG. I just think it's the history of OPG. And then you learn that it's the name is from the Ojibwe word for Robin. So I think that's probably in his book too. I'm sure it is. Actually, I might even have to order that book. No, I can't order it. No, it won't be delivered till.
Is part of the issue here that he doesn't credit you? Is that part of the problem?
I don't think he. Actually, I've never seen his book, so I can't. And a lot of people said who had his book, said it really wasn't a history. It was just a picture card kind of explanation about.
I like picture books.
Oh, Eric
No,
needs
it was
pictures.
just like, this is the year, this is the issue, and this is what happened. You know, he has talked to
So it's
Garrett
more of a
Green
summary.
over the years.
More of a summary.
Yes,
I
very
like
much.
pictures.
But, you know, anybody who has that book, please let us know. And there's probably nobody out there, so we're good.
Wow.
I'm just saying.
The shade, Eric. The shade. My
Man,
goodness.
who pissed in your Cheerios this morning?
Nobody pissed on my Cheerios. I'm just telling you honest stories. That's the problem. I'm trying to
Eric,
go forward.
I
and
might be
being
a man of
more
peace, but I'm
honest
really
with
liking
my-
this. I'm liking this direction.
Dog.
Yes, I know.
You're the man
Charles
of
would
peace.
like this.
Bobby is the dog of war.
Go
And I
for it.
love it.
It is the honest truth of what happens. If I could actually tell you everything that I know, you would just, this show would explode.
Wow.
Honestly. But we're just going with a few little things. But
Well,
just
tidbits.
Phil coming in and saying that, and just like, you know, and then he goes on and like he wrecked the whole. I got 1,400 views on that thing. Like, God, and that's good actually for people, because I think going forward, if you know a little bit more about the history of OPC, I think it's a little bit better, and the combination between tops. And I got a few other things, extra things to say. If you did watch it, there was a few things I overlooked myself when I went back and relooked at it. So I'm gonna address those as soon as I come back. Just a few small items, but you know, it's so hard to remember everything, and then they ask a few questions, and you just get, you know, off on another tangent. But it's a really important history between Tops and OPC, and that people understand it, and that wax packs were not issued in the United States until 67, other than that, 68. And everybody says that they were. Brian Wen says they were. Everyone says, yeah, they were. But they were just issued in sets or singles. So there you go. That's the history of OPG right there. I just said it in 5 words.
But now I don't have. Now, if I buy the book, it just.
What book? What book? Richard Scott's?
Yeah.
I was going to say.
You can't even get it shipped because he's in Canada.
I was going to say, unless he couriers it over to you.
Unless he does. I can
Yep.
take a leak. Excuse me.
Go for it.
I can't even get out of here. I don't even know how to get out of here anymore. There's nothing here to.
Where do you want to go?
I just want to mute.
He's trying to go off camera for a minute.
Oh, there it is. Okay, you have to go to.
You've had it?
Stupid.
I'm going to buy him a laptop.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So Eric, I gotta be honest. Spicy Bobby there was very entertaining to me. I'm sitting here.
Bobby.
My Schadenfreude cup runneth over. I was kind of enjoying that entire sequence.
As long as he doesn't aim it to me, I love it.
you enjoyed it, did you?
Oh yeah, no. If he starts getting mad at me, I'm just going to sit here and cry and be quiet for a while.
There you go.
But if he wants to unleash his Bobby-ness on other people, I'll sit back and cheer that on. But just don't aim it to me. I don't like it. It's scary.
Wow, amazing. Jeez. So yeah, so CC asked the question. It turns out your timing on the question was good. Turned out your timing is great. And I try to be nice because, you know, Baba Louie is a fellow Medano collector, so I do appreciate that aspect of it. But a lot of the other aspects I appreciate substantially less.
I just, listen, I don't want to accuse anybody of anything. All right?
Mm.
I don't know for sure.
Mm. You're about to throw out accusations. I like it. Go on.
I have a suspicion.
A suspicion.
That possibly, maybe, he borrowed his screen name from someone else.
Whoa. We're throwing out all the grenades tonight, man.
I can't say definitely. I don't want to go on record. I don't want lawsuits. I think there is a small, microscopic possibility that maybe, sort of, kinda.
Wow.
He borrowed his screen name from someone else.
Are we talking Baba Louie or one of the other ones?
Yes.
It
sounds like Baba Louie. That maybe was extremely more famous in like the 90s, early 2000s.
Whoa. Outrageous. Zach says, I do miss you back.
Possibly, maybe, kind of, yes, he did.
Scandalous. Zach says here, I do miss your Becca videos. Yeah, I'm going to try to get back to them. I've got a couple of issues still. It's one of those things where it got on the back burner because I did not have the access to them. I did have a couple that I just hadn't gotten around to. Paul was nice enough to provide some Canadian sports card collector magazines and some Tough Stuff magazines. I'd love to do a Tough Stuff one. I think that'd be fun. There's some stuff in there. But the key is I have to sit there and go through the magazine cover to cover, take a good look at it, read some of the articles, get myself back up to speed with what was going on in that one, and that way, when I present it to you, I can summarize some of the stuff in it because I'm not literally reading the whole magazine to you. Otherwise, that would take too long. But the hope is to be able to showcase a couple of the things that people were talking about at the time, and be able to point out some of the letters to the editor are some of my favorite things in those magazines. Just because you're getting these vantage points from these folks at that time period, it's actually really fun. I do enjoy checking those out. And I think it's a fun time capsule, especially for those of us that were around back then. But it's a reminder because it's been so long that we forget what that was like. We don't remember what folks were talking about. But some of the stuff, and that was the point of the original series, some of the stuff was stuff that we're talking about right now. They were talking about back then. They were talking about the boxes being too expensive and pricing kids out of the hobby back then. They were talking about them overprinting, too many sets, too many parallels, too many this back then.
We've talked about that here. I've talked about my experiences in the 90s as a college age kid.
Evening Ham.
You know, and that is when I went, I'm doing vintage only. I cannot keep up with this. I can't afford it. I can't keep up with the sets. They're coming every 10 minutes. They're getting bigger and bigger. Things are getting more and more expensive. Screw
Words
this.
Are hard.
What was that?
Words are hard.
Words are very hard, and the words were getting bigger, and I couldn't pronounce them anymore. And so I get embarrassed when I go up and say, "May I please, get some of this Pacific, whatever thing it was?" And they were like, "What did you just say?" I'm like, "I don't. Please don't make me say it again."
Say it with me, Louie Tiant. As long as you can manage that, you're already ahead of the game of a major influencer.
I was gonna make fun of it, but I'm not gonna make fun of Louie. He was a good guy.
Well, you're not making fun of Louie. You're actually pronouncing his name correctly. That's the key here, Eric, is pronouncing his name correctly. It's Louie Tiant.
Yes.
Louie Tiant.
Louie
it's not
Tiant.
that hard. It's not.
It's not. And I mean, he was really popular in the 70s and 80s. Like, really popular.
So here's the thing. One of the reason why I was poking fun at it, having fun with it, is because one of the videos was Dan Vintage Baseball PC. And of course, he's being a baseball guy. He was very irritated by the mispronunciation, by the clear lack of knowledge and all that stuff. And I got it.
I'm irritated.
Fair enough. But the point that I was getting to, look, I care less about that stuff than most people do. So, but my point is, I don't care if you don't know who he is. The name is not that difficult. The name is not that complex. All you literally have to do is read what it says, and you still wouldn't have wound up where you did. The point is, if you had just read the name, you don't have to have a damn clue who the hell he is. Literally just look at what the words say. The letters on the card will tell you what you need to know. You still would not have wound up screwing it up like that. That's my point. That's all. That's it.
Just so I'm clear, I wasn't accusing you of making fun of him. I was saying, because I caught myself ready to say what Jeff said, and I kind of stopped myself and said that out loud to me, that I'm not going to make fun of him. So I wasn't, just so we're all clear, I wasn't coming at you about making fun of him, because I know that's not what you're all about. So I was actually saying that, stopping myself, because I was going to keep up with the gag and say what Jeff said, and I'm like, no, I'm not going to do that. So,
I would say it's not worth it. But the reality is, it wasn't. The problem is, he wasn't being humorous. I can't even give him credit for bad humor. It's like he literally can't read. Here's my big issue. Basically, you're telling me you can't read, because it's not even a knowledge thing. It's literally just read what it says. Look at the letters on that, and there it's very clear cut.
I understand. Like today at work, there was a Swedish. I think he's Swedish. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah. There's Louie.
Yeah, he was just such a nice guy. He was just so nice and funny as all hell. So I can't pronounce his name. It is this long. There's a lot of U's. The letter U's. There's just it's filled with the letter U's and
Yeah.
N's, and I
So
tried.
Eric, just to make life easy, if you can't pronounce the name of something, just say I can't pronounce it.
Yeah, that's
It's allowed. That's okay. That's completely fine.
this guy's name was this long. It's filled with U's and N's, and I gave up. I said,
Yeah, I'm a UFC guy. I'm a person who's enjoyed a lot of UFC cards. There are a lot of those names that I simply cannot pronounce. Like, but I also will not. Insult the individual by butchering their last name, because to me that there's no justification for that. So just know what you know what you don't know, and if you can't figure. But I don't think Louie Tiant is a difficult name. I don't think you have to be Latin to figure that. It's a very straightforward name. It's not that complex.
I had a hard time with the name this long.
Yeah,
it's this long. Now people make mistakes. I'm not really mad at Jeff for coming at him or anything, but I guess because you butchered it and to the other word.
Well, apparently he did it multiple times, is my understanding.
Which could be deemed
which is worse.
Which could be deemed as funny, and so that's the part that just kind of bothers me.
I think there's a lack of self-awareness.
If he said Tiant, right, and tried to read it,
at least it's the right sequence of letters.
Right, exactly. I'd go.
You're still wrong, but at least it's the right sequence.
But the fact that you didn't even read. You put them in the wrong sequence and came out with a different word that could then be seen as humorous or making a joke of this man's name, which I understand Jeff was not doing. I'm not accusing him of that. But it leads other people to be able to do that, and it just rubs me the wrong way. But
you got to be careful, Paul. You never go full Burrell. Got to be careful. Going full Burrell, that's dangerous.
You'd have to be in the locked room of knowledge, the garage of knowledge.
Yes, in the garage of knowledge. Yes,
on that type of level, that's the only thing that can contain you. So,
you're muted, Bobby.
You're muted.
Yep,
now he can't see us. He can't see us.
Muted.
Yeah. No.
Well, I guess he can't hear us either. Hey, Bobby, you're muted.
Ah, damn.
Now you're good. Go ahead.
That's the history of OPC. Personal letters from Gary Careen, the last owner.
Back in 1 second.
2001, 2002, 2003. From the desk of Gary Careen. Hi, Bob. Thank you for the Wax Pack Collector's Price Guide you received. That was 2003. Received. Great job. As promised, here are some photos of the OPC Spinner Hockey Star game. I think it's from 1937-38. Wrong. If I am to be of any further help, please let me know. Have a pleasant summer. Regards, Gary. Here we go. Just all from the desk of the history of OPC. So this actually ties into the history of OPC, really, because, contacting someone like 22 years, 23 years ago. So it's pretty kind of cool. Anyways, just letting you know. I didn't see Richard Scott's name here anywhere, but any which way, regardless. See, OPC.
I did appreciate the little Richard Scott there.
Thank you.
Poke.
Thank you. I'm glad somebody caught it.
Oh,
Philly Joe says. Yeah, Philly Joe says a new hobby phrase going full Burrell. That's right. Thank you, Philly Joe.
Yes, it is. Yes, and
right.
sometimes
so I want
full Burrell, and you have to watch out because.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure that I grabbed my second beverage here. We're gonna have a second beverage today.
Please do.
But allow me to, if I may, I believe now is a good time to regale you with a quick book report on the memoir of Mike Kramer, formerly of Pacific Trading Cards. Mm-hmm. So now I needed to make sure I grab my beverage. So now that I am ready, now it is time.
Please
so
do.
I did.
I was laying on my bed on my stomach right now with my legs kicked up in the back with my hands like this.
I think it's important. I think it should. So let me start off by giving the high level. Let me start off by giving the high level review, and then I will be more specific. Let's start high level. High level, not bad. Pretty decent book, actually. Not bad. I would say fairly well written. It is a memoir, so there is going to be self-indulgences in it. You should expect that going in, but that's standard. So it's not like he's unique to that, and it wasn't as egregious as some examples that I've seen. So that I've definitely seen worse. I've read a lot of memoirs in my history life as well. So go ahead, Eric. Yes.
Did the book start off with Once Upon a Time?
No, it did not.
I'm not interested.
Yeah. So anyway, so I will say though, reasonably well written, fairly conversational. Go ahead, Bobby.
Yeah, I was just because I talked about Phil, I knew his show was on at 9, so I just let it get loose.
No, I know. We figured that. They only had 50,000 advertisements, so yeah, we knew. I think they knew it on the Hubble Space Telescope. I think there was an
Probably.
ad for it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So anyway, so bottom line was
Don't doubt,
so
right?
if you want to see 50 Ottawa Senators cards, you know where to go. Otherwise, I think we've got you covered. So anyway,
Nobody likes
bottom line is
Ottawa. Anyway,
I had been meaning to read it for a while. I wanted to get to it because I figured, all right, let's see what it is. Because just so we all understand, my history with Pacific Trading Cards is that I remember them right from the beginning of when they got into hockey. I do remember that they were in baseball before that. I do know that, and I do know they were in football as well, and a couple of other licenses. But they were never my favorite. So I want to start off by that. But I thought they came up with some really cool stuff. I do think they came up with some really fun ideas, and I do think, and there are some really nice cards that I enjoy collecting from them to this very day. But I don't grovel at the feet of Pacific. Mike Kramer is
it's
more than happy to give us.
Come on.
Yeah, but I think they came up with some good stuff. There is some good stuff on there.
They're part of history.
Yeah, as part of the memoir is that, of course, Kramer is going to have a lot of opportunities to explain how innovative he was and how many ideas he came up with ahead of the game. Now, here we go, Eric. This one I think you'll be okay with. To be fair, on some of those things, he is correct. He did come up with some of those ideas before other manufacturers then followed suit. So if he wants to lay claim to being innovative in that sense, he's right. He did come out with it before they did. So, and then released the set and did all those things. So I think that's valid. I actually think the beginning of the memoir is a little slow for me. He starts off with childhood and doing all that, how he gets into collecting. However, there are a couple little interspersions. So if you do check it out, I want to recommend to you kind of filter through some of it early stuff, but there is some interesting stuff in there because once he starts getting really heavily into trading cards, he actually starts doing a little wheeling and dealing even as a young man. And part of that is that he started getting into the scene because I think he was born in 52. So he starts getting into the scene in his late teens. He actually is participating in the early card shows in the early 70s, which if you're interested in the scene of that era, it's actually very interesting to get a little bit of background, even though I wish he would spend a little more time on it. It is interesting getting a background.
You should have him on.
Maybe that would be the play. But it is interesting to get the perspective of someone who had accumulated by that point a large collection. Because once he got into it, he went into it hard and actually started wheeling and dealing and buying and selling. And even early on, he started trying to get his hands on backstock that shops had. So even though it's 1970, he's getting cards from the 50s and 60s and even before, because there's still some backstock in some places and some stores that hadn't gotten rid of their inventory. And down the road, so I'm skipping ahead a little bit, but I'll come back. Down the road, he actually cleared out some of Topps' backlog material that they had in the warehouse.
From what year?
All the way back in the 50s.
Really?
So some of the 52s, yes. So the reason I'm saying
Wow.
the beginning is slow because he's talking about it's a memoir. He's starting off his childhood and everything. So I will say this: the first chunk of the book intersperses some baseball card stuff with a lot of crab fishing. And once he gets into the crab fishing and Alaska thing, he sees himself as quite the adventurer. He compares himself to Deadliest Catch a couple different times there. Now, here's the thing. Based on reading through it, obviously he had a ton of experiences in Alaska doing crab fishing out there.
Wow.
Yeah. The thing is, he made a lot of money back then because if you were a crab fisherman who's willing to deal with it, you could make, you got to think, 1970s, you're making like $50,000, $60,000 for
crazy.
a crab season. Like that's monstrous money. That's huge money. Now, what's interesting is that he's spending a lot of this money on buying collections of baseball cards. So he's accumulating this hoard and building a mail order business. So that's why I say, like, you got to kind of fight through this beginning part. But then once the wheels start moving a little bit, he's starting to describe a mail order business. He's starting to describe making catalogs. He's starting to describe, and then as this mail order business evolves and he eventually gets out of the crab fishing side of it, because he spends a lot of time with crab fishing. Like, I mean, lots of crab fishing. He's with crab fishing like Eric is with chocolate sticks. Shut up about the goddamn crab fishing.
What was his magazine called?
You mean his catalog?
Yes.
So his catalog originally was like Kramer's Promotions. That was first. And then he did become Pacific Trading Cards. So he initially was first Kramer's under his name. And then eventually it became a Pacific Trading Cards.
I've never seen his. So
Yeah. So regardless, I think he was based mostly out of like Seattle, Washington State, and then mail
So
order
he
through
was
the
West
US.
Coast,
So
okay.
that was kind of a lot of West Coast. So anyway, bottom line, if you can get through that, what happened next? I think what happened is that basically he started building this mail order business. Eventually, it got to a point where I think he injured himself and then was out of it for a season or two, and then eventually realized that the mail order business had scaled up to the point that it made more sense to work on the mail order business and keep scaling it.
Mm-hmm.
And then along the way, he found different opportunities. So very entrepreneurial from a beginning, from early age. And once he really started to develop, this is where the story gets a little more interesting. Once you talk about the entrepreneurial side of it and building up this business, he started sensing opportunities to start producing cards for some of the local teams. And that started the inklings of the beginning of a manufacturing side of it. And actually, he gets into the nitty gritty details once he starts getting into it, talking about how he slowly ramped it up, didn't know how to do it. So he started asking questions. He became a photographer for himself for many years. He took a lot of his own images. But then at the same time, he also goes, well, I don't know how to produce it, but he had developed a lot of business contacts by networking with a lot of people. So he goes, I'm trying to figure out how to print this. Where can I get the cardboard? Where can I do this? Who can do this for me? And then he would start getting all these connections, which would become useful down the road when it became Pacific Trading Cards. So basically, he started building these sets and slowly got busier and busier and busier. And then eventually opened up a card shop in 1980 in the area there. And it became very busy and started hiring and scaling and eventually started producing more and more of these cards to the point that he realized there's an opportunity to become a manufacturer. But then you want to become a manufacturer. Cool. How do you do it? And they spend
That's
a little bit of
expensive,
time.
eh?
It is. But the thing is, the mail order business became really successful and he never took debt. So he kept buying things with cash. The collections were bought with cash. The machines were bought with cash. The store was bought with cash. His houses were bought with cash. Cash. So he kept accumulating more cash and then basically kept buying these things.
Wow.
So that's why I say it gets it to become a bit of we reach a point in the book where it becomes more of a business explanation. And actually, that's where I think it gets a little more interesting, depending on what you're interested in hearing. So he builds up this business, does all these things. Cool. But then he actually gets in the nitty gritty a little bit because one of the things that you need to do is you need to have these packs. So initially they're like hand packing these things. He started taking advantage he bought collections of these vintage photos of these baseball players, Hall of Famers. But at that time, licensing isn't what it is today. So he was able to produce these specific cards of these Hall of Famers, all-time greats. And he's trying to do it and they're trying to pack it up. So as it turns out, they became very popular. So now he's got to pack up all these things. So now he needs a machine. Now it's not just hand packing it anymore. Now he needs a machine in order to do it. So basically what happened was he started trying to figure out how to do it, asked around, and the machine, and Eric, you'll appreciate this, the machine they ended up using, he was very specific because he gave the model and type of machine and everything. He was really into the particulars, which I appreciated, which is interesting.
Crab 1000?
It was like a Z7, it's like a ZV1, something like that. It's literally in the book. Like there's a chapter specifically about it.
I didn't know if it was the Crab 1000,
Oh, I wish it was the Crab 1000. That would have been better. But anyway, so when Bobby comes back, well, I'll continue. But anyway, So what happened was he's talking about this machine because this machine was actually a machine designed to wrap candy wrappers. That was actually what it was designed for. So what happened is he bought these machines from candy manufacturers who were starting to phase them out because you could retrofit them and adjust them to do wax packs. So these became the game changer because these could do them en masse. You think about candy, you think about chocolate bars and candy bars. Well, if you're running through a machine, you're not running one or two at a time. They're able to put the candy in the candy bar or put the chocolate bar in the inside of it and wrap it up hundreds at a time. So that sped things up instead of doing them by hand. So that became a bit of a game changer for the manufacturer side of things. So he started buying more of these machines, needed to get parts, needed to do all these things. He actually goes into some detail on this stuff. Because that's how you became a manufacturer. You needed the materials and you needed the machines and you needed the personnel who could handle them. So he actually explains how he was able to get all these different things in different phases as he kept scaling up the business. So far, so good. Okay.
Now, where did he get all the cash? Was he just a wealthy guy? Because
The crab fishing.
the crab fishing, he gets all the cash from the crab fishing.
Yeah, you got to think initially. So again, remember, Eric, what I said. He's crab fishing in the 70s. And if he makes $50,000 or $60,000 in a crab fishing season, think in the 1970s what $50,000 or $60,000 is.
Yeah, that's a lot of money.
And then what if you then buy collections of baseball cards, including a ton of vintage baseball cards, and then you also sell them on the side as a mail order business, And then you keep going and going and going. And then you buy more, you sell more, you buy more, you sell more, you buy more, you sell more, and you just keep expanding it. You need warehouses now to fill all the cards you got. But then at the same time, you're selling it almost as fast as it's coming in. In fact, even almost as nearly as quickly, but you're building up this big inventory. And then you keep accumulating this cash. You're not spending on anything but baseball cards and expanding the business. Well, the business keeps getting bigger and bigger. And then eventually you reach the point that you can get into manufacturing, so to speak. So you go through this whole process, and it eventually reaches the point where he's trying to get licensed. So there's a couple of challenges getting licensed. So I'll skip ahead a little bit because I'm not going to read you the whole book. The point is, he eventually starts getting licensed. There were some challenges with that, but he eventually got licensed. And then slowly he goes through all different milestones in the history of Pacific Trading Cards. Opened up a card shop, became a full-fledged manufacturer, bought a facility where he could do all that, bought even more machines, and then upgraded those machines and did all that. And they kept hiring more people because they kept getting more and more business and more things. And they literally go milestone by milestone, getting all the different licenses, getting access to all of these things, different experiences he had along the way, and then going all the way through the entire run of Pacific Trading Cards, all the way through to the different milestones. Now, here's where he gets self-indulgent again. He likes to remind people constantly in the book how he took a ton of pictures of Tom Brady early on because he watched him and he goes, I think this guy could be good. So then he pats himself on the back. Eric, he's the only one. Here's the thing, Eric. He's the only one who put him in every single one of the Pacific football sets. And his own people told him not to waste his time. And he insisted on putting him in the set. It was his call as the owner. So he actually did, and he took hundreds of pictures of Brady specifically, and finally decided to use them in his sets. The rookie cards, if you go look at the list of rookie cards, most of them are Pacific. He's the one who made the call because he was the 199th pick. There's no literally his people are like, they didn't have him on the checklist. They left him off the checklist.
He's the 3rd/4th string quarterback his rookie year.
Eric, that's the point. The point that I'm getting at is his people built the checklist of the football sets, did not include Tom Brady. He went in and said, "Where's Tom? Why isn't Tom Brady on here?" And they're like, "He's the 199th pick."
Was he a Wolverines fan?
He was shooting photographs for a lot of these things. He went to like I think they had the what's it called? What is that bowl game where they've got a lot of the college players? And it's like an all-star game for college. The name escapes me. Regardless, though. He was basically shooting photographs. He was basically shooting photographs for it, taking a lot of the prospects and a lot of those ones. He was trying to take pictures of them so he'd have them for his library because he's building this library of all these photographs for all the sets he wants to do. Senior Bowl. Thank you, Paul. That's what I was looking for. So anyway, he went to shoot the Senior Bowl. And when he was shooting the Senior Bowl, he was watching Brady and those things. And when he was watching him, he decided that he goes, I like this guy. I think he could be good. So he took a bunch of photos of him. And then basically he told his people, he goes, put him in the set. He specifically, remember, go look at the checklist that year. Brady is not in most of the sets. But in Pacific, he's in a disproportionately high amount of sets. So he made the call early to put him in the set. He literally overruled his own people and said, put him in the set.
Because nobody else saw it. You know,
he's in the set, man. He's in the checklist. Pacific is the only one who put him in most of the sets.
You know, people got to remember, you know, Brady didn't play at all his rookie year. People think that he was a rookie when he came out. He wasn't. It was his second year. You know, I think he started to impress some people in practice, and he worked his way up in the batting order.
Yeah, I know.
Quarterbacks. But if Bledsoe never got hurt, you would not know who this kid is.
I understand.
You know who the hell he is.
I understand.
Bledsoe had to almost die. Literally. That's a fact. Almost die for this kid to come out and play. And yeah, the rest is history. And I won't argue with anyone if they wanted to say he's the greatest quarterback ever. I can understand why you would say that. But nobody had Tom Brady on their bingo card. And if this guy did, and honestly, sincerely, he did, good for him. Good.
Eric, he put him in the set. He's the owner. He can overrule everybody else. He said put him in the set.
Yeah, no one else saw it.
Yeah, I understand. But I'm saying, literally the checklists bear out that Pacific was the only one who went out of their way to include him in all the sets.
At 48 or whatever he is now, 47, they did just recently, just a couple of months ago, did one of these computer things where they had him currently retired at 47 run that 40-yard dash along with like the silhouette of him at like 22, and he beat himself. Now he's faster now at 47 than he was at 22. Okay, nobody saw that 22-year-old and went, "That's going to be the GOAT." But if somehow
so you're jumping ahead. You're jumping ahead. Hold on, you're jumping ahead. I didn't say that he claimed that he was going to be the GOAT. He just said that I see something in this kid and I think he'll be a player. That's it. Again, enough to put him in the set.
No one else did. So good for him. That's awesome.
Yeah. So there's two guys that he takes credit for including in the sets, and the problem is the checklists bear out that he was the only one who took a chance on those guys. So just spoiler, it was him and Kurt Warner. Because Kurt Warner was also barely in any sets, and Pacific put him in one of the sets.
Right.
Again, the owner said put him in the set. So it's his call. And again, his people were not originally going to put him in at all. And so in both cases, he did it.
If you know anything about Kurt Warner, he had, he was trying to latch. He was up in the CFL. He was in the Arena League. And, the way the story goes, he was basically stocking shelves, trying to, pay his bills when, he got an opportunity with St. Louis. And, now he's a Hall of Famer and Super Bowl champ and MVP. So, again, if this guy can see talent like that, I don't know why he's not making money as a scout in the NFL. Then
here, Eric, he made multi millions. He made more money than the scout's ever going to make. He's not worried about that. So anyway, the point is that in those sets, he talks about those specific ones, and also talks about different milestone sets along the way. So kind of to Brendan's point here. So those were not wax packs. Those were early Pacific items. They were the all-time great sets that they had on there. And those ones were hand-packed just because they didn't have the machines to do it at the time. That's the only reason. The machines were picked up in order to scale. It's only to scale in order to get enough packs done because they had enough orders. That's the only reason why. Again, Pacific started with a card shop, a mail order business, and then a card shop. It wasn't intended necessarily to be a manufacturer. It became a manufacturer as it went along. So Brandon Ryan says, can Topps buy Prism to compete with Panini Prism? So the Prism that you're talking about was owned by Pacific, and Panini bought Pacific's. Panini bought Playoff, who bought Pacific.
Playoff?
That's one. Pacific was sold to Playoff, and then they, in turn, sold to Panini. So Prism with an S is actually owned by the same people who do Prism with a Z. So they own both of those. So it's not an IP nightmare because they own both. They can do that. Let's see here. There's probably one guy on DMT that knew, but he never told anyone. No one ever tells anybody anything. So yes, and thank you, Philly Joe Senior Bowl as well. So anyway, bottom line, like I said, he basically goes into his Forrest Gump phase, where every major thing that happened in the sports card industry somehow he was involved in it. But I will say, like I said, to his credit here, just from Pacific's checklist, they went through the trouble of specifically in the year 2000. And I'll do one better here. So remember what we said a moment ago about Tom Brady being 199th and whatever it was, I think it was 199th, like being fourth on the depth chart and the whole thing, and he wasn't included in most sets. Not only was he included in a set for Pacific, Eric, Pacific paid him to sign 200 autographs in their 2000 Pacific product. He specifically went out of his way to include him in the product, including autographs. So for people that want some of those ones at the time, like after the fact now, they're like, okay, so most of like these big cards are like Pacific. What? Because the owner said so. They said, put him in the set. They said, get him to sign some cards.
I always figured, having never heard this story or information before, I just figured they got the autos because he was a nobody and it wasn't going to cost them a lot and it wasn't going to be difficult to get. Trying to get, a superstar's autograph is going to cost you more and they're busy all the time and they're a hassle to deal with. Some 22-year-old kid that nobody even knows who the hell they are, who's the 199th pick or whatever. You want my autograph? Sure, I'll sign all day. This is great. Wow, this is amazing. And you're going to pay me $1,000? Oh, that's fantastic. I just figured it was something along those lines. I was not aware that this Kramer gentleman, um, saw something in this kid from watching the Senior Bowl. But good on him. I'll never take away. I'll never take away Tom Brady. Tom Brady as the player. I mean, was he perfect? No, but no one is. He's the closest to perfection that possibly we've ever seen. It's the off the field Tom Baby personality that I don't like.
All right, here we go. I found it. Thankfully, Kindle actually lets me do a search for text. I wanted to make sure I pulled this up. Let me read a quote here. This is from the book, and I'll get back to finishing my book report here. All right, this is, again, from the book. I'm going to read verbatim. So he goes, when he took a snap center, rolled back to pass, I focused in on him and fired my camera shutter. I knew I was getting great photos. Again, this is the Senior Bowl thing. So, he's taking some shots. After a few plays, I realized Tom Brady was something special. He had the quarterback look, the look I had seen in Horde and Montana and other NFL quarterback greats I had photographed over the years. Brady could deliver the ball with smooth precision. He was tall and poised in the pocket. My camera focused on him all the time he was in the game at quarterback. He did throw an interception, got sacked, and threw a wobbly pass deep downfield, but there was an off and on rain and the ball was wet at times. He also threw a touchdown pass to Michigan receiver Marcus Knight and one to receiver Jerry Porter. Tom Brady was etched in my mind. He had great potential. I saw it during that game.
I think that's spectacular. I'm glad that he has that kind of eye. And very few people did.
Yeah, so here we go. Even so, I was confident the football world had not seen the last of Tom Brady, and Pacific was ready. We had plenty of photos of him because I had taken them at the Shrine Bowl. So there it is.
I'm looking at all of his rookie cards now. There's tons of Donruss. I mean,
don't forget when you're looking up, don't forget that Donruss had a ton of parallels. He for Pacific, he was also in a lot of different sets. So if you have one player in one set and a ton of parallels, that's different.
Fleer, Leaf.
Yeah, here we go. So this is why when collectors look back at our 2000 Pacific football sets, they can see Tom Brady is in all of them. I picked him early as a great one, even though he was a 6th-round pick. I insisted we include him in all of our Pacific football sets. Again, I'm just reading what he wrote here.
So here's a picture. So I just wanted to show this. This is the picture of him at the Senior Bowl. You see him in the Michigan helmet, and you see him in the Senior Bowl uni.
Yeah. And per Kramer, he took that photo, amongst others, but he took that photo. So here it is. So here you go. Along with Ken Griffey Jr., he also gives himself credit for getting on the Ken Griffey Jr. train early. Candy Bar, and Kurt Warner's Pacific rookie card, which is also a thing. Tom Brady in the year 2000 was my other great choice. Again, very humble man. This is quoting from his book. Pacific also signed Tom Brady to an autograph deal that year. He signed 200 of his Pacific football cards and 500 Crown Royal football cards, and we randomly inserted the autograph cards into a package of cards where they were available on store shelves. I wish I would have kept one of each of the Pacific cards I collected, but all of them went into products. And then talks about basically what happened with it.
Wow. There's a lot of Pacific rookie cards.
There are. Bobby, you're muted again. All right, so Paul here says, saw Packers 2014 Kramer's Choice card, and I thought it was the one of Horde I needed for the set. Nope, Devontae Adams. But yes, they use specific designs. They do, yeah. But they own those specific designs at this point. 19 likes, 2 hours in. So proud. Good stuff, folks. Good stuff. So anyway, all right. So Eric, let me continue my story here. I want to focus on getting to the end of this one. So bottom line is that, okay, so he talks about all these different milestones, takes credit for Kurt Warner, Tom Brady, Ken Griffey Jr., I think the Pope, everything he takes credit for. So anyway, bottom line. So he does have a lot of these different milestones and things. For me, the most interesting parts are when he does talk about some of the details, dealing with the players' associations and all that. So according to him, basically what went down is eventually he had licenses with all these different sports. And apparently, so the way he phrases it is that Pacific got out of baseball because the licensing fees were becoming really expensive. They had too many manufacturers doing it. And he realized that they would have to make so many sets that it was watering things down and it wasn't profitable. So basically he didn't want to continue that one. So he let the baseball one go. The football one apparently was random bad luck because the NFL Players Association of the league decided they had too many manufacturers and they basically picked one at random and Pacific drew the short straw. They didn't even want to tell them directly. They sent them a form letter basically saying they weren't getting their license renewed. So that was the second one. You're still muted, Bobby. So the second one, so that was the second one. The third one was the hockey license. So Eric will appreciate this. He does go into detail on the hockey license. He goes into detail about getting the agreement to do the McDonald's cards, which, by the way, were some very good McDonald's cards. They were well done. I thought they did a great job with the Pacific McDonald's, Pacific Prism McDonald's, and those. I thought they did a tremendous job with those. Talks about the Prism brand and a lot of. So he does go through all these different eras and milestones along the way, different sets they created and all that. Talks about the hockey license. The hockey license was the straw that broke the camel's back in the end, because it was the lockout in 0405 that killed Pacific indirectly, because, and he actually, the way he explains it is that he had a choice. He could have shuttered it temporarily and kind of sat back and waited. But at that point, things were going to be quiet for a little while until the NHL and the NHLPA got their act together and figured out what they were going to do. But then he got an offer from Playoff right around that time, and Playoff came in with a good offer. And he was like, all right, I've been working. Here's a chance to sell out, make some good money, and call it a day. So at that point, he took the deal from Playoff and shuttered Pacific. And then that was the end of Pacific.
Crazy, eh?
Yep. So it was, he had the 3 licenses. One, he left by choice. One, they pulled the plug on him. And the third one was the NHL lockout in 0405. And that's what killed Pacific hockey cards. And then they were bought by Playoff. And then Playoff eventually was bought by Panini.
Yeah.
And that's where that's why Panini Prism with a Z exists instead of with an S, but it's still the same IP. They own all that. So Kramer's Choice is no longer Kramer's Choice. It's a similar looking card, but it's by Panini. Panini can produce those because they own all those IPs. They own the brands. They own all those things. That's why Panini can do Crown Royale. That's why Panini can do all those other ones, because they own all of them, lock, stock, and barrel. But Kramer made out like a bandit, did very well on that financially. Like he made a ton of money in that deal. But that's the reason he got out of the business. And that's basically what ended it for him. I did enjoy, like I said, for me, the business side of it and some of the background and how they got the licenses, how they lost the licenses and all that was very interesting. I like the fact they went into what kind of machine, literally explaining what kind of machine. There's a chapter that's named after the machine. Specifically, because it was so important to the early development of that company that he literally went through the trouble of naming one of the chapters after the machine, because that's how important it was to what they ended up using. Yeah, because it was a machine that became popular with all the manufacturers, because they all ended up using the same type of machine. It was called the DF1 card wrapping machine, and it was actually for candy wrappers originally.
Yeah, makes sense.
But it could be retrofitted and adjusted to do wax packs, and that's what allowed it. But he also explained why wax packs, why this. Again, he started off as a mini manufacturer doing it like hand packing packs, and then go, this is not scalable. We need something to do it better. And then he starts asking around. He goes, well, you could probably use one of these machines to do it. And then he goes and checks it out. He goes, yeah, that makes sense. And the candy companies are phasing them out. So he buys the machines on the discount, and then starts buying more of the machines and more of the machines and more of the machines. And that's how they build up their wrapping capacity. And then collation machines follow and all that. So he actually goes into some of that, which I actually think is interesting. It's also interesting how he bought closeouts from Topps and how he built the early mail order business. I think that was interesting. Stuff like that is what I'm interested in. So as I'm going through it, I'm like, actually, that's interesting to me. That's good information, a little bit more details about the licenses and how the different players associations dealt with them and all that. That's interesting. He does have a couple of interesting stories along the way, so that's cool. So I think that was basically the reason why once you got into it, it got better. The early part of it, I got sick of crab fishing. I really got sick of the crab fishing early.
Really?
It was just endless. I'm like, enough of the goddamn crab fishing. I don't care. But eventually he does get to something more interesting, which is great. And the other part of it that I thought was really interesting was, well, I shouldn't say interesting. The other thing that I thought was funny was that once he started talking about the different milestones, the different sets and all that, not every set, but focus on specific ones, he obsesses over how many Hall of Famers he has on the checklist. Again, he's a man of humility like myself. Yeah, he's like, and this said we had 52 Hall of Famers, and this said we had 37 Hall of Famers. This said we had 40. Yes, you made
some
a very
people really
comprehensive
focus
set.
on that, you know. And actually, that's the focus of today for PSA, right?
It is, Bobby. But the thing is that when you make a comprehensive set that covers the majority of the league, you're going to have a lot of Hall of Famers if they're going to become Hall of Famers in time. So mathematically, yes, if you have if you have a football set and you have 600 cards, you're probably going to have some Hall of Famers in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, you don't need to, like, I don't need the specific number. It's like, we got 48 Hall of Famers in this. I got it. Okay, thank you. The 14th time, I got it.
Everybody has a different focus, so.
Yeah, very much so. All right, so here's a good one. I chuckled. This one made me laugh. So this is in the last section. This is after he had retired, after all that, and he had a cancer diagnosis and all that. There was health problems and everything. But there is a section here. There's a section here that references a young man named Matt Burrows. And Matt Burrows is the host of the Essential Credentials. If you guys remember that name, I actually had him on the channel early on in the live stream days. I think it was the first live stream I ever did. And he was co-host of the Essential Credentials. So the reason I'm mentioning that is that he does reference him in here. And the reason I wanted to bring it up is, okay, so he's talking about, this is later on where he comes out of hiding, so to speak. And he's explaining, like, I wasn't hiding. I was just doing, I'd retired. I'd sold the company. I was living my life. I was doing other things. I just wasn't out and about. So, but people thought he had kind of disappeared because he wasn't publicly visible, I guess. I don't know. So anyway, so he's talking about here. Will Spence was somebody to talk about the Kramer's Choice Award holders. So he had actually started selling some stuff on eBay, some of the stuff he had still left over from this time. And he got in touch with him. So he talked about Matt Burrows here. So Matt told me that many collectors wish to talk. So I'm quoting now. This is straight from the book. Matt told me that many collectors wish to talk to me and ask questions about Pacific. He said, "You have just disappeared for the last 20 years, and collectors love the cards you made. They were so innovative." He said, adding, "I'm a big collector of the cards you made." Then he asked, "Do you know you started it all?" And I said, "Started what?" He told me, "The card companies that make trading cards now in 2022 are making cards the same way you did back then. You were way ahead of your time. It's all Pacific's ideas, just rehashed a bit. Parallel cards, die-cut cards, laser cut cards, prism cards, serial number cards, and foil cards. They were all ideas Pacific pioneered back when you were making cards. They're still making the card designs that Pacific first introduced 30 years ago. Kramer's Choice Award, Crown Royale, Gold Crown die cuts, and others." I said, "Wow, those are all really great ideas and designs. I'm happy collectors are still enjoying collecting the card designs Pacific created." This is in his memoir. And the reason he references and the reason he references Matt is to give himself praise.
Credit, yes.
I love it. Look, the audacity, I kind of appreciate it.
I get it.
If you're going to write your own memoir, and Eric wrote, and Name said, "Eric, you're an awesome person. You're a good person." It's like, you know what? You're so smart. And I'm sitting there like, so your quote is someone praising you. Hold on. Praise me.
Yes. We all like to
I
be
loved it.
I mean, I've never been praised, not even by my mother or wife or daughter, but I hear from other people that it's really a good feeling when someone does it.
It's almost like Richard Scott, yes.
Oh, wow. Circle it back around. So anyway, bottom line, I do think once you get past crab fishing, it gets better. I think some of the business stuff is actually interesting. I do think it's interesting. Again, if you're into that kind of thing. I do think he actually goes to some decent detail. There is some self-indulgences, no doubt. There are some, name dropping where he talks about this person he met, that person he met, and these experiences he had. But it's his memoir. He's allowed. He can do whatever. That last section was the most self-indulgent, though. Let me tell you about this person who wanted to interview me, and he started off by praising me.
Let
me quote all the
Jeff
praise.
Morris and him on at the same time. No, really. I'm not kidding. No, I think that would be great.
I think it'd be entertaining, if nothing else.
Yeah.
So Name here says, "I love my 0304 McDonald's Pacific Atomic Jordan 22 out of 100. Nice die cut card." Yeah. So the key is Pacific did make some very nice cards. Yes. So us collectors complain, but we don't think about the manufacturing issues, cost of licenses, set, etc. Yep. That's why I think when it gets into the business talk, I actually thought it was very interesting. As someone who reads business books and such, I actually thought it was really well done. I enjoyed it. Friday night, you know what that means? Because I'm Carlos Live, better late than ever. Appreciate it, Josh.
Wow, that's late. Yeah.
Shut up, Josh.
So Ham says, thoughts on Bitcoin? It's no Doge.
Bitcoin. Whatever.
Yep. Well, it only went up to 100,000. That's like barely what I charge Eric for the like button. So Name says, "Eric, you are great at consuming mass amounts of mayo." There's some praise. Man.
Massive?
Don't you have something to go do? Don't you have some hot dogs to burn?
He's busy praising you.
Go away.
Hot dogs.
All right? Either give me $75 or go away. Go away.
So anyway, that is my book report. I will say on the Kramer's Choice, the Mike Kramer memoir. I will say if you're into hobby stuff and you want some hobby history in there, there's some good stuff in there. You got to kind of work around. Like I said, you got to work around the early part. I do think that 70s card show section. I would love for that to have been fleshed out a little bit more. I think it would have been cool. There have been
Yeah.
a few more stories about that because, again, that's really early era. I
Mhm.
would love to have heard a little bit more about the mail order business. But again, he was really obsessed with crab fishing. Let me tell you, I learned more about crab fishing than I ever thought I would, and I don't need more. I'm satisfied I got enough crab fishing. I don't
think
even
so.
eat seafood, man. I don't need more crab fishing. I'm good. King crab. All the king crab.
I love king crab.
Well, let me tell you, Mike Kramer can tell you about some king crab.
Very dangerous job, the crab fishing and fishing stuff.
That's why we pay big money for crab.
Very
Mhm.
dangerous job, as what
No,
they.
that's snow crab. We're talking about king crab. That's the big
King
stuff.
crab,
That's
yeah,
good
yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So I can tell you, like, look, if you want to read the first 3 or 4 chapters or 5 or 6 or whatever it is, you're going to get all the king crab you want. There's a crap ton of king crab.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, yeah. So there you go. And then once you get past that point, then you get into some of the Pacific. I think the Pacific stuff was interesting. I think that was, I enjoyed that part a lot more because then it gets into, like I said, they use machines to wrap it, but they actually included the specific model number. They got where it came from. They got why he started using it, what prompted it to even be brought up in the first place. And then once he started realizing it worked, what they did with it and how other manufacturers also started, it became the industry standard. A lot of them started using the same type of machine because they realized, oh, actually this works great for us for this. It was repurposed candy machine.
Yeah.
It's like suddenly the chocolate bar manufacturer didn't need it anymore, so they were able to buy it on the cheap and just adjust it, and all of a sudden it could do wax packs. Boom, done.
Boom, done.
Awesome. So I'm like, all right, cool. I did not know that. That's an interesting tidbit. Now I know
Yeah, most
something
of that
else.
machinery was made in Germany. It was high quality. They last forever.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it basically the entire 80s and 90s card industry was built off of those machines because a lot of those manufacturers use those machines.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's good to know. Thoughts on Hawk 2 a coin? Eric already has hoarding them all.
Why?
It's already went bust anyway, so don't worry.
Yeah, it's already gone. Like Eric did the rug pull on everybody, and him and Hawk 2 girl made all the monies.
Came, it saw, conquered, and gone.
Eric didn't want to do the king crab fishing, lazy bastard. So he decided to do a bit. So he decided to do a rug pull on crypto.
Silly man.
You could have gone on the boat and fished king crab like a man, Eric.
I get horribly seasick. I'm not going on any boat.
Why
That's
did you live in
unfortunate.
Boston then?
I was gonna say.
I was born. Listen, I not only am I sitting here, I can see the ocean from my house. Okay, and I don't want to.
So do you think that surrounding your house with a moat to try to keep out ham then may be a bad choice on your part?
It
might
wasn't smart because
If the drawbridge doesn't work, you're screwed.
Yeah, I'm just I'm housebound because I do not like the water. So I can see the ocean from my house. There's everyone in the whole area loves to go fishing and boating, and all my friends have boats and they go fish and all this crap. And I'm like, no, thanks, I'm good. And I'm half Portuguese, which the entire culture is based on fishing, eating
And
fish,
pork.
fishing out on boats for days at a time. We have like the oldest fishing ports in America here in Massachusetts and in New Bedford and Gloucester. And I want nothing to do with it. I don't want to be a part of my culture. I don't want to follow in the footsteps of hundreds of years of Portuguese fishermen. I have no interest, none. I don't want anything to do with fish or the ocean or any of it.
Should have voted for Kamala.
So it would seem.
Anyways.
You'll be driven to the sea in due time. So anyway, so I would say, so for Zach here, it says, book sounds intriguing, but sounds like too much nonsense to get through. I would say though,
Nah,
if you
probably
skip
a good
basically to
read.
chapter 5, you're good to go. I'm not saying there's other stuff. There's baseball card stuff in there before that, but I'm saying if you skip to chapter 5, it's the move to Seattle, and by that point you're getting closer to the end of the crab fishing, and then to the scale up of the mail order business, and that gets a little more interesting.
And Seattle had one of the first shows back in 1951, I think it was. First
write
card
down.
show.
Rule number 1, always rule number 1.
Hmm.
Here you go. Michael Ham says, fishing is the ultimate skill. Mountain bike faller boy. How did you know his college nickname?
I don't think fishing is the ultimate skill. Number one, and number two,
Number two.
I do fall on my I do fall off my bike every once in a while, so I really can't defend that.
Mm. You know, though, I think this is see, Eric, if you were a man of peace who was also a man of debate, you would throw back at him and go, "Well, then fish on a mountain bike, peasant. Show us how it's done."
Yeah, you can really show off.
That's what I want. That's what I want to see. I want to see you mountain. I want to see you mountain bike on your
Me
boat
too.
while fishing.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
That
Show
would be
us.
that would be impressive, wouldn't it?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Look, if he's going to steal your wife, at least earn it. Show us. Demonstrate. These are the skills that brought you to the dance. This is what we need to know.
Is that what maybe if I fished more, maybe that would attract my wife. Maybe it's
It'd be a start. It'd be a start. Nothing else.
maybe it's the fit. Maybe she's into fishermen, and I didn't know that. Maybe
I
that's
don't know
what
about that.
caused her to have a wandering eye and to go to Florida.
Ham says, I fished on a bike while moving. Videos or it didn't happen. You do plenty of vlogs. Evidence. Just saying. Anybody can write a comment. I'll have you know the Burrell back in his day biked on 3 bikes at the same time while fishing on dry land.
Yes.
And he still caught a fish.
Mm-hmm.
There you go, Ham. Boom. Beat that.
Can't beat that.
Bobby Burrell can out Chuck Norris. Chuck Norris.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't know about that, but yeah, I like Chuck. Chuck's a good guy.
I think the Burrell fought him to a draw.
There you go.
Coming soon.
I'll take
Damn
the draw.
right. You better
Because Bobby allowed him
to draw.
come to a draw.
Oh,
Now, if Chuck Norris ever brings up Richard Scott, all bets are off.
it is at that point.
Then
Yes.
we got a problem.
We're done.
We're gonna consequences and repercussions. Let me tell you.
Mm-hmm.
So Josh here says, "Is unicycle mountain biking a thing?" Ooh.
Yes, and it's amazing.
We should go comment on Phil's.
That is a
No.
real thing.
Comments
Okay.
on Phil's what?
Phil's podcast.
Unicycle mountain biking is a real thing, and I encourage everyone to go on the YouTubes and watch it.
As opposed to unicycle road biking? Like, what are we
Are
talking
you
about here?
kidding?
No, it's crazy. It's absolutely
Somebody who
insane.
can't afford the second wheel is fucking crazy.
I was gonna say, you peasant. Buy 2 wheels like a man.
Yes.
Absolutely insane watching these guys mountain bike on a unicycle, and the stuff that they're doing is you have to be nuts. You have to be nuts. They're not just going down a dirt road in the middle of the woods. I mean, they're out there doing the same stuff as we are on 2 wheels with brakes and these. It's insane. Absolutely insane.
And no matter how hard Eric tries, Bobby, it sounds dumber every time he says it.
Yeah. If he falls on his left hip, he'll be in trouble.
Yeah, I think that's probably it.
If I fall on my left hip, I'm going to need surgery on that one because
That's what I meant. Yeah. We know the right one's done.
Oh, the right one's all brand new, and the doctor said you don't fall on it. They're not made to crash.
Titanium. Are you kidding?
Yeah, he
Come
said
on, Steve
really
Austin, get it together. Fuck.
He said you really should. I asked him. I said, "What happens if I crash on this?" He goes, "Don't." Then
Don't.
yeah, don't. I went,
Doctors don't know everything.
And then I sent them after I recovered. I sent them pictures of me doing dumb stuff, and he's just sent me one of those emojis with the hand on the forehead.
And the
I feel like at a
mask
certain
on.
point, if if the doctor was any good, he would be like, "What if I fall?" And he should be like, "Land on your head."
Yeah.
Nothing of value was lost.
We
Aim
can't
for
replace
land for your
that.
head.
So
Yeah,
I
land
have
for your head. It'll be fine.
on my head many times, and I'll let me see if I can find a picture to prove that one.
While you're doing that, I'm going to read Ham's comment. So it says, when are we getting the EDC video, Eric? Listen, Eric's still trying to figure out how to use this newfangled technology.
Yeah.
Neo, Cards and Comics here. Good evening, Neo. Did I miss Beckett's calling hours? Dude, you want to talk slander on Beckett? We're in. Say the word. We're always here for a little Beckett slander.
Oh, Neil
Eric
had
will even listen. Eric will
Matt
even listen
Turner
intently.
on, eh?
He did. Like, so it was funny on the Discord. He posted ahead of time that he was going to be talking to Nat Turner, and then I followed up with a thumbnail I made. It's like, did I get the essence of the video? And the essence of the video goes, Neo Cards and Comics talks to Nat Turner, and underneath I put employee performance review. Did I get the essence of the video? No, is that the right
You
one?
like that one? How about that one?
I think that's solid. I think that's fair.
I fell on my head that day.
See, and it was
Oh.
fine. You're smiling.
And
It's
that's
fine.
and that's in the hospital. You can see, there's the IV and the bed. Yeah, I was in the hospital when that's the emergency room.
See, that was your problem. You went full
Who
Ray
takes
Bork.
pictures of themselves in there? I don't know.
I don't
Listen,
know.
the kind of egomaniac. Listen, if he takes a couple more pictures, he'll not only beat Mike Kramer, he'll take credit for Tom Brady.
I think he'll beat the crab pictures. Yeah.
It's wild.
I
Start
have
talking about crab fishing.
I have lots of pictures of me banged up, bruised, and broken. I could do this for a while.
I'm sure you could.
Like
I
You
have
got almost
none.
as many pictures of you getting
it's
destroyed
fun,
as
just
much.
my arms all torn up.
Oh,
That was a good time. That was fun.
So you would think, Bobby, they say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result.
Yeah,
No.
very bad.
I think we're seeing a case study in that right now.
I think that's Eric's mantra. Yeah.
Here's my shin. That was a good day. That was good. I didn't like that.
No pictures of myself being damaged. I don't know.
Oh, we haven't.
Well,
this-
two
wait,
things, Bobby.
this one.
Most people don't get damaged as much as Eric, number one.
I think
And number two, most people don't then take pictures of themselves doing it.
My inner thigh is not supposed to be purple, right?
Says you.
yeah.
Okay.
It's like sharpening a knife. Maybe.
Almost.
Maybe. Eric is a special man. So yeah.
This
So
is
bottom line.
me after a crash that someone else took a picture of. That's me laying down.
That was. I'm surprised. Like, look, Eric, hold on. For the record, if that was a legitimate picture right after you heard Bobby, if that was a legitimate picture after
it
it
is.
happened, no, that's a fake picture. You know how I know it's a fake picture? You know how I know?
Why?
Because a real picture would have been completely blurry because it would have been like,
Exactly.
Oh, no,
he would never have gotten a clear shot. It's impossible.
No,
It
he
is.
was laughing while taking the
You
picture.
can't. The shaking. There is no camera that can compensate for that much shake.
No.
You lying bastard. Do not lie
Even
to
the
us.
anti-shake ones won't do that.
Name here says Eric hurt his taint that day. Maybe.
Maybe.
Paul appreciated that. Here you go. Neo says, I don't need PSA money. I'm too busy pumping and dumping GameStop stock. But what about both?
Mm-hmm.
And also, Nat is on the board of GameStop. So are you saying that it wasn't directly from PSA?
10%.
It came from the
got it.
GameStop side of it. The
Mhm.
plot deepens, Neo. The plot deepens. Interesting.
Is
But yes.
a biceps supposed to be purple?
Yeah, for you it is.
Yeah.
So anyway, so bottom line, Neo, if you want to come on and slander Beckett for a couple minutes, you're more than welcome to. But you just let me know.
Please do. Yeah.
Otherwise, feel free to hang out in the chat, but your call. You let me know. Victor says, it's coming. Weekly market report will be sponsored by PSA. Well deserved for Neo. You put in the work, and those are results. Listen, man, I already know PSA sponsors Stacking Slabs, the podcast. So just saying. He's got a weekly thing, or like every couple of weeks, he's got a thing with not Hoge, but the Hogue.
Mm.
So he's got that going on. Yep. So I know for a fact they've apparently expanded their other things. Driving, it's all good, fair enough. But yeah, no, it was kind of interesting to I listened to it. It was one of those things though, like I'm always wait and see with a lot of the stuff PSA does. Nothing he said shocked me. It was like, okay, it was interesting, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, okay, I'll wait and see. I've
At
got
least
time.
he's honest.
Yeah.
He doesn't speak with an agenda. He's just kind of, from the hip. I like that.
So it's one of those things where we'll wait and see what happens with a lot of those things. It's good to hear from those folks from here and there. I think it's wise for them to at least give their piece, and then people can decide how they want to listen. And it's good for views. Like I'm never going to blame. I can poke fun at it, and I will. But the reality is, no, it's good. It's good for views. People are interested. What the best part, Bobby, is that the same people that will complain about why are we talking about grading all the time? Real collectors aren't grading. Blah blah blah. And they will literally sit there and watch every single thing that has the letters PSA in it. They will watch them all. and they will always be in the comment
All day
section
long.
telling you why no one cares. And I'm sitting there
Yeah.
like, you realize you're contradicting yourself right now.
Yeah.
You do realize that. But okay, you do what you're going to do. Listen, I read a memoir of a man named Mike Kramer, and he's a humble man, unless it comes to King Crab and Tom Brady.
Mm-hmm.
Then that man will take all the credits.
Seems it.
All the credits. So anyway, bottom line is I will say, so it's just kind of to what was being said a little bit earlier, as Zach was alluding to. I actually, look, I've read a couple of different hobby books. This would be on the better end of it. I think it was decent. Especially when you actually get into the Pacific part and the mail order part and the business part. Again, for me, I thought that was much more interesting. And I did learn a couple of things that I didn't know before. So that right there is, I think, maybe that's the best endorsement I can give it, Bobby. I learned a few things that I did not know before.
No, and that's really important. You know, having a little history is not a bad thing.
Yeah. And because you're dealing with a memoir, you always have to remember the narrator is always going to position things in a certain way. However, if you filter through a little bit, you can usually get something out of it. In this case, I think there were a couple of good things that I think were not as varnished over as others.
Mm-hmm.
And I think there's some good nuggets of information that were in there, amongst other things. Now, when it becomes the section where we're talking about like, and that's why I decided to do a podcast for all those years, and then you've literally got a page and a half, like a page of praise by yourself. Like how great that you remembered exactly what he said, but everything he said was praise, like a full page of praise.
Yeah.
Man, who knew? It's pretty good.
If someone had ever praised me, I'd probably remember.
If someone praised you, you'd tattoo it on your body.
Maybe.
I would.
It'd be like memento. You'd literally, every time you went to the mirror, you would see it, and you'd tattoo it backwards so you could read it in the mirror.
He would break his arm just so somebody could put that on his cast.
100%.
Yeah.
No doubt.
I'm not denying any of this.
Yeah, it's all facts. So Michael Ham says, "What are you most interested in for future product?" Well, let me tell you. Woo. No, right now, I'll be honest, Ham. Like being serious, I don't worry about what's coming up in future product. I kind of let it go as it comes, and realistically, I'll judge the product as it appears. And I'll use the real example. So for Upper Deck, they'll release the different products. Sometimes I'll get a heads up that there'll be a Medano card in some of those products, and it's good to know. But some of it I'm interested in, and some of it I'm genuinely not. There's almost nothing they can. Realistically, there is nothing you can show me that I haven't seen or seen a variation of. And a lot of times people are like, "Oh, an innovation." I guarantee you, whatever you came up with, somebody already tried, and it's probably not going to be that interesting because there's literally nothing you can do on the 2.5 by 3.5 piece of cardboard or plastic
That
or whatever
hasn't been done.
that hasn't been done in some variation. All you're doing is changing the foil color or changing this or changing that. You're making a small tweak. All right, instead of the car being red, now it's blue. Fine.
I even mentioned Carvin Young in my podcast on the OPC history. So
Oh, in the RPG history?
I didn't get Billy in there. I kind of regretted that. Next time.
Well, if part 2 ever happens. Or
Yeah.
maybe, like I said, we'll have to do the competing part 2s.
We might.
I appreciate that now we have a budding feud with Richard Scott. A budding feud with Phil, the Loud Collector.
Phil and Richard Scott, yeah, they can go have their book and eat it too.
Wow. So, the key here is that Phil's showing you the disrespect, Bobby. It's like it's lack of respect.
He's not listening. He's on his own show talking about himself.
I think it would be better if he was listening while doing his own show. Literally while he's listening, he should be listening to something else. That'd be amazing. That'd be great. Well, he's in his room, so it's not like he's hearing anybody at the same time. Listen, they got production people. I don't even know what to tell you. I think that's awesome. Here you go. Crab rating scale from Ham. Blue crab, 2 stone crab, 3 snow crab, 5 king crab, 5 king crab. I wonder what happened to 4. That's what I'm kind of curious about. We went from 3 to 5. 6 Dungeness crab and 7 fiddler crab. So
never heard of fiddler crab.
But what happened to 4? Ham, did you skip 4 on purpose, or is there a number
so.
4 that we're missing? Because we went from 3 to 5. So I'm just curious if we skipped one or if it was only 6. But there you go. So we got crab ratings from Ham. So
Blue crab, I've never really had. Soft shell. Stone crab, it's not really that great. Snow crab, good but sweet. But king crab is the king. The color
wow,
king
listen. If we ever do have him on, you and Kramer have a lot to discuss.
You know,
Because he's all about the king crab, man.
I watched The Deadliest Catch for like 20 years.
Yeah. Well, like I said, he basically explained that he lived Deadliest Catch before Deadliest Catch.
Mm-hmm.
So it's all about you start him up on king crab. I could leave you guys alone for 3 hours and it'll be full content.
Why do you think he called his company Pacific?
Well, he literally did it because of the ocean. Yes.
Oh, I was just saying, yeah.
Yeah. That's literally what he did. A lobster, but not a crab. Okay. So is that your number 4? All right. Oh, Ham's about to start a war with Michael Kramer. King crab is overrated. The Pacific Empire was built on king crab.
How can it be overrated when it tastes amazing compared to everything else?
I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know. I have no opinion. I'm not a seafood guy. I can't help you. I got no opinion.
Yeah, I am. So,
Yeah, so I got opinions on a lot of things, but I'm not going to give an opinion on something I don't eat. So. Can't help you there. Can't help you there. See, now I got to be honest. From this discussion we've had today, I was saying it to Lapper earlier because he caught that you had done the Gong Show, and now that so Bobby, I got to be honest. I honestly thought it would have made more sense for them to record part 1 and part 2 together and then cut it at your logical start and then just basically keep recording, record the whole thing, and then you got both parts. That would make sense to me.
That's what I thought was happening.
Yeah, I assumed that that's what was going to happen. But then doing it this way, if you end up with a scheduling snafu, a timing snafu, or if the Civil War...
It's like a part 2 of a sitcom that didn't really do well in its first one, and the second one is maybe iffy. Depends on how they get.
I was going to say the cliffhanger at the end of part 1. I don't know if it's going to get you to season 2. I'm not sure if we're going to get there.
Actually, to be honest with you, I did up to 1974, and we kind of stopped there because it was already like almost 2 hours in. So we said, okay, that's enough. And
I'm trying to remember if on the recording it actually got to 74.
No, 68.
I was going to say, I thought they stopped at the end of the 60s. Mm-hmm. I didn't think it got to the 70s. Okay.
I was kind of sitting there going, oh, okay, we stopped there.
So now you got a couple of years left, and that's all that's left on the recording.
And then Phil's referring about seeing some guy in another picture I went, yeah, well, that's like later. Anyways.
So can I tell you?
Yeah.
One of the things that's fascinating to me always is the different ways of doing content, videos, podcasts, whatever. It's one of my favorite little side hobbies. It's just looking around and listening and also getting ideas from things and everything. Like I said, credit where it's due. I think their social media stuff is really good. I think they do a good job of promoting the show with the social media stuff.
True.
I think the intro and stuff like that is really good. So I think that aspect of it. Again, my issues with a lot of the stuff they do is that some of the information, I challenge that. I'm not into it. However, one thing that I always
hockey really exclusive that kind of dominates our hobby. Otherwise, there's nobody else really that does a lot of hockey. So there is Center Ice Cardcast, but those guys are a little bit. Those guys aren't as aggressive about it. Mm-hmm. They're not as they do make regular episodes, but not regular enough. Right. Gong Show is literally like twice a week. Like they're very consistent. Yep. Monday, and Thursday. That's the way you win. You win on volume. Mm-hmm. So and like I've had this conversation offline with some folks on YouTube because they talk about what's it called? Midlife sports cards. Oh yeah, that guy.
Whatever. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But then there's like Midlife Card Crisis. And then Scott and those Scott and those guys get up in their feels about that, like how the word midlife was already used in that one. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, and the lament is like, well, why does Midlife Card Crisis not get, the viewership and everything? So, well, you're not making videos regularly enough. Number one. Yeah. So being first, who cares? You don't get credit for that. That's not how this works. They use one word in common, but otherwise they're two different things. The other one is literally producing multiple videos per week. Mm-hmm. Cultivated the community of the vintage folk that are moving from video to video and channel to channel, and curating that group, and also creating videos that are built on engagement. There are videos that are Q&A videos that are like 35, 40, 50-minute videos that are just question answers. In other words, engagement. You're getting questions, and then you do it on the video, and then they can hear the question, and they hear an answer, and then it And then you ask a follow-up question, which leads to the next video, which gives people a reason to tune into the next video. It makes sense. It's not a critique.
Like they
it's
do
just a
with
statement of
mailbag.
fact.
You know,
Yes.
they might read your question.
People love that stuff. Under the right circumstances, people love that stuff. That's real.
Mm-hmm.
So there's nothing wrong with that. That's why I say, like, I can look at it objectively and say, no, he's done a lot of very smart things. You may not like that the both say midlife, but it's like, well, who cares? But the other one's first. Who cares? Good for you. You want to get more people to watch your stuff, then make more videos.
Yeah.
Or make more videos that more people want to watch.
Yep.
That's it. It's real simple. This area is still, the algorithm is a thing, but it is more of a meritocracy, I think, than some people want to give credit for. At the end of the day, you got to get people to actually watch it, and you got to get people to keep watching it. If they do that, it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. It will work. Gong Show built up an audience, and once it built up an audience, it kind of self-sustains.
It does.
So that's how this game is played. Center Ice, I enjoy for what they do. I like what they do, but they haven't been as consistent with it. So as a result of it, they'll have the audience they're going to have, and maybe down the road they'll build it. But it's so tough to build it if you're not consistent. You have to be out there.
If you're not
constantly.
consistent, then you can't remember. Oh yeah, they're coming on. When?
Yeah, you've got to be on. You got to be throwing stuff out there
All the time.
constantly.
Yeah.
And if you do that, well, then guess what? People will tune in, and they're like, and they'll know that they'll be able to rely that stuff is coming out constantly.
Well, that's the Hockey Gong Show. They did that excerpt, which was amazing. They put it together really well, and
Yeah.
I think they got a lot of attraction onto the.
It's the best advertisement there is. Give them a 30-second clip and go, you want to watch the whole thing? Watch the full episode. Here's the link.
Yeah, smart.
But I just want to say that just because a show puts out content, say once a week on a Friday for like 4 hours,
Episodically.
it doesn't mean that the content's any good or people should watch it.
So what would
Not
you say that kind of content is,
necessarily,
Eric? How would you describe it?
Bad.
Elaborate.
Keep going.
Oh, I'm sorry, I can't hear you. Anyway, so what I was saying was, so as Eric was alluding to, weekly episodic content, honestly, is content gold. That's what Eric's saying right now. With his hands.
You know, you add some special effects and stuff like that to little, vines and what have you. It's great. It keeps it in the eye, right?
Oh, so we do need some special effects, Bobby. I think that's a real thing. Hold on.
Yeah, we're missing that. Oh, there we go.
That works. That's good. Yeah, that works. Good point, Eric. That's a solid point by you. Well done.
So.
Yeah, I think that's solid. Now you have to unmute yourself. So, Eric, I think that was a fine point by you. I think we're producing like quality content. As per you, that's why you pay so much for the like button, and you've agreed to pay more in 2025.
No one agreed.
Someone has to compensate for the postal strike.
Yeah, it's the least you can do. Josh says, I stumbled on Hockey Card Haven. I have actually seen that one. They're not bad either. But Bobby's right, though. Here's what I'll say. The hockey card, and actually this is a quick discussion we can have, and I'd like to get the opinion of the chat too, actually. So these things are all over the place. We have a lot of fun with it, but this is more of a hangout. It's more of a kind of a two-sided conversation. The chat will converse with us, we'll converse with you. That's a different thing. The podcast episodes are a little bit more structured, but we can touch on different areas as well. I do think, though, the hockey card side of it is underserved. So I think there is something to be said for niching down and providing I think where they've done a good job is by being Hockey Cards Gong Show. And they'll talk about the auctions. They'll talk about a little vintage, a little modern, and the new sets that are coming out and whatever. So they
cover the bases. Yeah.
Yeah. They focus on that category, though. They're not talking about football cards. They're not talking about baseball cards. They're not talking about golf cards. They're not talking about Pokemon.
It's not overall hobby. Yeah.
Yeah, they're focused specifically on this niche that allows then the audience to gravitate towards it. It's the same thing with the vintage guys, because I said vintage, they may talk about different sports, but predominantly it'll be vintage baseball cards. That'll be like 90% of the discussion.
Pretty much. Yeah.
As a result, though, they've still niched down. They're still a niche. And then for the audience that's interested, that audience will be more engaged. This is more open-ended. It's more broad. We'll go into different categories, but that's okay too. But if you really want to build a specific audience for certain things, well, then you have to be consistent. And then having a niche that's very clearly defined is very helpful.
Well, yeah, my podcast, my part of my the podcast was about an hour and 15 minutes in, or something like that. So it took a little while to get there. So you'd have to go through the beginning part, and then
Yeah.
it came to me after that.
Yeah. Now, the one thing they've done that is important is you do have chapters. You can go to specific
is nice,
sections
yeah.
and segments, so that if you say, I don't want to watch the whole thing, I'm interested in certain specific parts, you can skip ahead to the pieces you
Yeah.
want, which is
Yeah.
a good thing. That's a smart thing. So Ham's saying, you got to have blue crab, Bobby. Ask Eric's wife. Well, there you go.
Mm.
Where is she getting blue crab, huh, Ham?
Who's eating blue crab?
Listen, whatever Cam catches while he's on his bicycle going upside down through a tunnel or something. I don't know. Name says inconsistent episodes. Sounds like a podcast. You got to be consistent, man. You got to be consistent. Here you go. Zach says, has Eric tried not sucking? Maybe that would generate more viewers.
I never thought about that.
That's a novel idea.
Hasn't really come up.
Rarely.
We'll have to put it in front of the focus group. We'll have to see what comes out of it. So yeah. So bottom line though is that I do think it's interesting when these different podcasts specifically they start getting some traction. But I actually do think the consistency is like the number one thing. You will eventually get credit because
and
some
then you'll
people
hit the
will watch it.
algorithm so much better. So
Yeah. Well, what's going to happen is, guess what? Every time it's going to happen, some people are going to check it out. It's not going to be their thing. They'll click off and never watch again. Some other people will watch here and there. Some other people will follow it. And then some folks will watch it consistently and be like, okay. But you got to know that the episode will be there next week or whatever it's going to be. If you're able to do that and say like, yeah, it will be here. And that you'll get credit for that consistency eventually.
yeah.
That's what happens. That's real. But if one week you're on Monday, one week you're on Thursday, one week you're on Friday, and you're all over the map,
All over the place, yeah.
and then people can forget. How you gonna know?
Well, it's smart of them to release on Monday because I think that starts people's weeks. Yeah, there's not much really going on otherwise, right? So it's a good way to start it. And then Thursday, you hit the back end of the week and you're fine. You don't even have to run through the weekend.
Well, and then the audio folks can catch up whenever they want.
Yeah,
like
exactly.
the podcast apps can catch up, and it'll be there. And then again, you're promoting it with all the videos in between, so that's important.
Yes.
The videos in between will promote it. That's one thing. I'm going to try to do a little bit of that next year. I want to, especially for the podcasts in particular, because then we do have a little bit of a format with those ones. We'll figure it out though. I'm going to tweak it a little bit. What I'd love to do, and we're going to do it a little differently. I will try to see if I can incorporate, because there's some folks I've reached out to that I want to try to get on.
Yeah.
Sometimes they won't be available live though, but I may still be able to record, and I may incorporate some of that into the podcast. And if we can manage that, we can schedule it right, then we can do the situation where I'll have a chat with somebody, we'll do it, I'll share it with Eric and Brandon or whoever we bring on, they can see it, and then we can all have a discussion on it, a commentary. Yeah. From the form that the people are seeing, it's going to look like one smooth transition from one thing to another. The only thing we'll do is we'll just make sure Eric never mentions Richard Scott. Otherwise, there could be problems. As long as we avoid that, I think we'll be fine.
Fighting words, man.
I'm just saying. He doesn't want to incur the wrath of the bro. I don't think he wants any of that smoke.
I can't handle that heat.
Please do not.
But I do think that format can work where you do have like an interview or a discussion in the middle of it, because it breaks it up. I like having the back and forth debate and discussion, but right now, hobby news wise, we're quiet. Like in relative terms in hobby news, the case was fun because I liked the case thing because it was a bookend to the discussion we had already. We had talked about the case the first time. Then we talked about them, the buyer reneging on the sale. And then this is kind of the bookend. Hopefully, this buyer pays for it, and we can move on with our lives.
Exactly.
At least let's try. I like to say we're good. We're good.
Speaking of Bobby being mad at me, he got mad at me yesterday, and was, I mean, he was mad. You could hear it. So
when you pocket dial me,
I'm helping my mother. All right, who we all know is always watching, and she's an angel, right? and this
Wow.
poor woman, all right, I'm helping her into the car, and
Into the
somehow
car?
in the car, and somehow by accident, I butt dial Bobby. Okay? Accidents happen. I don't know how it happened. All of a sudden, I hear Bobby's voice in the car, and he is pissed. Screaming.
I said, "What is this? A collectible emergency? What do you want?"
He's screaming, right?
Valid question.
And I'm like, I'm so sorry. I'm so apologetic. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And he's like, I'm not accepting your apologies. I'm sick of you bothering me. And then my poor sweet mother, right?
Wait, is this Bobby or Marcel? Like who?
I don't know.
Like I'm getting the blinds
So-
blurred right now.
My poor sweet mother goes, "Who's that?" And I said, it's Bobby, Mom. And she's like, "Hi, Bobby." And he doesn't say hello back. He's so enraged. And then she starts to cry, and she's all upset. And I go, "Bobby, I'm sorry. I gotta go. I'm sorry I bothered you." And we hung up. Mom went through a half a box of Kleenex. All and today she was still talking about it. So when you get on the wrong side of the barrel, man, people cry. And Bobby, I'm sorry again that I disturbed you and I butt dialed you. I'm very sorry, and will not happen again. I promise. I'm sorry that
Jeez.
you got so upset and made my mother cry.
Quite the terrible tale.
Yeah,
Mm.
and
Maybe.
you know how upset I get all the time, right? It's
Well, you do tend to go into these fits of rage at sometimes, and I'm
fits
sorry.
of rage.
And
I
I'm
haven't been-
sorry that you had to take it out on my poor mother. Saint
She's
of
going to
a-
respond back, and you're going to be in trouble. You know
I
that.
was gonna say, like, this story may change between now and the time,
It will. There'll be a
You,
post
you,
coming
you know your
soon.
mom watches this show, so we may get a different story before
we will.
before too long. I'm just saying.
Because the barrel is always kind and friendly until Richard Scott and
I was gonna say it's Richard
Phil
Scott and Phil mess with the Burrell, and that's it. Sam says Saturday is a great morning to drop something. Listen, I don't acknowledge mornings. If you got something on Saturday morning, go for it, Ham. So here says, I love Eric's mom. So Ham, here. If I called Bobby, it's always yes, sir, no, sir, yes, screw Eric. Valid.
yes, sure. About that.
Seems about right. Seems valid. So, Eric, one thing I wanted to kind of quickly mention. I did mention that I did receive a Pure Later package this week, and you'll appreciate this. I received 2 items in that Pure Later package. One was a hoodie, which I will throw in the laundry and then I will use at a later date. But another one is this.
You
See
had
that right there?
Yeah, you had that specially made just to continue this farce.
I have many of
Custom
them.
made.
I have many of them.
I mean, I can have. Listen, there's certain companies out there that I can pay someone.
So anyway, what I was going to say. So the point was that I acquired this because, number one, it's Eric's favorite place in the world. University of Guelph. You see, he's in total agreement because he's silent through his acquiescence to my statements. However, the reason why this is important is I wanted to have a replacement for this because this is the OG. This is the original University of Guelph water bottle. This one I have had since 2003. It is older than some of Bobble's kids. This is a reality. These are facts. You can unmute yourself now, Rick. So anyway, this is the OG, but at 22 years, going on 23 years, I felt like, you know what? It's time for this one to be retired. It was time to get a replacement. So now this is the new. This is the 2.0. 22 years later, we got the 2.0. I'm very pleased that I was able to get that in today because I needed some hydration. It's very important.
How much does it cost to have something, printed on a water container? I mean,
I wouldn't know, Eric. Why don't you tell me what it cost you to pretend the Boston Bruins are real?
Boston Bruins are real. They suck this year, but they're still real.
No, I think this is an elaborate ruse on your part. And this is a lot of work. Listen, much like your rumor mongering that Ray Bork is still alive, when we all know he died decades ago. And this is simply a scholastic fact. The reality of it is that much like Ray Bork's death, which totally happened.
I plan on seeing him soon, and I'm going to tell on you.
Go ahead. And he would be like, of course I'm dead on the inside. I played for the Boston Bruins. Facts.
You're going to get in trouble.
He's going to be like, Carlos is so right.
No.
He speaks not only truth, but righteousness. And I go, thank you, Zombie Ray Bork. Thank you for acknowledging.
I wish Yannick was here because...
He would also speak of Zombie Ray Bork?
Not this past Expo, but the one before. So 2023 Expo. I introduced Yannick to my friend Ray Bork, and then they talked in French, probably about me.
Yeah. Okay. So Eric, look, I want to dispel this rumor because I can't stand this rumor mongering of your part.
I didn't like it.
I'm going to explain something to you. Allow me to explain. So back in the heady days of 2005, by this point, this one had already been around for 2 years. Like I said, OG. But back in the heady days of 2005, back in the University of Guelph, the most magical place on earth that Eric loves, I had a friend of mine who's been in the chat here and there once upon a time, sporadically. The Oaks, that we affectionately refer to as the Oaks. And I think I've already given this story, but I'll explain how this plays into Zombie Ray Bork. But the point is that he had a birthday in October, and being that his nickname was the Oaks, he would call his birthday Oakstoberfest because he's creative. Yes. Do you remember Oakstoberfest? I feel like I've said this story before. I believe I've explained it.
I don't recall Oakstoberfest, but please.
All right, so let me talk about Oakstoberfest 05. Oakstoberfest 05 was an occasion that will live in infamy, and I will explain why. So what happened was we had several campus bars. We have an entire block of bars in the downtown in Guelph, your favorite place, they're all different types of themes. You had the sports bar, you had this one, you had the Irish pub, you had that all going on. I'm going to get to that. Don't worry. I'll get to Zombie Ray Bork in a minute. So
he's real. He's right there.
Zombies are real, Eric. Zombies are real. That's not the issue. Focus. So anyway, we go to the bar. And one of the bars was the Albion. And that was the bar for all the different art students and the art majors and such. Anyway, so what happened was he was in the drama department. And we spent many a night hanging out last call at the bar, which was 3 a.m. over there. And on the night of Oakstoberfest 05, we went down to the campus bar, and we went down there at 7 p.m. because we're responsible. And we sat, and in the course of that, again, 7 p.m., well, if you do a little bit of quick maths, you're going to realize that 3 a.m. is 8 hours later. So we spent the entirety of the 8 hours in the bar, and being that he was the birthday boy, and we had the drama department and the history department, which were friends with me, and drama department that were friends with him, and we had mutual friends in there, and we're sitting there at that bar, and pitchers of beer are like $15-20, and you can go through a lot of those in an 8-hour night. And you can also go through a lot of liquor in an 8-hour night. And he would drink everything that anybody handed him, whether it looked consumable by human consumption or not. I watched that man drink more alcohol than several times his body weight. I'm convinced that I'm not sure how he even consumed, absorbed, expelled. I don't even want to know. The point is, 8 hours of drinking later, the only coherent things that he could say to me, when I looked at him and talked to him, I said, "Hey, Oaks, how's it going?" I looked this man in the eyes, much like you claimed to look at Ray Bork in the eyes. And you know what words came out of his mouth? Stage manager. That's all that I could make out from the words that he spoke. And I said, "Aha, sounds to me like I'm going to have to help you get home." So I dragged this man out, by the collar, because that's the only way at that point. And I drag him out at 3 a.m. And then I start walking towards, and the problem is we're like a 45-minute walk back to his place. It's a long ways. And I'm like, there's no way we're getting there. So what happened was I grab him, and then I'm literally walking by a police car that's pulled somebody over. He looks at me as I'm carrying this, Ray Bork-like creature, a dead body. So anyway, as I'm dragging him by, he just looks at me and he's like, "What's going on?" And I go, "Had too much to drink." And he goes, "All right, have a good night." He just lets me walk by. So anyway, I'm dragging this body, And I walk him over to our friend's house, who are still up. They were part of a band that was playing out there. They had actually been there earlier, and they went back to their place. I knock on the door, and I knew I was in the right place because the first questions that came out of their mouth weren't, "What are you doing here this ungodly hour?" Because they were basically what looked like a crack house beside a train track. So I knock on this door, and the first questions are like, "Hey, Carlos Oaks, how's it going?" And I'm like, "Dave, we need water and we need a bucket. Stat. This is the statement I make to him." And he's like, "Say no more." Turns around and goes straight to the kitchen to go grab the bucket and the water. They know the procedure. We're good. So the point of the story is that many hours later, I drag him home. And all I got to say, Eric, I watched this man die. I watched the soul leave this man's body. I was there. And as I was playing PlayStation 1 Madden, passing the hours to get to the point that I could drag this dead body home, as you do, I'm playing Madden, trying to kill some time. And occasionally he would look over and he would look like he was about to throw up. And I would grab the back of his head and put it into a bucket. The bucket that I had asked for earlier.
Oh,
so we continued this process for several hours. And again, I watched this man's soul leave his body. And after I finished watching this man die, and we reached about 6 a.m, I go, "That's enough." I dragged the corpse, threw him into his house, and left him for dead. He continues to roam the earth to this very day, but I know he died.
Uh-huh.
And that was in 2005. So, Eric, we are in the year 2024 of our Lord, heading into 2025. That is 20 years of the zombie roaming the earth. So you're telling me that zombie Ray Bork can't be walking the earth to this very day? Please. Please. I know the zombies are amongst us. I watched him die. I was there. In the room it went.
Not a zombie.
Total zombie.
No, he's real.
Look, it's that ghostly visage looks super dead.
That's a hell of a story. I heard that on the way back in.
I try, Bobby. Oktoberfest 05 was quite the legendary moment.
Mm-hmm.
I did not think anyone could drink that much. I to this very day, I've never seen anyone drink that much.
Do you still have that bucket?
I kind of wish I did. It might be a historical artifact. I think it's going to make it. Look, if we ever get the components together, Bobby, that's going to be a Canada heritage moment. Like I will speak the tale, and I will tell them, and we will get a plaque made and put there where Carlos walked by dragging a body beside a police car. The police officer looks at me.
And we could bronze that bucket too.
And you know who else is real? Not only is Ray Bork real, you know who else is real? This guy right here. Real.
Yeah, he's a real janitor. Yeah.
No, real.
Janitor. Custodian?
No. He's real.
He was real from 80 to 89. That's it.
You should have had him autograph one of his mops for you. Would have been awesome.
Can you imagine they were charging $200 for Ray Bork when he came to Toronto back in 8-10 years ago?
Yeah. What? Imagine how much they would charge if he was still alive.
Wow. I know.
I can't even imagine. That's the reason why we can get Johnny Bauer so cheap. Like, Eric doesn't have any problem with zombie Johnny Bauer, but you speak of Ray Bork being a zombie. Whoa.
Yeah, I know.
What is this?
Well,
wild, man. Wild. But yeah, I've never seen anybody drink that much before in my life. Never seen anybody drink that much since. It's probably for the best. Probably for the best. I did watch a man die, so that was the thing.
Yeah.
It was a really long night, though. I got to be honest. That was a long night of drinking. It was a long night of drinking.
I'd say.
Ooh, man. That's why I still remember it so vividly. It's like, that was a long night of drinking. I do remember that my buddies came over and said, "Carlos, we got to get Oaks a drink." And I'm sitting there like, he's had plenty of drinks. And they're like, no, man. Like, so they hand me some cash. They're like, "You get him something." And literally, I go over to the bar. And they know that we've been feeding him drinks. Like, literally, it's 2 departments worth of people feeding this man drinks, and he's drinking everything.
Oh man!
Boom, 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 boom. And it's like, and literally, they're like, "What do you want?" And I'm like, "Surprise me." I'm not drinking it. I don't care. So they hand me something that looks like guacamole. I have no idea what was in that drink.
Oh no, guacamole!
It looked like guacamole. It looked like guacamole.
It's
like the color and everything looked like guacamole. I have no idea what was in it.
Health food drink, yeah.
I doubt that. They had nothing
with a little vodka. Just say.
There would have been more vodka than anything else. Like, trust me, there was nothing healthy in that drink. Whatever it was, it was not. I'd be more inclined to think it was Play-Doh in vodka than anything else. There's no health anything in there. But he drank it down just like everything else. It just kept going. I'm sitting like, okay.
Yeah.
So then I dragged. I eventually got the corpse back to his house. Opened the door and all right. And then I went back, and then it still took me another 25 minutes to get back to my place. It's like 8 in the morning before I get into my house. Like one of my roommates sees me, he goes, "How's it going?" It's like a long night. I go in and I go to bed. That's the only time I saw the morning. I don't acknowledge mornings anymore. We're done.
Makes sense.
Yep. Yeah, we're done. It's over. 3 a.m. last calls were a hell of a
Tales
drug.
of Guelph.
Man, they were they were fascinating times.
I'm sure there's some good stories there.
I got to be honest, Bobby. I wouldn't mind going back for a visit. It's people talk about.
I
It's
think
like, would you go
need
back in
your
time? It's like,
memoirs written about Guelph and the college and the bars. Yeah.
they were good. There were a lot of good stories back then.
Oh,
That
yeah,
was a
I'm sure
good
there
time.
is.
Well, you just got to think University Town with 3 a.m. last call.
That's it.
The opportunities are nearly limitless.
Oh, they're endless.
Paul needs
A lot
to-
of very dumb decisions were made in that place.
Oh my God.
And this
Yeah,
is
but-
before the smartphone, which is
Not
sensational.
Paul needs to knock it off. The stuff
Paul
he's
saying?
sending me is grotesque.
What is that?
He's
I don't
sending
see
me
it.
all this mayonnaise, AI generated nonsense grossness, and he better knock it off.
Let me see comments here.
My
Oh, there we go.
my phone keeps making noises, and I'm getting all this grossness.
Seems legit to me.
It
Hobby Champ
does.
says this.
Actually, I'll have to agree with Hobby Champs there. It does make it convoluted. If you went with a basic black background, it'd probably be better again.
I'll see what I can do.
I'm
Let
just
me see
saying.
what I can do.
It makes it, distorted. I can't really.
I
see.
just actually there was a very fun comp that was thrown in there that I enjoyed earlier. I'll share it with you guys after. So anyway, Hobby Champ says this background photo makes the text confusing. Too many people crowded all together in different directions. Yes, it
Yeah.
is the Black Friday. The Black Friday is over. So let me see what I can do. Let me see what I can do.
on the
Problem
fly.
is they don't have like solid colors. I'm gonna
Really?
see what I can. Not really, yeah. So I'm gonna let
Well,
me
you
see
can
what
AI generate, right?
I can, but a little
So
bit
make
be
it
like
stars
black
or
background.
something.
Yeah,
Stars
maybe
in the
that's
sky
reasonable.
or
Yeah.
space. Yeah,
Let me see what I can do.
Space Jam.
Bear with me while I'm doing that. So, Eric, are you still complaining about the very valid AI photos that Paul's sending you?
Yeah, they're gross. You better knock it off,
Or what?
Or what?
I was gonna say.
or I'll tell.
Tell
You
who?
tell.
Yeah,
Tell
I
your
will.
mom and fly.
I might. Yeah.
Yeah, I might. See, told you.
I might. You gotta get in trouble. So
I'm
you
gonna
gotta
get a
knock it
pocket.
off.
Another
Or
pocket.
else I'm gonna
That's what's
tell.
gonna happen. Yeah,
I'm gonna tell the YouTube people
yeah.
and the IT people, the IG people.
The egg people?
Yeah,
Who are the eight people?
Here we'll go with a noir background. There you go.
the
That's a
IG
little better.
people
Yeah,
aren't gonna tolerate it.
It's a little more contrast between us and the noir.
that's good. Yeah, it's a little better.
Yeah. We'll play
I
around
can-
with it and we'll
I
come
can
up with
see
something
Eric
for next
now.
week.
in
Yeah,
its
we'll come up with
entirety.
something for next week. Bob Jackson says, "Oh, he's telling." That's right. That's right.
I'm gonna putting up with this.
Top here. Good evening, boys. Great job on the Gong Show, Bobby. And
Yeah.
Eric, separate line.
A
There
little
you go.
that.
Chicago Blackhawks, Bobby Orr's team dressing room would be a cool background. That's not a bad call.
Yeah, I never
It's not
thought
a bad
about that.
I like
Nothing
that.
like
I
red
that.
and black and white. Yeah.
Maybe.
Not funny.
No, not at all.
I don't know about that.
Kinda.
Nope, not funny.
A little bit. Maybe. Just
Oh,
not
it kind of is.
Nope, not even a little bit.
Are you sure though?
I'm not
Are
so
you
sure.
sure?
I'm not so sure.
I don't know about that. I feel like it's.
I'm
gone.
not so sure.
Mm-hmm.
Not funny.
I don't know. That seems like kind of your opinion, man.
Mm.
Kind of your opinion, man.
Kind of alone with that,
Mm-hmm.
but it happens. Yeah, it's funny. It is hilarious.
That's right. I'm trying to generate a couple of AI backgrounds just to see what
Oh,
comes
I'm
up.
I'm just kind of reading the thing there.
Yeah.
A big
First
jar
one,
of
not
mail.
first one, not super impressive. Yeah, no. First one wasn't too impressive.
And now Paul V's getting in on the action. So I'm getting attacked by two Pauls.
Yeah.
Sending me very lewd, disgusting, inappropriate pictures on the IG.
On the IG?
2.5 million, Mr. Vulture.
I see what you're trying to do there, and I don't like it.
I'm just saying, the AI has spoken. Bob Jackson says, yeah, it's not funny. It's hilarious.
No, it isn't.
Big jar of mayo. That's right. That's right. Yep. So, yeah, as Bobby said, 2.52 million. I assume Gretzky's guaranteed in a case. Yeah, about 26, 27 of them, give or take.
I don't think anyone's really going to open it. Actually, be a
it.
good Breakers box, one of them.
Is Eric wearing his Leaf
It'll
sweater?
be the best
Maybe.
Breakers
I
box.
do not have a Leaf sweater.
And you don't even have to worry about those being CT scanned because you know you're going to get 1.68, whatever. So, whatever.
Nope.
No.
I like this here. You said you wanted more Pauls to send you hilarious images. That's what
No, I did not say that.
I believe that's what you said.
I do not like either one of the Pauls or their images.
Bobby Orr in a Blackhawks uniform on a jar of mayo would be epic. That is true.
I already
He
got,
might do that as he gets older.
sent one of those.
It's like that old dude who did the Hellman's what was it? Fleshman's margarine. Right,
Oh,
put
yeah,
a hunk
yeah,
load
yeah.
of Fleshman's on it, and made it look like it was good, and then you put that much on it, and you go, "That's too much."
I can't. I can't. I just.
Oh, he's bowing out because he can't.
Yep. Best part is he's bowing out from stuff I haven't even sent him. It's not me. Is this the only known sealed case? Yeah, it's the only known sealed case for the 79 and 80 OPG.
There is others. I know that for sure.
Oh, I guarantee that. It's sight unseen. I can guarantee that.
Yeah,
But
I think there's two
but it's the
others
one that's
I know
out
about.
there. Yeah.
There's two others I've heard about, so I haven't seen them, and I always don't like to confirm anything until I see it. But and there's so many other boxes I've heard of that are out there that are vintage, and I haven't seen them, but I hear rumors all the time, and you hear these rumors from kind of viable people, really. So you sit there and go, okay. But a lot of things are sitting in people's hands who have a lot of money, and they really don't care. It's just another thing to them, you know? So, unfortunately, that's what happens with a lot of the old wax or unopened.
I have 7 cases of 79 OPG.
I knew you did. That's what you're sitting on. Fuck.
Easily. No doubt.
Mm-hmm.
So Ham says, just open a box of wild card decades and was disturbed at what I just opened. Ham's disturbed. That's a different thing. Paul and I are artists. Artistes.
Well, something with arse in it.
You're not artists. You're sick. Both of you. Sick.
7 cases now. Mm.
Yep.
Wow.
Gets worse, man. Gets worse over time. It's awful.
Or is that better? I don't know.
It's something.
Brings the price down.
What would the next case go for is the question.
Less.
$1.50.
Why? Why is it always less? Why is it less?
Because it's
Because and 3.7 was too much. Why? Why is it too much?
it's worth what people are willing to pay. But
So how much are you willing to pay, Eric? Let's go.
the 3.5 and now the 2.5 or whatever the hell
It
it
didn't
is.
even go for one of the 101.
How much are you willing to pay
whatever.
for a jar of Older Men's Health Mayo?
Alderman's Health?
You guys aren't
for your-
going to be happy until I throw
Well,
up.
in England they call it salad cream. So
Oh, good God.
yes, don't be misguided by salad cream. It's the good stuff.
Wow.
Is it
Wow.
midnight yet?
Is it what?
No, not yet.
No.
See, you're going to get me sick. I'm telling you.
Sick.
That's unfortunate. Maybe you should have gotten a bucket.
Yes, that bronze bucket. That's
Amazing. Sensational.
I wish I had that.
Yeah. That was my favorite one, though, Bobby. I got to be honest. Oktoberfest 05, legend. Legendary. Like I said, I've never seen a man drink that much. I didn't think I ever would. And I did. It's incredible. Just
I
incredible.
think I did when I was about 20 or something like that.
Yeah.
We did
Yeah,
have a good time.
Andre the Giant did it.
Yes.
He really did though. Like I will say though, my buddy O's like had a stomach of steel back then. Like he could have drank turpentine by the case. Like it was stupid the amount of stuff he could just drink, he could consume and get away with.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that one ended him. They pushed it too far. That was that night he pushed it too far. I don't think ever. That's why I say like I watched that man die. I watched that man die.
He had a 3-day hangover.
As far as I'm not convinced, Bobby. Almost 20 years after, I'm not convinced that hangover ever ended.
Oh, really?
I'm not convinced.
The
I
damage
believe
is permanent.
It changed.
it's still in his
life.
bloodstream to this very day. It's like the half-life of a nuclear explosion. It continues to resonate to this very day.
Yeah, you mentioned 2005. He always goes,
Yep, it just this is it. Nope.
"Don't
Can't
talk."
do it.
Nope.
Just pulled 12 101s. There you go.
Yeah, 101s. They're really rare in the hobby nowadays.
Super rare. Well, I think some of those wild card sets, I'm half convinced the entire base set is 101s. They just changed the pattern slightly.
Mm-hmm.
Did you open a box of Leaf? So that's wild card, which is owned by Leaf. So it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Wild card is owned by Leaf at this point. So
Hey,
a lot of it is.
when is Brian Gray dropping his information about what he's doing? I thought he said a couple weeks. So it's been
Sorry,
a
you mean
couple
his new project or whatever?
Yeah, his new thing.
Oh God, it's supposed to be, yeah, but realistically, we're not gonna hear about anything about it for like a year.
Oh, okay.
There's like no way. Like it's always one of those things where it's like my opinion is there's no point in even you may as well just not say anything and just one day come out and say, hey, here's the new thing.
That's
It'd
going to
just be easier.
change the industry or some. I don't know what it was. Something like that.
Yeah. So it's like you repeat. It's the boy who cried wolf. You repeat it enough times, no one can believe you.
Yeah.
I'm sure you're talking to people about stuff. That I'm sure of. I'm sure you're talking to people about stuff. But until it's done, I's are dotted, D's are crossed, and you can actually say something, you've done nothing.
Yeah.
The red button remains unpressed.
But it sounds good.
It does.
And he didn't get the second half of the Mastro interview. So I don't know where we're at.
We're not getting deliveries, man. We're not getting deliveries.
Brian's actually he's not even on the air. I haven't heard him since your interview, I guess.
No, there
Well,
was
after
one
that,
more.
you
There
did
was one
do,
more with the Pinnacle CO.
Something after.
Yeah, he did.
Like the next day.
It was with the Pinnacle CO. It was with Pinnacle CO.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah.
And then you haven't heard anything since.
No, he's Ghost Town. Yep. Nobody else
He
after
appeared.
that.
He went on Jeremy's panel show where he invites people that he vets, which is a Coley original format.
Who was that other guy that was on there? He was laughing at that. I don't know.
You should have vetted someone a lot better 4 or 5 years ago. I'll tell you that, you son of a bitch.
Who's that?
Me. You should have vetted me and not let me on this stupid ass thing.
Oh yes,
Eric, I did vet you, and I concluded I can torment this fool.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's worked out. Worked out for the best.
Biggest mistake of my life.
He's going on the show tomorrow. You're going to be Michael going on to Jeremy's show.
Yeah, well, Ham's. I feel like
And
Ham's
you're
done a
bragging about that.
Yeah, I was gonna say. You may as well have said I'm
Who
going
isn't
to impale
going on his show tomorrow?
I'm going to impale myself on a bed of nails.
Well, I mean, Bobby, you've been on the show numerous times. Carlos, you were on it once or twice, right?
So hold on. Are we talking about the new, completely original format show? Or are we talking about on the
old
original?
school.
Sports Card Live.
So on the after hours,
When I was
like
on the
3 or 4
preview
times.
of the Sports Card Live intro.
On the after hours, I was on like 3 of the first 5.
Yeah.
So I've only been invited once, and he wanted to do it on a Friday night at like 9:00, and I was like,
That's why I invited you.
I'm kind of busy.
Yeah.
But if Ham's going to be on, I may see what's happening over there tomorrow.
I think that's fair. And I can say, truthfully, Ham, best of luck with it. I will not be watching it. Hobby Champ says, I actually like Brian. I don't have any issues with him. But if you notice when he interviews somebody, he spends 75% of the interview talking about himself with humble brags. Nonsense, Hobby Champs. It's at least 95%.
You're making, he's making that.
Yeah, you're a little conservative. You're going to need to bump that up about 20%. Ham says he's going to be the heel. So you're going to be yourself.
Mm-hmm. It happens. Mm-hmm.
And yet, still not interested in watching. Zach says, Eric is the only one Carlos could get to sign a like button lifetime contract. Little did Eric know. He should have gotten his lawyer to read more carefully. That fine print will get you every time.
Oh, it definitely did.
Mm-hmm.
In my younger days, 4 or 5 years ago, whatever the hell it was, when people, challenged me in my manhood and stuff, and I had to stand up. And
where's this going?
And now I don't care. I'm old and I don't care anymore.
Yeah.
But
you reached that point. Yeah.
5 years ago at 45, and he called me a coward, I was like, well, I'll show him. And look, and that backfired big time.
Hmm.
Well, look at the upside, Eric. At least 5 years later, I can definitively say, still a coward.
Yeah, but now I don't care.
But you kind of do.
Okay. I'm too old.
I've seen the memes, Eric. I've seen the memes. I've seen the defenses. You still believe Ray Bork is alive?
He is alive. I'm gonna be
soon. Bobby, I can still get him.
Yep, I think so.
He thinks I can't get him. I got him.
Yep.
Got him every time.
He is
every time.
He's a real boy.
Whatever you say. Bob Jackson says, I have no interest in watching Soaring Skull talk about a card he thinks are cool because they're expensive. So can I be serious? The real reason why it's such a lame rehash of the same format that a bunch of us have been doing for a while. And the fact he pitched it like it was a new thing is the part that made me roll my eyes. That was the part. Look, old Jay Lee, old floating head, is my Richard Scott.
I think
it's just not going to work.
Mm-hmm.
It is what it is. Bobby understands. You understand, Bobby.
Yep.
It is what it is. What can I do?
Hey, what's Michael doing? Why isn't he on the show?
Oh, he's sitting there, typing. Look, if I have no problem bringing Ham on the show, but then he's gonna start giving us idea about sets, and then we'll sit there and it's like, okay, come on, and then he'll start trying to promote his appearance on, the minor league show.
Yeah, you're right.
Like, I don't need that. No, not today. Another day, sure, not today. We're doing so well. We had so much hashtag scholarship tonight.
Because I'm gonna bow out soon, anyways, myself. So.
There you go.
I figured he'd be a half decent replacement at about 10%.
I don't know. We'll see. Ham, if you want a link, if Bobby bows out and you want to come in for a little bit, you can shamelessly promote it and make fun of, but only if you make fun of Eric with at least a 50%. I need 50%. Make fun of Eric, shamelessly promote garbage.
I can sit in front of my warm computer and bounce some questions back like he is.
I just want to say, screw name, screw Wes, screw everybody.
There you go. Wes says you're only 50. I think those are facts. I feel that's valid.
When he comes in, I'll bow out.
All right. Ham, if you want, I'll shoot you a link. Just let me know. I'm all about the Carlos and Lee Beef Squash reunion tour. There won't be a beef squash. I will say, though, I am enjoying the current era where Jay Lee pretends there's no beef. It's very fun because he gave BG my link. So at the same time, we are currently in the Cold War detente era. We're in the Cold War detente. If you guys know a little history, detente. We're in the detente.
I get along with him just fine. Thank you.
Yes, but you're suck and you're trash. I believe we covered this.
I'm not arguing that point.
I'm just saying.
I get along with him just fine.
Who?
Jeremy.
Why?
And I said, Bobby, it's because he sucks and he's trash.
Why are you only on his show once?
I got nothing to offer.
That's a lie.
Okay. Well, I'll go with that. All right.
You can offer suck. You get a lot of that.
He doesn't want suck on the show.
Yes, he only wants his suck. You could be like, but you've got professional suck. You've got next level suck.
I
feel like
tears up.
Yeah, I think the problem is you're going to overshadow his suck. I think that's the problem.
Maybe that's. Yeah,
he doesn't want to be upstaged.
Yeah, you don't want to upstage him. No.
Now, if you upstage him, that'll make him sad.
I don't think that's true. I don't think he wants. I don't think I haven't been invited because of my level of suck.
Are you sure? How sure are you? On a scale of 1 to 10, how sure are you?
3.
4%.
I was going to say, that doesn't seem very confident.
I was the benefit of the doubt.
Have you considered the possibility, Eric, that all you have to do, if you realize, if you grabbed a thesaurus and said really long words, they don't have to make sense. Just say paradigm a lot, and you might be able to trick him and convince him you're Joe Perot.
Yes. Oh, yes. Paradigm is really good.
Joe, too.
I don't have a problem with. Listen, I don't have a problem with Joe. Joe is the one who blocked me from Instagram, and I never said anything to him.
I get along fine with Joe.
Yes, you get along with a lot of people because you don't say anything entertaining.
I come here every Friday and say I hate you. I hate everyone in the chat.
And no one believes you.
Joe.
I said I don't have a problem with Joe. Joe's
that sounds like a very weak endorsement of Joe.
I don't.
Joe was fine.
Joe's and I get along great.
Joe
Look, here's
Perot's
the
nice
irony
guy.
of this. Look, the irony of this. Speaking of, so bring it full circle to our conversation. I do think blocking me on Instagram when I said nothing to you in any communication there, that's weak. That is super weak.
Yeah, I have to agree with that.
Yeah, like super weak. But here's the thing. Even
Watch
then,
what I'm gonna do, man.
yeah. But even
Fucking
then,
blocked.
I don't really have too much of a problem with Joe. He was sticking up for Jeremy, so I'll give him that. Like, that's fine. If that's your rationale, so be it. It's cowardly, but whatever. At least let me insult you first, and then
Give him that.
yeah, give me the first right of insult, and then block me.
Stop
That's
calling people
perfect.
cowards. They're going to turn up on the show and get trapped here.
It's worked so far. Anyway, so Abby Champ says the irony has kind of pivoted into more that Jeremy has pivoted into more BSC stuff. Yes, that's the joke. The joke is that he literally just took the same format. and it's like, it's this wholly original idea, you guys. We're gonna have a panel show. Oh my god! And I'm like, who would have thought? What a crazy idea! Wild. We'll do it on Saturday nights. Wild.
Panel
And
show.
I still haven't been on with Needham yet, so I don't know what's going on.
When you're good, Ham, just give me a thumbs up.
Oh God.
I've had no. You don't like Mike? Mike's a nice guy.
Hey, look, Eric, have you considered that you've got so many problems with so many people? Maybe the problem's you.
I never thought about that. Yeah, it might.
Yeah, at a certain point, like there's a common denominator to these beefs you seem to have. In contrast to me being a man of peace, you seem to be a man who causes conflict and division.
Yes.
I don't like any of you. I
You're
don't like
lying.
anyone in the chat. And most days, I don't like myself.
Oh, no one likes you.
You're like,
That's okay.
You're Mr. Opposite. Whatever you say is the opposite.
So you're saying he loves Beckett and he knows Ray Bork is dead?
Yeah.
Wow.
This is a bunch of bullshit.
Scandalous.
He just runs from facts, is all he does. He continually runs from facts.
Woo.
True.
Mhm.
And he can't argue it.
Catch. Shouldn't you be off on a boat somewhere in Florida catching fish?
How do you feel about King
Like
Crab Ham?
54
Lots of King
degrees
Crab.
outside in Florida. It's 54 degrees outside of Florida. I'm not going outside.
That's shorts weather.
54 degrees. Ooh, 54 degrees. Oh.
54. That's shorts and t-shirt weather.
Right now, that feels like summer weather at the moment.
We're about
Not when you're born and raised down here. It's not.
Yeah, true.
I was born in Panama. I think it's fucking cold. That's a different conversation.
Up where you guys are is freezing. I'll die in that environment. I can't live out there or up there.
What do you guys have for current temps? Let's see what we have here.
Well, up here we're about
25.
1 degree.
I'm currently 53.
That's it's shorts and t-shirts. It's 25.
So
here.
I'll convert it to American for you. Right now,
We're
it feels
about
like 16.
40 we're about 40.
16. 16.
What?
16, Bobby. I converted to Fahrenheit.
No.
Really?
Yeah, 16.
That's
Okay.
Are we at?
I'm not happy with 25, but I don't want
32 is 0, Bobby. 32 is 0. So you got to go lower.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. I forgot.
Yeah, 32 would be 0. We got to go below that. We're at
32
16.
isn't 0. 32 is 32. Anyway.
I agree. I think it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
I'll agree with that one.
Regardless.
An
So in
absolute
Americano,
zero is
it's
minus
16.
32.
In Americano, it's 16.
Yes.
Okay.
And
Wes is actually correct. You are surrounded by assholes everywhere you go because we all have one.
Mm-hmm.
There you go. Again, you're technical. Look at you. So Hobby Champ says, I like you, Carlos. I like Jeremy. Just like I like the twins from SCR and I like Jeff Wilson. Man, you're just a liker of people.
Oh,
I'm weird, I guess. I just love when people talk about hobby
Did
and
he
cars.
say
There you
that
go,
out
Hobby
loud?
Champs.
Okay.
He was saying what I was thinking.
You just
Yep.
love everyone, Ham. You're just you're trying to bring all the people together. It must be
That's what I
Festivus.
do.
It's the airing of grievances. There you go. So 53 in your lands over there, Bob Jackson says.
So what I
Names-
was talking about too, and I'm going to post a video on this, and half these people don't watch my video. It doesn't really matter. So I opened up this Leaf Decade or Leaf Wildcard
I thought
Decade.
we weren't going to talk about cards.
Hold on. You're going to like this, actually. This goes back to your era. So
What's my era?
you're going to see it in a minute. Calm down.
Go
So I opened this up. It's guaranteed at least one auto. Okay. So, and what I was saying earlier about the 1-of-1s and all the crap and stuff like that. So the auto I pulled, this is where you would enjoy this. Henry Winkler, who is who?
The
Hey.
Fonz.
Hey, that's pretty cool. Okay. But what's not cool is when I'm opening these packs, right? And I hit Johnny T. All right. John Travolta. Sweet, right?
Mhm.
Uh-oh. 1-of-1, 1-of-1, 1-of-1.
But they're different patterns, Ham. Come on.
Okay, so these two are different patterns.
Yeah.
These two are different colors. Hold on, this one. Of
Yep.
the same pattern.
Ham, a wild card is literally like Ham. So, hold on. I
It's
want to be.
not the point. Look at this. This is stupid.
Yes,
Yeah.
I'm not disagreeing. Look, I'm not
Agreed.
disagreeing with you.
I'm
not-
ripping. When I ripped this, I was listening to the show off to the side of my ear pod, and I was just recorded a video. I'm ripping it as I'm literally ripping the product as I'm ripping the product.
Yeah.
That's gonna be in my
But
video.
have you not seen some of the stuff from Wildcard? So I've got
still not the
I've got a save search for Havre stuff. And the thing is Wildcard, my thing is completely spammed with Wildcard stuff for him.
Mhm.
And half of it is a 1-of-1. So like and all it is like, all right, so here's the same pattern in a different shade of blue. It's like if you get like the color wheel and like grab it, it's like we're literally taking each individual shade and each one
Correct.
has its
Yeah,
own.
And I get that. We do that with everything. They do it way more than most. But like, for instance, one of the things they did at the National this past year in this box is it was very specific to the National only. The guy's like, listen, we literally got this put back together a week before this happened. So what they would do is throw these things in there that look like they should be autographed, but they're not. And they're called a special preview.
Oh,
Yeah.
F them.
Yes,
Special.
correct. So regular auto, special preview, no auto, special preview. This is a harder slap in the face than the 3 1-of-1s because this is a fake insert. Okay, that right there, that's what ruins the hobby for people. That type of crap.
And
Oh,
I'm a
hobby's over.
huge,
Let's go.
I'm a huge Dick Van Dyke fan, so I would
Yeah.
love to get his.
Oh, I was going to stop you before Van Dyke, but go on.
But I mean, like this Henry Winkler that I pulled, this might be the only auto that was actually in this product. Like it's a
Sure.
true 1-of-1 probably because I follow this product on eBay all the time. I've never once seen a Henry Winkler pop up an auto. So
Okay.
they only had one that they put in here
Okay.
because I've never seen it. Because of the Giselle Bunch, and I always look for that one too. Never see it. Ever. Still haven't seen it since the National when it released. Never seen
Okay.
it. So it might literally just be one of these because this product is a product that was supposed to release in December, and they were going to break it into decades, going back to the 40s.
Refresh
40s,
my
50s.
memory, Ham. Refresh my memory. How much is the wildcard box?
I think it was like $320 for the box for 20 packs
It's
guaranteed
expensive.
an auto. It
Yeah,
is
it's expensive.
yeah, for 20.
Got
I
a
think
Winkler card that's worth $50.
Yeah.
Yeah.
20 packs, one guaranteed auto. Autos are one in every 20 packs. They were selling individual packs. There are also 1-of-1 sketch cards in there. And I will say, whoever the artist that did the sketches, if you do see one, which I've only ever seen 3 of, they're fantastic. They're pencil sketches, but they're very realistic to the individual. Like the one I saw was Clint Eastwood and Jimi Hendrix. They're
Oh, wow.
fantastic. Fantastic.
I would say so. I've seen some different wildcard stuff. I think the wildcard only really works if you are someone who just wants a copy. The
Yep.
singles are cheap as dirt because there's so many.
Yeah.
And just pick one that you like, pick one color that you
Correct.
like,
Yep.
and be done
Yep.
with it. And then move on with your life.
Yeah. See, like here's where the Shat hit the fan because these are all William Shatners. Okay.
Yep.
And 2 of them are from the exact same set. Okay. Now it's fun to collect these older people from different generations. I like that.
Older
It's different.
Well, he's 90.
They're just icons.
They're icons, but it's there are a few of these in here you don't see everywhere else. Like Clint Eastwood, you don't see a whole lot of his autos. He did sign more recently, but still
alive.
like
He's
still-
90 something.
yeah, he's
94.
still alive. But I mean, that's a very iconic individual that they don't have much time left. Henry Winkler's another one. You know what I mean? So, and you know how it is. Somebody dies, all their stuff goes up, and there's a new floor put in across the board, no matter what they signed, with the exception of what's the guy up there in Canada that signed everything, like my socks. and
Johnny
shit?
Bauer.
Johnny
Yeah,
Bauer.
that guy.
Yeah.
Well, like I said, Ray Bork's been dead for years, and he's still
He's
signing
not
stuff.
dead.
Sure.
Mhm.
Eric met zombie Ray Bork, and he was still hanging out with him. He was fine.
He's not a zombie.
Whatever you say, Eric.
Well, I'll leave you to Mike and his cards. And
Sounds
I'm gonna
good.
tell him you said that. You're in trouble.
Go ahead. And he'll be like, how does he know?
Doesn't Ray Bork live in Florida?
He has a place in Florida.
No, that means he lives in Florida. He doesn't have a place. That means he lives here.
in
He
the
has a place
Everglades.
somewhere else.
He goes into the swamp to regenerate his zombie powers. How do you
Yeah,
think? he
everybody
gets
lives in Florida. They have a place somewhere else.
he spends the majority of his time here on the North Shore near where I live.
it? Why?
Because he's a golf fanatic, so he goes to Florida to play golf in the wintertime.
Don't they all?
Mhm.
R.I.P. Ray Bork. Facts, Hobby Champs.
Oh my God.
All right,
So go ahead,
gentlemen.
Bobby. Thank you very much. We appreciate you in the Garage of Knowledge as always. Go get
Yeah,
yourself warmed up.
Bobby.
Thank you much. We'll talk to you soon. See you
All
guys.
right.
Good. Take it easy.
See you later.
I don't know how to get out of here.
this will be
hang
your
out.
next challenge.
It's just, yeah, I know.
Red button.
Maybe.
I'm gonna buy
Yeah,
him
there's no red button when you go.
Yeah, some folks are still getting acclimated to the new platform. This was a little bit different. It's
Just
similar.
hold-
It's got
Just
some.
hold the power button down.
Well, it's an iPhone, so it's different.
Yeah, I'll pull him down for now, just while he's working that out. But anyway,
and mute him.
yeah, we're all good. So anyway, the platform I will say actually works pretty good. It's not bad. There's definitely some weird hitches to it. There's some stuff that I'm still trying to figure out as we go. I do like the whole AI background though. That's kind of fun.
No,
Kinda
I
fun
do.
right
I
now.
like the AI background. It definitely it punches out a little bit more, and you can. I don't know how in depth you can get with it. I'm sure it's customizable.
You can write you can actually write an entire paragraph if you really want to be specific. You really could
Really?
go into
Okay.
it. Yeah. It literally has a prompt. And what happens is it allows you to, so the way it's phrased, I'll just put it this way. I'll just read it here. The way it's phrased is you can enhance the prompt with AI. So you can start off with a very narrow prompt and it'll expand a little bit if you like. Or you could literally write out like a paragraph if you wanted to, be very specific.
Gotcha.
So
Well, that
if
means
you
the
can have some
interface.
fun.
I'm just so used to StreamYard, just looking at it, just getting.
Yeah.
It's not hard to get used to. I do like where it shows me all three images at the bottom, and if there were more people, I'd be able to individualize. If they weren't on screen, I still see them at least.
Yeah. One thing I can
I-
tell you, before a live happens, that's actually operates as kind of a mini green room, and those folks can actually talk to each other. And it is possible for people down there to hear each other as well if you activate it, which is kind of a neat feature. It's actually not bad. So, like, say the host hasn't shown up yet, you guys can see each other. You can still talk.
Mhm.
So you can actually see each other and talk even before people
So,
get put on the screen.
Is this a monthly subscription, an annual? How does this work for this?
You got
specific
both
site?
options. Both options.
Okay.
So right now I'm playing with it on a month to month, just seeing how I feel about it. StreamYard has actually been trying to get me back. They've been doing the little, but 50% off if you come back. Aha! All of a sudden you want to go back to the old price. I see what's going on. What a coincidence.
Well, that probably
They
means a bunch
jacked-
of other people jump ship too.
They jacked up the price too much. Honestly, if you had been modest about the increase, you would have made more money. For convenience, a lot of folks would have stuck around. Like I already had the whole setup. I had all my stuff already situated and everything, and had everything kind of configured. I don't mind this though. You really can play around with it. I do think for pre-record stuff, it's pretty good. There's some features on it I really like. So it's like, it's a little bit more robust if you want to take advantage of it.
It looks interesting.
Yeah, so I'm playing around with it. We'll see. We'll see how I feel. I've always got the option to go to the other one. The account's still active. I just turned off the paid up feature. So
Okay.
we'll see. Maybe down the road I'll come back, but it's got to be right. So here, Hobby Champ says, ever try OBS Studio? I do. I have used it. So free and open source, you're right. But one important thing, and this is a key piece. If you want to live stream like professionally, OBS is really good. It is free. He is right. It's open source, 100% true. But the trickiest part with it is getting other people on the screen. You've got to set everything up. So right now, this is dynamic. I can move people around. I can switch things. It's automated, and all I had to do was send him a link.
Yep.
Whereas if I want to do OBS, yes, we can do it, but it's maybe like I got to set everybody up. All right, so connect with me on Zoom, and then I'll take your Zoom and put it on the screen. You can customize everything, which is really awesome.
Yeah, the only thing was
But it's
weird
harder.
when I went into it originally, it for some reason deactivated my secondary camera, the one I put in front of me versus the one that's a laptop that's underneath the screen that looks down basically. So I had to go back in and tell it to choose this one first, even though it's a better camera. That was
It's got some
only
weird
thing.
quirks. It's got some weird quirks to it, but what I will say is the automated the reality that you can send people a link, they can connect to it. That's the reason why StreamYard and these things have as much business as they do, because it's hard to set up OBS for multiple people. And then if you want to bring more people on, you got to keep redoing the screen every time. It's very
you don't
complex.
No, everything needs to be intuitive moving forward, and then if something you have to have a mild learning curve, people are going to stray away from it. They're always going to go back to what they already know. It's just easier.
Yeah. The pro streamers generally aren't bringing in a bunch of people all the time in and out. They're usually being like, all right, they're going to have like a co-host, and they'll already set up the entire scene so that you're both already in your positions. You're locked in.
They're very controlled.
Yeah.
One of the things I would like to see, and I watch the people that do the podcast, and they have a little bit more dynamic to it where they have multiple cameras that are both set up where it shows, let's say, the two people talking across from a table, like a Joe Rogan, and then two individual cameras set up with them. I think it would be more dynamic if you had some type of software that was better integrated to jump to individuals when they're talking versus somebody to hoping press a button to constantly do it or post edit the whole entire show. It's not difficult because we already have software that does it just individually. I just don't know why it hasn't been implemented in something somebody can just pick up and run with.
I've seen a few that have already played around with that. I think there are a few out there that are doing it. It's just getting them into. I think where StreamYard and these ones have been able to build their audience is ease of use, because even this one has the ability to create pro scenes. So when you talk about the OBS, pro scenes is OBS type setup, and I actually have a studio mode here. I could literally build out an entire custom scene right now where the three of us are in different spots on the screen. I could literally separate us on the screen, put a screen in the middle for a screen share, do that all myself, and then press a button and bring it onto the screen actively.
Yeah.
So it actually has the pro feature with it.
I'm just waiting for AI to get smart enough to, let's say if we were all in the same room, it would still make us feel individualized, but then grouped at the same time.
Yeah, just switch cameras based on who's talking.
But do it based, and not even sometimes, let's say it just jumps to where it shows everybody, to where it creates its own identity to what you like to prefer for the audience to enjoy. Because most podcasts, like if you watch a Joe Rogan or some of these other bigger podcasts where everybody's in the same room, it feels more like the table's bigger, they're farther apart, when realistically they're 2 feet from each other. So in those type of situations, I think AI could be extremely beneficial to moving forward, including what we do in any aspect of talking about something else. I know Eric doesn't know what we're talking about, but
I don't know nothing.
Well, he's gonna know about it when I start programming the AI, and every time he starts talking, it just zooms in on his nostrils.
So I'm going to show you a card that I got through the mail, and I mentioned this in your show about a week ago.
Mike, I don't mean to interrupt. Mike, Carlos, do you remember mail? Do you remember what mail is?
I think we summarily rejected it during the secession.
You don't have mail in your country, so I didn't know if you understood what Mike was talking about.
Eric, you're in a Canadian protectorate state. You don't have mail in your country either. You have personal courier from Yannick. Does that count?
I have what?
You have personal courier from Yannick. Does that count?
Yeah.
That's not mail, Eric. Eric, that's not mail. Any more than Ray Bork is alive.
He is alive.
Quotation marks. Go ahead.
Well, I did hear that Canada is going to be the 51st state of the United States soon, so that's going to be nice to have you all part of the country.
Well, Ham, the problem is that I'm concerned because I see the people in charge of it, and the problem is that after they inaugurate Canada as the 51st state, everyone's going to speak Spanish because it will be Mexico.
So
they went the wrong way.
No habla español, señor.
It's okay. I speak both those languages. I'll be fine.
We have Google Translate. I don't even worry about that. But so I had mentioned Eternal Cuts about a week ago on your show. And the reason I was asking about it is because this is a product that's out of China. And what they did is they went and collected a bunch of documents from very successful, famous people in history, cut the document up, whether it be a letter or something they send to somebody. They bought them all at auction, cut them up, and then put them back into cards, which is a very interesting thought, which we do a lot with autographs. You know, let's say they take the end of the letter, they cut it up, there's the autograph. They put it in a card, it usually looks stupid, and they call it a cut. So what this company did something similar to that, but they started grouping people together that are very similar in likeness. So the card I'm going to show right now has Albert Einstein, Leonardo da Vinci, Isaac Newton, and William Shakespeare cuts. Wow. And what they do is they cut a piece out of those letters from time. They got stuff from pharaohs, George Washington, Abraham Lincoln, which both of those are on the same card. In a dual card, they have Marilyn Monroe, Aubrey Hepburn, Michael Jackson, Elvis Presley, just people like that. I find this very interesting. It's inexpensive technically, even to get it shipped from China for $7. I think I won this card for $54 and it's numbered out of 25. I think a box of it's $200 and it comes with 3 cards. But it's a product that was only broke in China originally. Any cards that made it over here, it's because it was after they were broken. I've yet to ever see a box make it over here. It's an interesting product. It looks really cool. It's got, I have something that somebody held in their hand and wrote. And I'm holding that. Now, is it their autograph? No, but it's something that they personally touched, which we always gripe about stuff like that. You know, it's not real, it's fake. They just wore it for 3 seconds. This is more historical to me than a lot of other things that we even get a hold of anymore. And I like this aspect. And it's a really good looking card. You know, that when they do stuff over there, they do a really good job of making it nice. Where over here, they just cut corners left and right, shove it down our throats as fast as possible to make a buck, and then try and do it again next week.
Well, in fairness, the entire factory only cost $1. So, you know, it's a little easier from that perspective.
Hey, you know, so import, export, you know.
I'm just throwing it out there. Like it sounds, you could put a 5,500% tariff and it's still like $8. Like it's not a big deal. It's fine.
So my question is, so I understand. So it's not their autograph or pieces of their autograph. It's pieces of documents that they wrote. That they
correct. There is an autograph at the end, which is a one of one. Sure. I've only seen one pulled so far. But yes, it's documents. But the type of individuals, we're talking Genghis Khan has one. Stuff that's going back hundreds of years that they've got a document that they purchased somewhere in an auction and they've cut it up and put it in a card. No, so you're getting a massive piece of history.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely incredible.
Yeah.
How do we know that this is real? And this company from China,
correct,
which has made a very large industry of faking everything from sneakers to medication,
just like our country.
How do we know that these are real? What's the guarantee?
I don't think there's a guarantee. There's no guarantee on our product now. Outside of a debut patch, what guarantee do we have? I mean, Luca's mom signed a bunch of cards because it just says LUKA. We don't know if any of this stuff is real. Think about it. At the end of the day,
we've already had this covered.
Eric gets stuff in person. He knows it's real because he saw it. Okay.
Well, he thought a janitor. He thought a janitor was Peter Forsberg, though. Can we trust that? Hold on. Can we trust that?
Dead Ray Bork signed something.
That's what I'm saying.
That's amazing. He brought somebody back from the dead to sign. Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
There's loopholes in time, parallel universes. That's that Ray Bork. Not our Ray Bork. It's another Ray Bork. Okay. Yeah. I watched Deadpool. It's not the same Wolverine.
I'm actually thinking the reason. So I have a theory here. I actually think the reason that Eric is so defensive about this, I actually think Ray Borg made the crucial life-shortening error of taking the last chocolate stick, and I think Eric in a rage killed him. I think Eric is the one responsible for zombie Ray Borg, and he just doesn't want us to catch on.
Or he went fringe on him. He created a loophole, went to another parallel universe, pulled that Ray Borg out, and said, "This is our Ray Borg," when it's not.
See, I got 2 comments back to back that I think are appropriate here. Paul here says, pretty judgy for a guy who believes the Bruins are real. Facts.
Ooh, yeah, that's true.
And Bobby Burrell, not from the Garage of Knowledge anymore, from the Warmed Up place, says Bork wrote in janitor bleach. Truth.
Oh my God.
Facts.
I got this one today since you brought up getting stuff in person.
Yep, that's nice.
You killed Jeremy Swayman too?
I didn't
Oh my
kill him.
God.
That's how you make it valuable. You have to eliminate the person as soon as they sign it.
I was
This is
gonna say,
so-
good lord, what kind of a
You-
cottage industry you got going over there, Eric? We know you got a lot of knives. What's the deal
It's-
over there?
Every time they sign, make sure they pipe the word final at the end of it. And then you just
Yeah,
get rid
right.
of them. And then
Yeah.
you got the last one of one.
And then all of a sudden you're like Stabby McStabberson and you've taken care of this problem. Like, what's going on over there?
Exactly.
No,
Why,
we
why
did-
do you think, Ham? Why do you think? So
we did a
you talk
private,
about you talk about Canada, the 51st state. The problem is you don't have 50 states now. Massachusetts is a Canadian protectorate, so if anything, you're back to 50 states.
Well, technically, we have 51 if you want to count Guam. So, I mean, technically,
So then
already
maybe
did.
52.
We
So
technically
look, I'm
own
confused. So
Puerto
are you
Rico.
at 50 then, 51 or 52? Like we got
Cuba's
three different
slowly
options. Here.
becoming a resort state. We damn near own Cozumel. So I mean, we probably own more than what people think. Mexico's technically ours. We just keep all the drug people there.
But again, I'm back to your map makers. I'm not completely convinced you have actually mapped the actual states. You might have counted one twice. Is Idaho real, or is Idaho just part of Ohio and you screwed it up?
I don't
It's
think
just
it's
one
I don't
giant
think it's
potato
real.
field.
Yeah. Like you go from one state to the other, and you think you went through Idaho, and they just tell you no, you just left the other state on the other side of that. It's not.
That's what I'm saying. Like it's entirely plausible that you never had 50 states in the first place, and it's more like 7.
Do you know anybody from Idaho?
That's what I'm saying.
No
I'm
one's
not
in
convinced
the
Idaho's real. Ham, I'm not.
I'm just saying.
I think Idaho's a lie.
I'm not sure the rest of the planet's real. So I can't prove that right now. I don't know that many people that are from other places. Everybody
I
seems
think
to
it's
be
very-
from the same 10 places.
I think it's very possible that the entire thing, much like the moon landing, was done simply inside of a studio.
Yeah.
Idaho, like the moon landing, was done inside of a studio.
Can't go to the moon. It's actually a base for other aliens. And if you step foot on there, they're just going to eliminate you real quick.
Eric, we've learned a lot. This is very complex.
There's a lot going on here tonight.
Yeah, it's very deep. It goes deep.
We're talking about this
Real
is
deep.
basic stuff.
Yeah, it goes deep. Maybe Michael Kramer could help us. Like he figured out Tom Brady. He figured out Kurt Warner. Like he knows things. Maybe he is in cahoots with the aliens. That's how he knows stuff.
Well, since Kramer's still alive, correct?
As far as I'm aware, unless Eric killed him like Ray Bork.
Can he give us the new great guy that is currently nobody?
Yeah, no kidding, right?
If he can do that, I will grovel at the man's feet. I will kiss toes. I will sweep the ground before he walks upon it.
It seems like the valid thing to do. Idaho Steelheads are a great hockey team. There you go. Thank you, Bobby.
I don't know if that really exists, or it existed, I should say, because Idaho.
Sure.
It's about as real as Guelph.
Oof.
So you're saying it's about as real as the Bruins?
The Bruins are real. They just suck.
What's a Bruin anyway?
A bear.
So why don't you just call them the Bears?
Grizzly bear. It's a grizzly bear.
Bruin is a bear
What kind of
Why
bear?
don't you just call them the Bears?
because they already had a football team called the Bears.
Because you're trying to be bougie?
Is
That's
Bruin
not
Canadian for bear? Because it's not Spanish. Not with the way it's pronounced.
I don't know.
sounds to me, Eric, like you're trying to make stuff up on the fly.
I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Just
I
saying.
think-
He's confused. When you get old and forget things, you become confused.
Where am I?
Well, but it's also like 50 concussions ago when he
That's
supposedly
also
missed
true.
it.
I have had
It's
a
a
lot
lot.
of concussions.
What haven't you hurt on your body at this point?
I think this elbow.
Just that one?
I think just this one.
So
Everything
the next time you fall, you're gonna lead with it like Macho Man Randy Savage and like elbow drop the ground.
else has been destroyed. I've even landed on the side of my head and cut my earlobes open.
Well,
Yeah,
given the amount of times you've gotten back on that bicycle, you clearly haven't hurt your pride because you keep doing it.
Too stupid.
Yeah, that could be it. Explains a lot.
He likes the way the seat feels. You know what I mean?
Well, listen, after a rousing viewing session of Emmanuel in Space, the man gets excited.
Real quick, Eric, do you have a warming seat that vibrates? Asking for a
When
friend.
watching Emmanuel in Space,
I do not.
it has nothing to do with the bicycle.
If they make one, would you buy it?
No.
Already did. Already did.
Amazon cart ordered.
I was gonna say, even in a Canadian protectorate state, Canada Post can't stop me. It still gets delivered. And there has been a Ferguson never been hurt. He likes showing to me every Friday. That's facts. Facts.
God, I hate him.
I don't know. The doth protest too much, is what I'm saying.
Such
You
a-
concern me, Eric.
He's
You
just a
concern me.
jerk.
So Ham, since you are making an appearance on the Saturday BIC show
Yeah.
that I need to clearly sue for, I should just pretend I made up the format and just be like, I'm suing your ass. But suing, so much suing. Where's Lesko?
Greatest flattery is when somebody's imitating the same thing you've already done.
Well, the best part for Ham is that he already tried doing it on a Friday and it failed once. He literally tried to do it on a Friday.
Yeah, Friday's rough. I mean, there are certain, think about it. If you really look at stuff that we like to usually follow card wise throughout a week, there are days that are dead. Okay, there's nothing to go look at, and if you're looking at it, it's because you just didn't watch it from the original drop the day or two before, and you're just looking for something. The amount of lives that are even available, they usually don't exist. Right now, if you go look for lives for sports cards, this is probably the only one, okay, that's even on.
Well, Bobby's favorite is trying to do something Fridays.
You know what I mean? There's actually a lot of growth that you could have here. The problem is there's nothing to talk about because we've all talked about the same thing over and over. Nothing changes enough. We already know what's crooked, what's not crooked. We know what's real, what's not real. The comparison's always there. Like everybody wants to make a big deal about everything all the time because there's nothing else to do. Okay.
Well, so hold on. What you're touching on though is part of the point. So 5% more mature for just a moment. 5% more mature for just a
Not
second.
Monday.
Not about
Shut up, Eric. Shut up, Eric. We're gonna go for just a moment. There is if my goal with the Friday was to make the biggest audience possible, then you pander to that. There is an audience that wants to complain about the exact same stuff every single. If you play into it, it will work. It will work. It's the same way that clickbait titles still work, even though everybody complains about them. They do work. You play into the lowest common denominator with the same complaints and the same stuff. Guess what? If I put PSA in the title of 3/4 of my videos, it would boost the views. And if I complain about them and talk about them every second sentence, it would boost the views. I'm not worried about that and I don't care about it. So I would rather just hang out, have my beer on a Friday and just chill and make fun of Eric. That's really all I want to do. Now that will limit the audience because while we enjoy it, it's not going to get critical mass.
Well, think
if
about
bitch and moan about the same stuff, it will work.
Out of our main negative Nancy's, SCR is now pulled completely back. Okay. So that leaves a massive void for those people that are used to that and where it was. So they don't have that filler anymore. AIH doesn't hardly post anything. And no offense. I don't follow him. I don't follow Raul. What's the other one? SCV is just funny to watch because he's young, wild, and willing to say stupid shit nonstop. Not that it's untrue.
And he's got a whiteboard. And he's got a whiteboard with the notes behind him too.
Yeah, and that takes time and effort. So I commend him.
I
commend him for that. I don't care about the chest butter he's showing me, but I commend him for it. You know, but he also involved personal life in this, and it's funny. You know what I mean? Dan the Carman does his thing. He's got the family going now, so he's producing less content as well, and they can only regurgitate the same thing. The biggest problem in this whole hobby is when something hits, if you literally aren't on it at the top or have some new news, it's the same crap over and over and over again. And it's very difficult for, I actually have friends, obviously, that make daily videos and stuff like that. That's miserable. Okay. There's no way in my life that I want to attempt that misery. Okay. I'd rather catch no fish every day, 20 days in a row than attempt that shit. Okay. So, but that's what they want to do. And I'm all for people being happy and trying to achieve a goal that they want. Nothing wrong with that. Everybody can slander different things and go different directions, what they don't like about people. That's their own thing. Leave them alone. Let them run. You don't have to watch. You don't have to like. But for some reason, just because I'm involved with these people and they're my friends, people like to DM me talking shit about them. I'm like, God, I don't even make that much content. Leave me alone.
Tell Eric to stop DMing you then.
I like when he sends me pictures of his wife. It's nice. I like it.
Okay.
No, I don't. She sends them herself. Don't give me that shit.
It's from your phone, so it doesn't matter.
He's using my... God damn it. I'm going to talk to her about that.
No, you won't.
Yeah. Hubby Champ says that's why the show's one of the best. You guys talk about a bunch of nonsense and sprinkle some car stuff throughout. It's perfect. So I actually want to have, so since we're talking about ham though, I want to have a quick conversation about it. A lot of this is going to be something I'm going to touch on in one of my year-end videos.
Mhm.
A lot of the stuff I'm doing is a decision.
Okay.
I watch so much stuff and I've observed so much stuff over time. I understand what levers could be pulled if the goal
Mhm.
was just to reach critical mass.
Yep.
And I was like, even if I 10x the views and everything, it's not financially viable. It's not enough for me to care. Like I literally could.
Yeah, well, it has
and
to be sponsorship. Money has to be sponsorship driven to truly be viable.
Yeah, absolutely.
On
But
this
that's
platform.
why I've had this conversation offline with a few folks, and I said just for the sake of conversation, just for the sake of argument, I snap my fingers. I 10x the views on everything across the board. The ad sets, if I add it all up compared to what it is right now, it would still be less. 10x everything, 10x the podcast, 10x the live stream, 10x any videos I decide to make across the board. It would still be less money that I make it work in one day.
Correct.
So it's like, is it worth me putting in that much extra effort to try to increase the amount of views? Why?
Well, that
It's
you have
not-
the guys that paid for views. Okay, that's when that was a big thing too, as well. So they have fake subscriber counts. Even if you came to this hobby, gangbusters, awesome editing, awesome videos, great content, and you did that for let's say 2 months, you're gonna cap out at probably 20,000 subscribers. These people like Pac-Man and Jeff that have 100,000 and whatnot, those are people that don't even watch the stuff anymore. Okay, they just never unsubscribed, or the algorithm hasn't kicked those people back off of those platforms, or they purchased it and it's a bunch of fake accounts in some other countries that log in every day, pretend like they watch something for 3 seconds and run away. Okay, because if they showed their algorithms and their watch time, you'd have a really good idea of the subscriber count and how beneficial it actually is to them. Okay, so and they're not going to show those numbers because that would out them in 4 seconds. You know, they'd just be, people would turn themselves off to them because they feel like they were lied to, because nobody likes to be lied to. They don't mind if you're just being an asshole and just making shit up.
I've
It's
built a
totally
brand
fine.
on this.
It's a different thing. You know what I mean? Oh, I appreciate it. Anything Bobby says it's positive towards me, those are check marks in my book. Those are gold
There you
stars in the teacher's class.
There you go. So the point though that I'm making is simply this: is that there are things you can do that will work. I'd rather just make the stuff that I want to make. The Friday live is my time to sit back, chill, literally crack open my
Yep.
beer and sit here and chat with the chat and everything. That's fun it's easy for me to do. This is not hard work because I'm literally just bullshitting and this is what I do.
Yeah. Well, this is entertainment for us as well. You know, at the end of the day, I've never met you. I've never met Eric. I would like to. Neither one of y'all want to come to the national.
Well, Ham, you're going to be
I
so
definitely wanna go to the
disappointed when you
national.
find out Eric is just really elaborate AI.
Eric never comes down here with his wife, so we can't have a threesome at dinner. So I don't get that opportunity as well. So it's just one of those things that, you know, I don't know how long it's going to be before I physically meet you in person. You know, the guys that, you know, the Dustin, Steve, Neo, I met them, but that wasn't until when that national came back. You know, so otherwise I was talking to them for a year without ever knowing them. But that's also what this hobby brought to us, is meeting people, introducing ourselves to different people, and expanding different ideologies for our life, I guess, that we have the same interest in, even if we don't agree on stuff. You know, and the best thing we can ever do is not agree on something and still not hate somebody. Where there's other people in the hobby that prefer just to start hating everybody all the time for anything
There's a
that
lot
they
of
do.
anger in something that's based on fun, but
Correct. Very
the
interesting.
problem is the fun is based on money.
Now it
Yeah.
is more than ever.
And money, right. But even whatever you think is the greatest time period of the hobby, you still had to pay for stuff. There was still money changing hands. So
Yeah.
there was hate. There was resentment there. Now that this is a full-fledged business since the pandemic and people literally left their regular 9-to-5 jobs,
Yeah.
just no, I will never stop hating you. No, go away. People left their 9-to-5 jobs to do this as their moneymaker. There is a lot of hate and resentment because not only are you getting that card that I wanted, it's you're making that money that I wanted.
Yeah, there's a jealousy factor subconsciously that goes on
A
nonstop.
lot of heat.
And I can literally go to a show a month later, and then two dealers that were friends now hate each other because
Yeah.
of some deal that some guy made an extra $20
Oh
and
yeah.
it was wrong
Yep.
because I was giving him a deal because he's my friend. There are no deals. You know what the deal is? Hey, Eric, I got this card for you. I want you to have it. That's the deal. Okay. Not, I'll give you 50% off. Because at that point, I'm still making money. Okay. That's not the deal. Okay.
Right.
At the end of the day, this is a monetary thing. There's very few real collectors anymore. And most people that are collectors, they already have what they want. And if they want something more, it's even bigger than what they already have. And nobody's going to give it to them. So the game changes really quick. Think about sports cards as a business. It's probably one of the hardest businesses to be in if you are not the distributor themselves or the manufacturer at this point, because you have to constantly hit a moving target that goes up and down based on what somebody else is constantly doing. It's easier to make money in the stock market than sports cards. And a lot of
Well,
other
that was
things.
the old model. The old model of sports cards. People forget for a lot of years. A lot of folks here already know that. So I'm preaching to the choir, but just so we're all on
Yeah.
the same page. For a long time, sports cards was a small margin business. It
Yeah.
was a volume business for a lot of folks because the margins weren't big. You could basically you had to have that bulk deal of the century where somebody literally didn't know what they had and you came
Mhm.
across it and it was like massive stuff. But that was few and far between. It was luck. That had nothing to do with skill. It was just you came across it. But most of the time, if you're buying something and selling something, the margins were small. You'd have to do deal after deal after deal, and that's
Mhm.
how people made a living. They
Yep.
squeaked it out. The pandemic broke the model because it made it so easy that anybody could buy whatever, and for the most part, it worked. And it
So,
convinced people that it was easier than it was.
and if we ever hit another pandemic where we're all stuck inside, it's going to boom again. Okay, so if you can get 4 seconds ahead of that, you're going to be doing great. Anything at that point, doesn't matter what the collectible is. Okay, and God forbid if it's already graded, and all you got to do is ship it to somebody. It's the rise is going to go crazy again. All right, now we had multiple things that happened during COVID. If I can say COVID, I don't know if I'm allowed to or not. But we also had the documentary come out on Michael Jordan, and that really what fueled everything. Okay, everybody's sitting at home doing jack shit, saw this iconic player became even more iconic somehow, and that boom just started a trickle effect. Really, is really what it did. Is that the massive domino effect happened from two events that happened at the same time that were beneficial because everybody was at home. That's what that was, like the perfect storm. If you could
Right.
pre-program that into the future with something and you were ahead of it, dear Lord, the amount of money you would make. And I wouldn't be
Well,
surprised.
Ham, we're not going to talk about Project Idaho. The plan is already in place.
Idaho doesn't exist, so I don't have to worry about it.
Oh, you'll find out Idaho will exist when the time is right.
No,
It
Idaho
doesn't exist
works,
yet.
not
It
Idaho.
will when the time is right. It will when the time is right.
That's true. It'll magically appear,
When it's needed the most,
like an
Idaho will
island
appear.
in the Pacific.
You like
Yeah,
you wanted to say something, Eric?
I was just gonna say the other half of
Just
my
make sure you don't say anything about Idaho.
I would never. No. There's rule number one in Idaho club is you don't talk
That's what
about
I'm saying.
Idaho.
Back in 1 second.
In a very similar thing during the pandemic, the other half of my entertainment life, is cycling. We all know that. So bike shops got just raided, and people bought any bicycle they could get. They'd buy $100 bicycle, they'd buy a $10,000 bicycle because they wanted to get the hell out of their house.
Mhm.
And bike shops had nothing left. They were empty.
Yep.
Absolutely empty. And because of all the factories shutting down overseas, they couldn't get new stock. Things were backed up for years. Now Craigslist is filled with all those bicycles that people are trying to sell. That they
At a discount.
yeah. Oh yeah. The
Massive.
$7,000 bicycles are all on Craigslist. You can get them for like, $2,000.
Yep.
And they're brand new. They're only used a couple of times by somebody who shouldn't even have had a bicycle that expensive, but they're so desperate to get the hell out of their house. They're like, I'll take it.
Yep.
And now the bike shops have all their back orders in.
Mhm.
No one's buying because I can get a $10,000 bike for half price on Craigslist
Yep.
from the guy from a couple of years ago.
Mhm.
And the bike shops are now loaded with all this product and can't move them. So they went from selling out everything to now can't sell a bicycle to save their lives.
Yep. And there's an issue with manufacturing too, because they got to push specific products into places that they have deals with. They can't sell something, and they're trying to tell them, listen, what do you want me to do? I can't move this. My
Right.
competition is just people blowing stuff out. And I
Right.
can't even buy from those people because I can't resell to even make the difference.
So the new products, right? So that the 2025 bikes are all coming out.
Mhm.
And if you have a contract with Trek, Specialized, Santa Cruz,
Yep.
Cannondale, there's tons and tons of bikes out there. It's like, well, you need to place your yearly order. How many bikes are you buying? And it's like,
Mhm.
I can't get rid of the ones from last year.
Yep. Well, that and their price that they require you to sell at is, you know what a bicycle costs to make.
Yeah,
I don't care what it's made out of.
But I'll tell you this.
$1,000.
But I will tell you this, as someone who is very knowledgeable.
As someone who hoarded bicycles. So I was waiting I wanted to let you talk for a little bit to incriminate yourself. I'm going to point out that as the bicycle baron that you are,
I have
that personally held entire warehouses full of bicycles hostage.
I have
the shortage is you. You're the reason why. And heaven forbid you ever make even 1/10 of your inventory available. There will be a bicycle for every man, woman, and child everywhere, including fake places like the Boston Bruins Arena and Idaho.
I just want to educate people, just if they're at all interested in this topic, is that
literally no one is interested in bicycles.
Walmart bicycle does just fine. 10 speeds. I can go as fast as I can downhill.
So bike shops do not make a lot of money off selling a bicycle. What my friend has to pay to get a bike into his shop to sell is ludicrous.
That's a distribution model of cards.
Yeah,
that's the distribution model. Yeah.
I'm trying to compare. My two loves are going through the exact same situation when it came to this pandemic, and where they are.
Bicycles and chocolate sticks. That's what you're comparing.
And mine is my wife and his wife, so that's where
it's complicated. Yeah,
I don't know how you juggle it.
Look, Eric, I got to be honest. I know we're on like a sports card channel here for the purpose of this conversation, but if we talk about our two loves, yours are bicycling and chocolate sticks. Ham is his wife and your wife, and mine is Schadenfreude and General Evil. Sports cards don't even make it into like any of our top fives. Like, let's be honest. Let's be honest here. Like, what are we talking about?
Sticks are definitely up there.
Yeah. Like we all have our priorities straight over here. You know,
the only reason I ride so many miles per year is to burn off all the chocolate sticks I eat.
You know, if you pretty much stay active for 15 minutes after you eat, you'll burn everything off once you have eaten it, and you'll never have to do any of the other stuff.
That hasn't worked out well for me.
Because you'll burn off the glucose spike immediately. You'll never store its fat.
So,
do you think though the 50 pounds of chocolate sticks that he ate, like you can burn off glucose, it's not going to burn off that much. The physical volume's still there.
No, it'll actually keep burning it off after 15 minutes after you eat.
Eric, you're gonna have to give that a shot. I don't think it's gonna work out for you, but give it a go.
Never store it. Eat food, then go for a 15-minute just walk, regular walk. You won't gain weight.
All right, so here are my statistics this year. I have biked 1,550.2 miles so far this year.
I've walked more than that this year.
You've walked more than 50.
I walk almost all day at work. I put like 20 to 30,000 steps in a day.
Well, I have ridden my bike 1,500 miles this year, and
the problem, Eric, is you did it downhill both ways.
Electric bike doesn't count, Eric. Oh, I do not have one of those, but I'm close to getting it, I think.
If we grab a battery, we could attach it to your bike, and I could make it electric.
Just think how fast you would go. It would go even faster.
Yeah.
And it probably have like one of those bags that explode when you go to fall, so you can't get hurt.
I I need those backpacks.
Yes, I do. Yeah.
For what are they, for skiers? They have the backpacks for
They're
skiers.
originally built for old people, so when they fall, they would fall on basically a softer object. And then they converted them to children, and then they're like, well, why can't anybody use this for sports, athletes, stuff like that? So they basically recreated it all over again for different events or people that do different things.
Yeah, I want to get one of those backpacks that somehow it can tell that you're tipping over and that just blows out. Oh, that'd be awesome.
I think what I would love is that Eric would buy one of those, and he'd buy it from Acme. And much like Wile E. Coyote, no matter what happens, if Eric's falling over to the left, the parachute goes to the right.
Yeah.
If he falls backwards, it shoots forwards. He goes forwards, it shoots backwards. And no matter what he hits pavement. He eats pavement no matter what.
It's made by DeWalt, and it's made on that little bubble for a level. So once you hit a certain line, it explodes based on speed.
It just never works properly. Never saves him, and he eats asphalt no matter what happens. Zach here says, Eric should make his own videos about the bike market. That's true. It's his one area of expertise.
Has Eric ever made his own video?
I don't think so. Not that I recall.
Not that I recall.
You should have at least one.
Of regarding what?
I think hold on, Eric. Your video should literally be 1 minute long. It could be basically a YouTube short. And the YouTube short would be like you staring at the screen for about 15 seconds. And then just screaming, I declare bankruptcy. And just scream. And that's it.
Give us 1 minute about something you hate. And then just stop it. No matter what. 1 minute. Boom. Even mid-sentence.
Beckett. And that's all it is for 1 minute.
I have a YouTube channel like just about everybody does. And I don't know.
Our point is that we want one video.
I have not
for 1 minute.
Why do we not have a knife video?
No, I haven't done one of those. But there's a couple of mountain bike videos on my YouTube channel from a few years ago. I haven't done it and put anything on there in a while.
Wow. So hits and chicks here says, did you talk about blowout suing Platinum Bikes for $950K? Yes, we did last week, and then also we did a podcast episode about it, specifically about Platinum Brakes. Zach says the point you made about not being able to move bikes because of the used bikes is really interesting. Yeah, it affects it. Yeah, for sure.
There's a lot of industries that have faced the same exact thing.
It is, yeah. Hobby Champ says, can we see a picture of Eric's giant tricycle? Facts. So you talk.
I got to get one of those. I have just about every type of bike, so I don't have a tricycle. I got to get one of those adult tricycles. I think that'd be awesome.
Do you have a bicycle where you and your wife can ride it together?
A tandem? No, but my buddy has one I can borrow.
I'm sure your buddy does.
So Hobby Champ says, I'm going to get an electric unicycle for me and my girlfriend. They can do 35 miles per hour. I'll probably die, but at least it'll be fun.
It's a real thing. I don't know if people realize that's a real thing.
Eric, I've become convinced that as pertains to bicycles, unicycles, tricycles, everything else, if it's stupid and sounds moronic, it's real. I've just decided that whatever it is, the dumber it sounds, the more real it is.
They have electric unicycles, and they go very fast.
Is that decoy, or what does it say?
Yeah, Joe Boo needs a refill.
Joe Boo.
Good old Joe Boo.
Fuck you, Joe Boo.
There's a solid reference. So Hobby Champ says, Eric and cycling Spanish will certainly be interesting. Listen, the bystanders are not nearly as interested as you are. I would actually like Eric to maybe switch over to parachute pants. I think that would probably be a wise move.
I think the sound going downhill and when he would jump through the air and hit would be amazing. It'd be like the sound of a balloon popping, but was never really filled with air.
That's what I'm saying. We're all here. Eric, we are here improving your cycling experience as we speak.
Oh, I feel it.
We're here to help. Zach says, Eric's afraid if he made a card video, he'd be elected to the YouTube Sports Car Hall of Fame.
That's why I don't do it.
After that one video, that was it.
That's why I don't do it. I'm not taking a risk. Not worth it.
Well, we're getting close to with the new year crossing over. I think we're going to be getting close to that again. So we'll see what happens. I don't know. I look forward to people taking that way too seriously, more so than they should. Again.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes. My intention is to not give a shit about it like I usually do, but I'll make fun of it. You better believe I'll make fun of it.
Yeah, the one thing with like videos is I don't ever like feeling like I'm forced to make a video to keep up with whatever I was doing before. when I did my fishing, I don't know if you don't know this. I fished every day for 2017 straight days. I went fishing every day for at least 5 minutes or longer because it started out as a New Year's resolution, and I did it for a year because
Wow.
you never want to do anything you want. That's a New Year's resolution. So I made it a point to do it. Well, after a year, I was like, I can't quit now. I've just done this for 365 days. Why am I just going to stop? I just kept doing it. And honestly, just one day I went to go
Nothing got in
fishing.
your way, Mike. I mean,
Well,
you didn't have a in a year's time. I'm being serious. In a
yeah,
year's time, you didn't have a family emergency. You didn't
yeah,
have the flu. You
yeah.
didn't. Your car didn't break down.
No, car
Something.
doesn't break down. It's a steel trap. But
I mean,
no, I fished those days. I went to a funeral. I fished off of a cruise in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean, off the back of it with people watching left and right. And I took a travel rod with me and fished off the back of a cruise ship
wow.
in the middle of the Atlantic. I did a bunch of things. I fished on days of funerals. I fished on the day my child was born. Like, yeah, I mean, I live in Florida. There's water everywhere. I can stop for 5 minutes. I fished during rainstorms. I fished during hurricanes. Yep. Went outside, went to water, got it in and did it because I was dedicated to it. And I was like, why quit something? Because nothing's stopping me from doing it. Like, why? So I just kept doing it until it just happened to be a day that just something happened and it didn't happen. I woke up the next day and go, oh shit, I didn't fish today. Okay. Moved along with my life because I accomplished something way past what I thought I would.
Yeah, that's impressive.
I was in a magazine. I got newscasts. I made a ton of friends. I had people that I never met before take me fishing.
How did
All that.
the news or the magazine find out that you were doing this? Did somebody?
Because when the fishing community, just like any community in an area, if you talk to the right people that always know the other right people, it always gets back to somebody. And when somebody's always looking for a news story, they're looking for something new. So when somebody says something like that and they're like, haven't encountered anybody who does this, I want to talk to this guy.
Right.
That's how. And then I was friends with people that ran our CCA down here, which is for like protecting fishing rights and things like that, and trying to keep rules fair. So again, you start meeting new people. You go to places. You go to ICAST, which is the largest fishing show in the world. Everybody comes to Florida and Orlando does that. You meet other people. You tell them your story. They say, "Hey, come over here, talk to this guy." You just start getting roped into these things, just like any other thing in the world. You just who you know, where you go is basically where it falls into. And everybody, and especially fishing, hunting, stuff like that, everybody has the same common interest. You know what I mean? And realistically, it's less cutthroat than cards. What is really messed up. But
well, you're not taking anybody's money away.
Correct.
So cutthroat here in this hobby, like we said earlier, because it's become such a business, especially since the pandemic.
Yeah.
There's money involved in taking it in and out of people's pockets. You go and fishing with some buddies. It's like me going mountain biking. Nobody's mad at anybody.
Correct.
Yep. And if you're better at it than I am, I'm happy for you.
Yeah.
Because you're not taking anything from
that,
me.
or there's a fair competition that gets played too. Like, now I want to beat you.
Yeah.
Screw you catching all the fish. I'm catching fish.
Right.
Might cut his line.
You're not taking money out of my pocket. You can't screw me over if we go for a ride together.
Yeah. Well, Eric, you did originally try to do a similar kind of thing with the fishing streak. I'm impressed that you were able to play it off like you didn't know about Ham's streak. I know you were trying to beat the streak. The problem is that you kept trying to do it in hot tubs and local swimming pools, and people are like, "That doesn't count, Eric."
Yeah, I never did anything like that. I always tried to fish a legitimate place, and I worked on the water towards the back of that, and I still wouldn't even just videotape me fishing at work on the river because I felt that was unfair. I'd be like, I have to leave here and go somewhere else to do it. Every once in a while I did it, but I didn't make it my crutch because I was like, this isn't a challenge. Why would I do this? Like, I literally had that in me that it wasn't worth it for me to spend the extra time to go somewhere else to do it.
Well, unfortunately, Eric's integrity did not hold up to that level. And when they finally dragged him out of the aquarium and he said, sir, for the last time, no.
First of all, it was not an aquarium. It was the big tank at Bass Pro Shops.
Mm-hmm.
And
all those fish are hungry. So catching a fish there is cheating.
and they
Well, the worst part is he was using their rods. He didn't even bring his own.
yeah,
Listen,
no, I didn't bring
they
my
should
own.
let you test the product. That should be fair.
Shitloads of them. Just grab one.
Yeah. Have you ever seen the video where the guy goes to Bass Pro Shop with the lure, holds it up to the fish and shakes it, and then no action, holds another one up, fixed and shaking. He does about 4 lures until the fish comes up to it. And he's like, that's the lure I'm buying right there.
No, that's hysterical.
I'm like, yeah, that's fantastic.
Seems legit. It's probably
Yeah.
the appropriate thing. Yeah, who has the bigger fish story, Mr. Hammer, Flip, and Steve? So I did watch. What's the thing on Wednesday? What's it called? I forgot the name they use for it.
Hold on, I'll think of it. I'm on it. So
You're on. No, that's look. That's you should be more embarrassed. I have an excuse for not remembering the damn name. You're on the damn
this
thing.
is the second bottle of wine, buddy. Okay.
Listen, no excuse. Justin would be talking nonsense gibberish in the chat, even after like a case.
Well,
Abhishek says,
somebody had requested this earlier, so I wanted to make sure my fans are getting what they want.
"Oh, the bike
Is
thing."
that a midget on a bike? Can you say midget?
That's me in spandex.
Oh, Hobby Champs probably.
Yeah, I see your bike's right in the way.
Yeah, why would you do that to? Why would you? There are families out there, man.
And it says specialized.
Yeah, that's the
Are
bike.
you sure that's you? That doesn't look like you.
It looks like AI.
And the show's called Off Centered, by the way.
There you go. That's the one. Yeah. So anyway, I did watch. So Off Centered, I'll watch a replay because I usually need to skim through it. Dustin taking an hour to go through 5 comments kills me.
Actually, it's fantastic. It kills you, but it's fantastic for me because it gives me more reason to poke fun at him.
Oh, I'm sure. But but here's the thing. It's not. I'll be honest. As someone who does a show, it kind of irks me, but at the same time, it's not. The bit is funny in the sense that he always does it, but it's not entertaining enough to hold my interest.
No. I agree with. I can agree with that. But also, you got to understand when we start this show. Hey guys, what's going on? We're running late. We'll talk about something. Go 30-second countdown. I'm like, let's do it. I'm loose, so
most of the time it's like an hour. It's not like you have that much time to fill. Like there's 4 of you on the screen. Neo's looking at a game.
This last week was short. The week before that ran longer than normal. It almost went 2 hours on the last one, which is a long for them because Dustin has to pee like every 30 minutes. So it doesn't matter. It's just a string level that he can make it so long before he needs to jump out.
Yeah. So yeah, one thing though that and kind of plays into what Brendan here was saying. I do enjoy that sometimes there'll be a question, and it's a simple question, and somehow Steve will give you a dissertation, and it's like
Steve's very.
And I like Steve, but sometimes it's like that wasn't the question. The question was very straightforward.
Yeah. But Steve is so passionate, detailed, and he cares so much. The amount of emotion that he's become like one of my like best friends, like as a person. You know what I mean?
You were with Steve during his infamous walking boot phase.
Yeah, but
that was a classic moment.
It's hard. I'm a very giving, caring person too. Like if one of y'all, we met up one place somewhere and you came in and you're basically paralyzed, I'm going to push you around and I'm going to feel happy about it the whole time. That's me, where somebody else will find it a burden. Steve's the same guy. So it's hard to find those type of people. And I was lucky enough to find one with Steve because every show we've been to, me or him have had some sort of issue going on that we've been there for each other. And I always room with Steve as well. So there's a completely different bond there from us. And I appreciate his friendship. Again, somebody I would have never met because of cards. And, I accept people for who they are. And I don't expect anything after that. I just deal with whatever they are, and that's cool. And everybody's different, and I like that.
Yeah, no, that's fair. I just think it's an interesting dynamic. It's tricky. It's always tricky because there is a balance. I think his passion is good, but I think if again the show, I do this with I had this conversation with Big Scott as well sometimes because they'll do their show and he'll have his topics that he wants to do, but since he tries to keep it to about an hour, then that almost forces you to have to get into it right away. Like you don't have too much time for preamble because you got to get into it.
Yeah, I don't like when you're doing that type or even this type of format. An hour is not truly enough to have a normal conversation that maybe, like you said, we bounce in and out of cards and still BS about other stuff, poke fun at each other and play a game. to entertain not only ourselves but everybody else, an hour is not enough. It just isn't. You know,
It
if it's
creates a
all
rush.
business,
It makes you rush.
100% an hour is fine. Not all business, heck no, 2 hours is minimum. And you just get caught up in things sometimes, and sometimes you don't, and you're just kind of staring at each other trying to wait for the next person to talk. I think the biggest thing that we run into on any show is talking over each other too much. And that's hard because you're trying to get a point across during a certain situation. And especially for me to sit back and not say something where it's rolling off the tongue in my head, and I'm not going to be able to regurgitate it if I hold it back too much. I have to spit it out. So sometimes, even if I'm on another show, which I'm not on a lot of other shows, but when I am, I got a tick in my head that's basically saying, I need to get this out. So I'm trying to look for my gap. And I only got so much bandwidth before I can just not let it out. Otherwise, it's just going to go away. Kind of like Eric did.
Yeah, well, pretty much. It happens all the time. Well, the advantage is if you're the host and someone's droning on too long, you just mute them. That's it. That's the advantage. You'd be like, all right, hold on, we're pausing you.
But Carlos, most people don't have the guile or guts to do that.
It's one of my favorite.
I'm not worried about you, obviously. You're drinking out of Fort Hammer over there, so you're okay.
It's so much fun. It's so good. So this is what happens, Sam, all the time. They're like, "But aren't you supposed to be Canadian?" It's like, the whole Canadian nice thing. That's what we tell the gullible Americans. I didn't get that memo. It's not true. Not for me. I don't have that issue. I'm half Panamanian, half Colombian. We do not have this problem. It is fine. We will be fine. But anyway, so yeah, no, I think it can work. I think though your point earlier about I think with the amount of news slowing down and a lot of it becoming really repetitive, I think it is pretty much stalled a lot of it. I think your point was that a lot of the ones that had been doing it for a while slowed down because of it. I give old Floating Head a tough time because the reality is it was fun. It's a running joke, but also at the same time, it's like what he ended up was settling in on the format that I realized a long time ago was going to be the only one that was sustainable. You bring in a bunch of people, you go through one topic or another, let the chat and bring some top. Because the interview format has limitations. You can only talk to certain people only so many times, and then you start repeating. Well, and then after that, it's like, what else do you want to talk about?
Well, that and only so many people are interesting enough to be able to actually carry a conversation. I don't care what level they are in a company or whatever they follow behind. A lot of people can't talk to other people, and at least do it on a intelligent level, or even I don't care. I like silly too, but I do find that a lot in this hobby. And from me getting to go to the couple nationals, and I got to get dragged along with the other guys that have got me into places and been very nice to me and allowed me to join that group, even though I don't have a big channel, don't really offer anything to them. But they've accepted that, which to me is a benefit to their company or that group of people, that they're not like, if you're not so-and-so to help me, I'm not going to do anything for you, even though it's no skin off their back. That's a big deal. And when I see that, I feel like those companies have a better chance of success than the ones that are completely cutthroat, limiting people and saying, what are you going to do for me? Unfortunately, Fanatics is one of those companies, and I'll have a lot to say about that tomorrow, since I'm going to come in and kind of rail them on the Fanatics issue.
So does old Jay Lee know that is your intended plan of action?
Yeah,
I see.
When he called me, the guy he's got coming on is going to be very pro Fanatics live and stuff like that. I'm going to be anti. I like anti anyway, because I'm the problem is guy at work and in life. And I'm also nicknamed the Dream Killer because you'll think of a great idea and I'll shut you down. And people don't like that, unfortunately.
I'm the human rain delay.
You're a delay. I'm a killer. So you delay, I might kill him.
Well, Eric, at least we know that you've invoked passionate people. Nothing else. You got to admit, you really haven't stoked quite a bit of creativity, passion. Just for example,
hey,
another wonderful AI image that was generated here. We've got a whole cast of AI artists out there that sit there and say, Eric inspires us.
I'm going to throw up.
He makes us think about things. They put the pieces together.
Is that honey? Was that honey infused mayo?
I might have been. All I'll say is there was definitely some mayo there. But did you see those smiling faces? The
With a
joy
little
that
bit,
these people
it
had?
looked like it had a little bit of pepper jelly in it too.
Something going on there, man. But all I'm saying is like Eric inspired these people. The inspiration was there.
Eric, if mayonnaise wasn't white, would you feel the same way? I'm asking
Yes.
for.
Yes, it's disgusting. The whole thing is gross.
Tough times. Tough times. Dare to dream, dare not. It's true. It is true. But yeah, I think it's okay as long as you're willing to do. The only reason I asked is because, and I say this sincerely, you can have a debate on there, but you have to. One of the things that I think is tricky is that he has built up such a large roster of sponsors that there is
Yeah.
a certain amount of careful. It's one of those things where I wonder. I don't know. We'll find out. I guess. I'll wonder if he'll have any parameters set for it, because debate can get pretty heated. For me, it's more entertaining than anything else. But I
Yeah,
think it's
the only
his format is-
parameter he tries me to hold back on is just dropping f bombs and stuff like that. Just being unacceptable to people that might be more driven towards being socially accepted. So, like for instance, a company doesn't want you dropping f bombs, being racial, stuff like that. So that's the only thing he actually even asked me is like, don't be overly aggressive with words. That's it. Otherwise, he's like, do what you got to do. Like with me, at least, he's like, he knows what I do. He knows I talk. He knows I'm sharp enough to figure stuff out and follow a direction, and I'm sharp enough to read the room. Okay, so he doesn't have to worry so much about me. I'm sure he coaches some other people. He doesn't have to do that with me. I kind of get it. I've watched his show all the time. It's like I watch your show all the time. I know how the format works. I know how to fall within the format. Okay, simple as that. So I'm easy to deal with, and he knows I'm controversial at times when I want to be anyway. So I'm valuable at that standpoint of me coming in there and being able to talk responsibly or smart enough to come back with facts or data that can go against somebody else's opinion at the end of the day.
Are you going to be on right at 10
Right around
o'clock?
11. It's gonna be like 11:30 my time. So whatever his time is, I think it's like 9:30 where he is. I'm not really sure. So it's
Standard.
11:30.
Well, I think what's going to happen is so you're from Florida. You're in the same time zone as me and Eric. So we're in the same time zone.
Yeah.
So
So
if it's
11:30 your time, I'm technically
Yeah.
supposed to be on that time for roughly about 45 minutes.
That's getting close to the midnight hour. It's a safe time. Saturday night on the pushing into Sunday morning. That's your we just passed prime time. All right, Ham, go ham.
Yeah. I'm replay material, baby.
Well, I'll definitely try to. Honestly, I'll try to be available at 11 o'clock tomorrow and
Yeah.
be in the chat because it should be a good one.
Yeah, no, I hope so. I forgot the guy I'm talking against. Mark, I think Mark Hogue or somebody, Eric Hogue or so. I don't know.
There are so many Hogues. My God, we got the Hoge, we got Ryan Hogue from PSA, and then we got another Hogue.
Was it Ryan? It might have been PS. I don't know. It's somebody that I've heard before on other that's with a company. I'm just going against it from what I've already dug up, feel like, and things I know about the last event. So I'm going to bring that. We didn't really even talk about it on Off Center this week. It got brought up for like 4 seconds, and we didn't really go into it. The one thing I don't like to really do is like when I watch a person that goes from show to show and they keep regurgitating the exact same thing. I just don't want to watch because I've already heard it. Just like everything else in this hobby, I can't watch 10 people say the same shit over and over again because I already know. And I've already, at that point, formed my opinion. So nothing new is going to impress me. It's the same thing with all the negative stuff that comes out. If I see somebody, 10 people talk about the same topic, I don't care. And I think the one thing is I understand is the person that watches Carlos's show doesn't watch Jeremy's show, that doesn't watch Neo's show, that doesn't watch Dustin's show, that doesn't watch SVC. You don't know who those people are. All you see is a collective number, and you don't know what's going on. So to your audience, you feel you have to put that out there for specific things, especially if you're content creating based on what's going on. So that's part of the problem we get why the regurgitation happens, because we don't know who's not watching those people. And we assume because we watch all those people that everybody else does. That's not the case. I know
No,
people all the time that I'll talk to that know Rob or Neo, and they're like, I don't know who Dustin is. I don't know who Jeff Wilson is. I'm like, well, that's kind of weird. You know, if you're following this space, they would kind of pop out. They don't know them. They don't follow them at all. They don't know who the hell I'm talking about. That tells you that we're also not hitting everybody like we should. So how do you do that? Don't know.
Go ahead, Eric.
Not
Were you going to say
everybody
something?
is watching, 50 hours of YouTube content about cards a week. I mean, so if you only have, as an example, you only have a Friday night or a Saturday night available to yourself to sit and work on your hobby at your desk and have something on in the background,
Yep.
then you might only think that this show and Jeremy's show is all that's available because that's in your availability time, and you have
There's
no
more available? Why
And
was
you
I
have
not
no-
informed?
what goes on a Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night.
Yeah. Well, I mean, for instance, Carlos, I don't know what else you watch outside of card stuff. I know what Eric probably watches, stuff about bikes, mountain biking,
Emmanuel in
knives.
space. Emmanuel in
Yeah,
space.
yeah, just saying OnlyFans, things like that. So his
Mhm.
feed starts to get confused on what he wants to watch recently, and stops sending him new things to watch and or things he's already watching that he wants. It assumes that you don't want it because you're paying more attention to these three things lately. So it stops suggesting it, and that's where like the AI generated backside is mistaking itself and not realizing that you've already liked this stuff and it needs to send it in there more equally and not break it apart. Because there's times that I don't know you dropped the video, Carlos, because maybe that week I was going in looking at videos regarding UFOs, UAPs, whatever they're called now, and other stuff. So it's now thinking that that's all I want. So it starts force feeding me this shit, just like Facebook and everything else. I say I want to buy a canopy, and then I'm going to look at my phone right now, and there's going to be a stupid canopy on it. Okay, it's missing the point a lot of times because it's trying to sell you something. And there's no different between the YouTube algorithm. You start watching something, 3 videos to try and learn something, and now all of a sudden, everything you're used to seeing is no longer showing up for you.
Yeah.
So it's a really bad programming that they're dealing with right now, and I don't like it. It's really messing things up.
Well, the thing is, though, so speaking only for the YouTube side of it, it is designed to keep you watching it. So if you do go down a rabbit hole, it is going to start feeding you that because it's just what it's designed to do. Now, I'll only speak for what I do. I do watch a lot of sports card stuff, follow a lot of those channels. I've got some other interests that'll go in there. For the most part, it does a pretty good job because I've curated very well. One thing I like to do that not a lot of people realize is if you do find stuff you don't like or isn't interesting to you, you can use the 3 buttons. Speaking on desktop and also on the phone as well, if you really want.
Yep.
There's the 3 dots there. You can say less like this, or basically say don't show me this channel. So if it's really showing you something genuinely that doesn't fit, because something could stick out like a sore thumb and be like, yeah, I genuinely have zero interest in this. Get it off my feed. But I do that. But also I do got my wrestling channel. And on that one, I can curate a YouTube feed that's going to be very different than this one that I'm using right now. So I'll watch certain types of videos on one and certain types on the other. And it keeps the 2 algorithms showing me different things. So there won't be as much overlap. It does a pretty good job separating that. But that's just me. That's the way that I'll do it so that I'll get something that tends to actually do a pretty good job showing me something I might be interested in. Now, unfortunately, I have recently gone down the rabbit hole of searching for Idaho because I want to know what they know.
Potatoes.
That's it.
French fried capital of the world.
That's what they want you to think.
Carlos,
The rabbit hole goes deep.
quick question about the wrestling. I know you're more mainstream, but how much non-mainstream wrestling do you ever pay attention to?
Define non-mainstream.
I don't even know how to say that.
Does TNA constitute non-mainstream because they're on
No.
TV, but they're not really very...
No, not lower.
You thinking independent?
Yeah.
A
You get-
little
if
bit
you-
locally, but that's about it.
So I work with Shannon Moore, and I know some other guys. He just recently did a match with Mike Mondo, who's starting to really creep back up into everything. And that is one of the best matches in a shitty ring that I've seen in a long time. If you get a chance, go on Instagram, follow either Mike Mondo or Shannon Moore. It's on there. Somebody put together the match, but then not the in-between bullshit. So it's pretty much action the whole time, of at least watching it. And go watch the actual technical skill that they put into this. It's the way it used to be that we were so happy about in the 80s and 90s. It was what we grew up watching and enjoying from a style perspective that you don't see anymore, because it's all shock and awe now. Jump the highest, break the most, talk the most. Now WWE is getting ready to, or F or whatever it's called anymore, getting ready to go to Netflix. Okay. They're getting ready to turn the dial past 10. Okay. Because they're going to see what this threshold is when we start getting real nasty. And it's probably going to be more sexual stuff, probably some nudity, probably some blood. And the storylines are going to get way more racy because they're going to see how far they can take this. And
I can almost guarantee you none of that will happen.
I already know it's going to happen because I've been told it's going to happen. So
by WWE themselves,
by people that work that work within them. And
well, I want to see what the sponsors do.
I can tell you stuff on the backside. I don't want to do it here.
Yeah,
it's more private. But
no, I understand. But look, my only pushback is that they have so many sponsors that they've pushed towards the family friendly side of it. It's not going to fit into that. You got two different audiences you're trying to fight across.
And less money's involved. And if they get it big enough on Netflix, the money is ridiculous. It is beyond what they've ever thought they made.
I can't imagine. No, listen. It's somewhat serious here. I'm no prude by any means. I have a moral compass, but I'm no prude. I can't imagine it getting much worse than it did during the Attitude Era. I mean, the stuff that
what happens if you bring that back and then take modernization of freedoms that we have that we never used to use even back then because of social medias and the things that people do, and tie it into it? We just saw a fake Mike Tyson all fight. Right. So come on now. We can get really crazy racy with really weird stuff.
Ham, they already did a necrophilia angle.
But I'm just saying, you can go NC-17 with this now.
Yeah, I listen. I totally believe, and I'd love to hear you, offline, a little bit more about it. I totally believe you. You say it's happening. You talk to someone. I believe you. It's not an argument.
They're going to try a few things. And they're going to see how it plays out.
I look at it like the stuff they got away with back during the Attitude Era. Mm-hmm. I mean, some of it was insane.
Yeah.
You then had the Me Too movement.
Mm-hmm.
Some of that is still around. It's calmed down, right?
Yep.
I think it's at more of a happy medium now.
Mm-hmm.
There is no way they're going to be able to pull off some of the misogynistic stuff that went on during the Attitude Era.
Well, we got to remember this. It's fake. So it's a storyline. And when that storyline gets to get ramped up to another level, that stuff comes back because they saw it work already once before. And this is a sport that repeats what works because the guys that are running it were in it when it worked.
Right.
And that's all they know. They don't know new stuff.
These women today, these women today have worked hard to become athletes and not sex symbols. I can't imagine that these
50-50
women
on that one.
That these women who are currently wrestling and are actually headlining and have fans, not because they're in a lose your bikini match,
mm-hmm.
but because of Charlotte Flair doing some kind of crazy backflip off the top rope through a table.
So Eric, so real quick, guys, just so we don't take all day on this, I'll be curious to see. Let me correct myself. I'm not going to be watching either way. They could literally try to replicate the Attitude Era. I don't give a shit. I already saw it.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, if you just try it, as far as I'm concerned, you're just regurgitating what I've already seen.
Correct.
You want to try it? Knock yourself out. I'm not going to be watching because I've already seen it the first time. And to be honest, the first time they did it better. And that doesn't mean that they did a perfect job of it because some of those shows don't hold up today. So you want to try it today? Knock yourself out. It's going to be shitty.
I still think, again, if you go watch the Mondo Shannon Moore fight, I mean, it's at a distance. It's in a hotel room. You know what I mean? Because it's a smaller show. And you watch that structure, even just watching that without like commentary and stuff was skillful and entertaining. Now imagine if you added that stuff to it. And what it is they haven't gone back to that. Okay, everybody's high-flying bullshit, trying to wow something. What wows you anymore in wrestling? Really, what wows you? All you do is go, that's stupid to do. Realistically, that's it. Otherwise, there's a storyline trying to sell me on a soap opera. At the end of the day, it's what it is. And if you're not writing it well enough, is it going to engage me? No. So what do you start doing? Other dumb stuff. Because now you're waiting for people to watch for the awe factor. That's what they're going to do.
And playing devil's advocate again, because, what's the point of us all agreeing? The last time they did that, they literally had someone die in the ring.
And that's a possibility they even fake something like that, Eric. Sad as it sounds, it's a soap opera. And in soap operas, people die. And the same person kills everybody. That doesn't mean they can't do it, and it doesn't mean they won't. They're going to try things they've never, ever done before. And anything they have, they're going to try to push the level. And they're going to stop if they notice that they get bad feedback. But if it gets positive feedback,
right,
push some more.
That's
what they're going to do. They have to try it. Unfortunately.
I get it, Ham, but I'm trying to figure out what you think hasn't been tried before.
It's not necessarily what's been tried before, it's how they try it. We live in a different version of social media. The individuals are more individualized more than ever under a thumb. Okay. Back in the day, outside of Hulk Hogan, nobody controlled shit. Now they all control themselves. Okay. There's multiple different versions of this sport that goes across different places. Some of the stuff I saw in AEW when they came here and they did a pre-recorded version, which they damn near murdered a man at his house by cutting him up with glass, blood everywhere.
Ugh.
That was Nick Wayne one, wasn't it? That was Nick Wayne the Swerve.
That's too much. Too much. If you're trying that already, I felt bad. And there's kids everywhere in this place. And I'm like, I don't want to watch this. This is literally like racial murder is what you put out there. Okay. And that's AEW. Okay. So imagine WWE pushing every envelope to the edge of the table to see what stays on and what falls off. They're going to push. This is now becoming worldwide, bigger than what it even is now worldwide because of the Netflix influence. And they're given no restraints. There's nothing that they need to pull back. So what do you get? You're going to get something probably racy and different. And it's not going to be.
I'll be 100% honest with you. I will happily make a gentleman's wager. I don't think they have the balls. I think you're going to find it. They're going to turn it up 1% compared to the network show. It's going to be basically the same.
I hope to God they only do 1%. And the people that are making the decisions, they get to make those decisions. Okay. Triple H and those guys up there, they're making the decision. But if they go out and their numbers don't change, they're going to push something to make them change one way or another, whether it's a good controversy or negative, because we know negative sells.
It does, but
publicity is bad publicity.
I think the reality. So just so we're all on the same page here, you can do whatever you want. You're not going to increase the numbers, or if you do, it's going to be marginal. The audience is what it is.
But they think this Netflix thing is going to be like a 20% yield on increase numbers.
I doubt it,
unless they do something different. I'm telling you, as soon as you change it, the people that are already in are going to pull other people back in. That's how that works. Just like, hey, sports cards, you can make money now. What? I'm coming over here to look at this. Boom, now you're in.
Yeah. And they already had the most successful financial WrestleMania that they've ever had. There is nothing they can add to the table to make it more interesting.
They're going to try.
I'm sure they will.
Yeah, and I believe you, brother. What I hope is if, whatever they do, I don't see X-rated stuff being done in front of 10-year-olds like the Attitude Era.
I don't think the way you think maybe they probably won't do, but there's already sexually provocative things that they do now.
I
The way
hate
they pin a girl, where they put their faces at. You're probably going to start seeing some nip slips coming on, maybe a bottom pop off real quick, not really show a whole lot. They're going to test.
I will 100% bet that that's not even going to get close.
Okie-dokie.
Yeah.
I just hated during the Attitude Era because I was an adult watching it, so it was fine. But all of a sudden, you have a strip tease off or whatever they used to call them. It was Stacy Keibler and
that was just Vince McMahon.
And there was
his power over his own mental happiness.
Yeah, here's the thing. Here's the thing, Eric.
Row.
Ham's point. Ham's point is all fine and dandy, but you know what my response to all that is?
For you, but there's these other people that live this shit. They live it. I've watched these people that come to these places that are just low shows. They are so diehard. They diehard 5 levels low. Okay, and the 5 levels up are the gods. Okay, because that's what they enjoy and like so much. The human nature isn't as sharp as everybody thinks they are. We're a bunch of followers, and we follow shit that we find interesting.
I'm not disagreeing with that part of it. I'm just saying it's not as I don't think it's going to be as interesting. The controversy for controversy's sake is all well and good, but again, in the Attitude Era, they tried it. We've already been there. We've done it.
It wasn't.
We have the T-shirt.
Did the Attitude Era fail?
It worked great until it didn't.
What do we do in life today? We repeat something that's already worked because there's nothing new.
Ham, you can't repeat
cards all the time.
The competition was part of the Attitude Era. You don't have it. You're by yourself. You're in an echo chamber.
I understand that, but they feel like their competition is themselves now. They're trying to outdo it because, again, back then, everybody was under a thumb. These people aren't under thumbs anymore. They can branch out on their own. They own themselves now. It's different. They have to massage those people. It's completely different.
Yeah,
contracts are built different. Names are built different. Who they can be is built different.
I get what you're saying, but the problem is, in that whole time that you're talking about differently, the Apex people are actually less popular than the Attitude Era top folks.
But
they're not at the same level.
People are recycled. Who's new?
And they're going to continue to be recycled. The stuff you're talking about has been done.
I mean, that's why you see these wrestlers that are 40, 50, 60. I mean, Ric Flair's still around, technically, that are still around because the new people can't even hold up to the old people. Plus, the old people are already in line. Okay, they can be controlled.
I honestly thought it was mostly due to poor financial management and that these guys in the past didn't get paid all that much. They worked their asses off. And they pissed through all their money, and that's why at 60 they're like, "This is still all I have."
Correct, but now they're making more money they made their entire life for 20 years, and they're still doing it when they can just make all that money for a year or two and walk away. The problem is the psyche doesn't go away. I need these people to love me.
Yeah,
okay.
It's the adrenaline rush.
So they're
Eric has that problem all the time on the show. It's pretty bad.
Yeah, he keeps riding that Specialized down the hill when he shouldn't be going downhill.
Mm-hmm. He's like, they'll love me.
Stop pressing the front brakes. You go over the bars, Eric. Back brake.
Eric could have stopped before crashing, but he's like, if I crash, the people would cheer.
Never right before left, left before right. Okay, that's the rule.
Indeed.
Mm-hmm. Bayshore Boulevard here. You got to watch out for people running off the road and killing you, unfortunately, on the sidewalk. Okay? Even though the speed limit keeps getting dropped every time somebody dies, it still doesn't seem to fix the problem because the person that's driving the car is impaired, and it doesn't matter where you are when you're doing stupid stuff like that. You're going to hurt somebody other than yourself.
Yep. Bob Jackson here is making a valid point here. Has Eric drawn a dime? I know he drew a sign and a pony. That is true.
I don't get it.
That is true. So drawing a dime means, have you ever drawn the crowds? Have you ever made money? Well, you've paid like bud money. So from that perspective, you've made money. And by made, I mean handed over.
Lost.
I learned over time that basically Eric pays Carlos to be on the show.
Yes, that's literally what happens, yes.
Allowing Eric on the show. The like button actually doesn't really exist. It's just a precursor to show that this is working.
It started off with my mother saying I needed to find some friends and stuff and people of the like. So she somehow organized this and started sending them checks. And then somehow I ended up having to take over the payments, and I don't want to be here, but there's some type of contract I've been told, and it's really a sad situation.
Well, I mean, you stalk athletes at their hotels when they're
Yeah.
in town. You follow them on their social medias, and you cut them off in places, so you become a danger.
Well, the
And-
real scary part, Ham, is not even the athletes. The athletes might be able to fend for themselves. What worries me is the innocent janitors he bothers.
Listen, there's always a back door, Carlos, and if you can get in the back door, you can get anywhere for free.
Well, this is
That's
what
it.
Eric basically tries to do. But but the problem is he thinks all the janitors are Peter Forsberg. It doesn't matter who they are. Black,
But
white,
that's
tall,
because
short.
the
They're all
janitor-
Peter Forsberg.
But the janitor likes to feel like he's known as somebody, and they all know who Peter Forsberg is. So they're like, yes, I'm Peter Forsberg.
Yeah,
Come on,
they just
buddy.
tell Eric what he wants to hear, and he's like, "Oh my god, I met Peter Forsberg, guys."
That's right. He picks on the poor innocent individual, makes them feel big, and then they just do whatever he wants. Smart move, Eric.
Very dark, very dark. This went down a horrible. See, this is the kind of shit that would be in Ham's version of WWE on Netflix. This is dark shit, man.
This would actually be a good storyline for somebody to come in and wrestle by talking his way in all the way through, beating somebody he shouldn't have, and then becoming an athlete and somebody that people look up to.
This is the fundamental problem, Ham, is that this storyline and the episodic nature of this show is way better writing than WWE is ever going to be capable of.
But if one person watches this, we're gonna be like, isn't this what we already did?
That's what I'm saying.
Don't we get 20%?
I know Triple H watches this show, and that plagiaristic bastard is going to rip off my shtick. Well, I'm going to find out. You're going to see all of a sudden on your Netflix, Ham, your WWE Edgy Netflix, we're going to find out all of a sudden there's going to be a host on there because I'm Chester. And I'm like, fucker, I know what you did. I know what you did. And he's making fun of Derek. And I'm like, fuck off.
Prior to a match, WWE got the other wrestlers on to do a chat like this to just talk shit to each other.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's gonna be because I'm Chester talking shit to Derek, and then I'm like, oh, that's it, it's on, bro. You and me at WrestleMania, it's done.
Yeah, but then you can, because on Netflix you can drop F-bombs and everything else. You turn stuff up to 8, not 10, 8. Every once in a while, 10 real quick, drop it back to 8, just to see what you can do. But like, they need to create another level of interaction with the fan to make it more interesting to sell the soap opera. Okay, we know they're athletic. We know they bust their ass. They do a great job in the ring. If you saw what it took to actually basically run an entire match, most people can't do it. Okay, you can't do it. You can be physically able, mentally you cannot do it because it's on the fly. Okay, I've watched other people and how they do matches. I'm like, hey man, how long did y'all practice that? So you're like, we only knew the finish the whole entire show. We didn't know what. We were just doing it as we went. Do you know how much and how smart you need to be in the environment you're working in live in front of people to do something like that and make it look fluid? And they do it all the time. And we don't give them credit for that. Okay? We don't. If me and you walked into the ring and tried to do that, we'd look like idiots. Okay? We'd stop midway. We would do something different. It would look fake, real fake. We don't give them credit for the art that they portray to us. And I think that's really lost in this environment, and in people that really enjoy wrestling or any other event that's pre-staged or thought of that looks still real and authentic. Like, you don't give those people the credit that they deserve, and they deserve a lot of credit. They really do. They do a great job.
There you go. Ham standing up for the wrestlers doing the wrestling.
Listen,
Good
Mike
times.
Ham just speaks the truth, and don't ask me if you don't want the truth.
That could be your drop line.
Listen, most people at work don't like me because of the truth, so it can get real dicey real quick.
I like Bob Jackson's comment. If Michael was a pro wrestler, he'd be Chris Canyon's cousin, Hamian.
It was funny on the last Off-Centered show because I get confused with X-Pac, even in person. Like, people are like, hey, are you X-Pac? No, I'm not Xbox. Okay. I look similar to him, I
Like
guess.
Xbox would say.
Well, next to each other, we don't look anywhere alike, but like from a distance type deal. And I have multiple doppelgangers here in Tampa because people. I was just talking to my wife about it earlier today. A person at work's like, "Hey, I saw you today, or saw you this weekend in Largo, Florida." I'm like, "No, you did not." So, no, I saw you. No, you did not. I was like, I never left Tampa, so I don't know what you're talking about. But I get that quite a bit around here.
Oh, your double problem is that you're in Florida, and that's where a bunch of the wrestlers are.
Listen, everybody in Florida is from somewhere else but me. So everybody else is my problem. Okay.
Just saying.
All
Listen,
these,
I think you should go to one of those.
videos y'all see nationally. They're not from here. Okay. Don't blame Florida. Blame somewhere else for allowing Florida to allow them to come to it.
How convenient that Florida Man is the one defending the Florida Man phenomenon. How interesting.
Listen,
Interesting.
if you add the data up, I'm correct.
Well, statistics can be messed with. Eric still thinks he rides his bicycle effectively 85% of the time. And he's correct about that 114% of the time.
Yep.
I can see why people confuse you with X-Pac.
I
X-Pac, I knew I
haven't
recognized you.
crashed in a long time.
According to your statistics?
But when was the last time you rode?
I've kind of switched riding styles. I haven't been out really.
Your riding style you switched to not riding? which
Yeah.
is,
So
which
he
helped you cut down on
basically
crashes?
holds on to his bike with the handlebars, walks next to it, jumps on it for 3 seconds, gets off and goes, "This is a bad idea." Keeps walking next to it and goes, "I rode my bike today."
So Ham, he actually switched to his new bicycle. It's called stationary. He switched to that one. He's hoping that the stationary will cut down on the crashes.
Well, don't all of y'all have snow right now anyway, so you can't ride outside?
You think that's going to stop Eric?
No, I'm going to ride tomorrow. There's no snow.
Told you.
Is there a bike with like snow skis on the front of it? I'm pretty sure I've seen one before.
They have them, yes.
I would like to see you ride one of those. Downhill.
That'd be fun.
I think you should do it while singing the Mr. Plow song. Just go up and down the street. Mr. Plow, that's my name. That's my name. It's
I have
Mr.
not
Plow.
ridden dangerously since October. October was the
Define
last
dangerously.
weekend. Like, hey, look at that cliff. Let's ride down there on one wheel. Or let's jump over this silly thing and let's, jump off this cliff.
Does Specialized make a snowmobile?
Not that I'm aware of.
Damn,
They'll get you a pedal one.
It's been a good opportunity.
Bob Jackson here says, how long until Eric gets a Peloton? Is there a pool going? I would only be interested in the Peloton for Eric if they've got a crash simulator. He's literally Peloton biking and still crashes.
So the Peloton's on the other side of that wall, but it's my wife's. I hook my road bike up to a trainer and ride it in the garage.
Did you do that because the Peloton screen wasn't big enough for you to watch a manual in space?
No, because I'm not ever getting on a Peloton. I will ride my bike in the garage.
Is it because you couldn't figure out how to turn on the Peloton?
This is very important. When you ride your bike in the garage, do you open the door?
No.
When you ride your bike in the garage, do you put a sports card in there and pretend that it's making motorcycle sounds?
No, I make the motorcycle sounds with my mouth.
Of course you do.
He is.
Eric's the guy that has like an ace playing card in the wheel, the one wheel that's attached to the device that's keeping it from actually moving forward, just to make the sound so it reminds him of a child.
Good times.
But it's a good time.
Yeah, there's a lot of questions. Interesting. So 6 to 8 months and 1 to 3 more crashes. Name says Eric's Peloton alias is Who Jazz.
I don't even know what that is.
I don't know either.
Some of the
Huge ass. Oh, I hate you.
Well,
have you ever noticed that some of the people that comment and watch the videos feel like they never sleep?
Well, he's 3 hours.
Yeah, I was going to say, he's on the West Coast. Name is West Coast. So it's still Friday for him.
That's true.
He's a jerk.
Yeah, so my time right now is 1:08 a.m. So
Same here.
Time, right? Correct. Okay.
Everybody here. Yeah, everybody here. So anyway, all right. So Ham, Good chatting with you. Let's see. Well, let's see what happens. If you want, we can do a gentleman's wager on the Netflix thing. I'm like I said, I'm kind of doubting it, just knowing what I know about those guys. But we can always work something out. But anyway, good luck on the show tomorrow. Well, tonight, technically, for our purposes.
Yeah,
we'll say tonight. Yeah, so we'll say technically tonight. So good luck on the show. Eric will watch replay, and you could report back to me, Eric, and let me know because I'm not watching Floating Heads crap.
Oh, come on. You can at least watch my segment of it. It's more than
I'm going to need timestamps. After we get timestamps, I'll think about it.
Okay. Well, roughly 45 minutes after 11, I should be on.
Listen, that's assuming I can trust his time, his ability to
follow time speed through things. Come on now. You know how to
I need to find my 3x button. Still early.
Fine. I sound like a chick myself.
Oh, I can understand it. It'd be fine. Hey, listen, I listen to podcasts on almost 3x. Trust me, I actually do that. And I can hear it just fine.
I know. Sometimes I do at work too.
Yeah. So it's like the important thing is as long as you can actually understand it, it's fine. If you actually can't understand, then forget it. But if you can understand the words, it's fine.
Yeah.
With my hearing problem, I can't understand regular speed. So
yeah, I was going to say you can't understand one.
I've heard that you had a hearing problem, so stop creating a disability that doesn't exist for you.
Carlos will tell you I can't hear shit.
This heard you, you're fine.
No, try to work in the words banana, floating, and head. There you go.
Those are selective words.
Yeah. Hobby Champ says time is a figment of our imagination, man.
That's true.
I like it. They probably developed it in Idaho. Bob Jackson says, have a good one, folks. I do the 1.5 to 2x depending on the show. That's fair. It's valid.
Can you watch it live at 2x?
Listen, Ham, if we ever get that technology, listen, that shit, if we ever come up with that shit, I'm in. I'll lobby YouTube. It's like, guys, I need to 2x life. Can we 2x this shit?
I'm watching in the future.
But the key, Ham, is I want to watch live 2x while the real world is happening in 1x. So while I'm listening to it, I can make a sandwich or something and just enjoy it in real time while the live's going on in 2x.
That's probably something you could do.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I want. Yeah. We just need that time distortion thing. If we can figure out that time distortion thing, we can make that happen. If the aliens could stop wasting their time with the other shit, give me the time distortion thing.
Well, time doesn't actually exist. We made it up. So we just live by it. So it's our choice.
I think it works out. All right. So good stuff, folks. And by the way, strong chat, strong folks in the chat tonight. It's been really good seeing you all in the comments. So appreciate it. So I hope you enjoyed. If you do check it out on replay, I don't think there was anything, Eric. I don't think there's anything I need to leave a link for. The only thing might be just the article on the Gretzky case. Maybe that's the only thing. Gretzky case article. I'll put that up there in case you guys are curious. It sold for way less. Eric refused to pay because he's cheap. So that's fine.
Because my wife said I couldn't bid on it again.
Or the guy that bought it originally overbid to begin with.
No, well, so Ham, that is exactly what I was saying. Bobby thought it would go for more. And I said, because the first guy pushed it, likely the two guys that were top bidders, the one guy pushed it further than it should have gone. And the next high bidder didn't have to go anywhere near that far. The third guy is way lower. And I figured that's what was going to happen.
If you would have had 3 cases and do that, and the first guy bid in 1, I could see the second case going for more. But in that situation, because of the amount difference that it would drop to, I couldn't see it for the next case going higher unless somebody felt like they missed out and they need to come back in.
Yeah, the reality was the next high bidder is the one that was the important one. As soon as the top guy dropped out for not paying, then all of a sudden, whoever the high bidder was could probably get it for a lot cheaper. And that's basically what happened. 1.2 million less. So pretty good. Anyway, so that's it for us. Ham looks like he's frozen, Eric. I think he's stuck in Idaho right now as we speak.
Oh, well.
Yeah. Otherwise, or he's doing a stare contest with you and winning.
He's totally winning.
Totally winning. Anyway, so folks, have yourselves a good night. Name, still Friday night over there, so you guys enjoy the rest of your Friday. Everybody else is Saturday, so enjoy the rest of your weekend. Hopefully.
Don't enjoy your Friday. I hope the remaining Friday's miserable for you.
Indeed. And if you're somewhere where it is chilly, hopefully you manage to actually stay warm. Basically, that's my plan. And enjoy AI-generated Bobby Orr in a Chicago Blackhawks uniform as God intended. All right, folks, have yourself a good one. We'll catch you in the next one.